Hey buddy, how are you all doing today? I hope your day is going good. It's only a Thursday, which sometimes can be kind of but hopefully it is a good Thursday. It's at least gonna be better than what the characters are gonna have to go through here in a moment. We know things are not gonna end up well. We kind of have an idea of what's gonna happen. So I think this might be too early to say, but I think for the remainder of this door, trigger warning for unaliving yourself. Cause like it's not confirmed, but like I feel like that's the direction it's gonna go. I don't remember if that was actually in the trigger warning list now that I think about it, but just in case. Because it does seem to be going that direction, and I don't want it to. But you know, because all of the triggers that it has. Oh wait, that's headphones recommended. Man, oh that's why it lasts so long, because it tells you multiple things. Okay. I was like, it has it keep on the trigger warning for like forever, and it's like, oh, because it says headphone was required or recommended, not required. Ah! Hello, dragon. Ah! But yeah, I'm very worried for a white-haired character. I'm going back to 2.0. Couldn't be the Higurashi style for long. But hopefully you're doing good, Dragon Bolt. I feel... Oh, yeah, I also checked, and apparently at least one of the tracks gets muted. So that's gonna be an issue. I don't think we're gonna hear that track specifically again. But I did see like 2 muted sections on the VOD for yesterday, and it's like, man! Because it was that one jazzy song that's like, na-na, na-na, delay hit hard and I refresh into an ad. No! Suffering earwiggle our problems away before we get to them. Why does it keep giving me just the autosaves? Like, as default. But yes, earwiggle before we inevitably go into disaster. Because I'm absolutely positive there's not gonna be anything good happening. Do I live? Hopefully. Do you? I don't know. I don't know the best way. I'm like, I live with only slight delay. Okay, that's good. I was gonna be like, I can show you the chat, and it's like, wait, there's the Kirby's. It's her birthday, happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday, dragon! Also, hello, Lion Fire. The birthday scan, yes. Hoping Maria gets what she deserves. Absolutely. I think we've come to terms that the white-haired girl is gonna not have a good time first, but hopefully Maria gets something. I hope she gets tied onto some train tracks. And hello, Rocket. Okay. My mic is buzzing. Give me 1 second. Nope. Why is my mic buzzing? What are you doing? Okay, there we go. I had to blow into it like a Super Nintendo cartridge. Not older yet oddly younger than people around me. You're just surrounded by olds. The cat on vibration mode in my lap. Nice. One day I can have a nice little cat that can be in my lap. I can imagine they would be in my lap and they would like sniff the mic and be like, The Pacific Railroad's last spike ceremony was drawing nearer by the day. That day was coincidentally the deadline the two of them had set for themselves, Jacopo to confront his wife and the white-haired girl to wait for him. Mid-30s, what the heck? Majima June. That would be cute. If I could get like 2 and name one of them Saejima. That would be cute. It would, I don't know, because, like, thematically, with Saejima being, like, a tiger, you would go for an orange cat, but Majima would definitely be orange cat behavior. Time to take bets on who dies first. I'm almost positive it's gonna be the white-haired girl. And as that day approached, she continued to write letters. What do you mean even older? Why do you think I'm old? You dang whippersnappers thinking I'm old. She wrote letters purely by force of habit, despite having been worn visibly thin. I expect that she could not stop, that the act of writing was all that kept her from going mad. By focusing her attention on another person through her letters, she was able to maintain her grip on herself. But that day would put an end to her suffering and despair. When the railroad was completed, all their misunderstandings would be cleared up. They would return to the smiling, happy couple they had been when they were first married. The harsh winter would finally come to a close, melting away into the past, and allow them to step into the future. With constant prayer in my heart, I impatiently awaited the railroad's opening ceremony. Various reasons? No! What do you mean, various reasons? Name one. It's 100%. What do you mean? Heck, keep calling me old. I do not, after all, wish for anyone to fall into any kind of misfortune, and that goes for you as well, master. Now, master, the door is soon to be shut upon this era. Are you prepared to see what happens next? I see. Very well. I think we're mentally prepared for what's gonna happen. Then allow us to make our way to that final day. See with your own eyes, master, how this tale concludes. And please, do not let go of my hand. The night before the opening ceremony, the master of the house headed for his wife's shed. There was a tension on his face, but a surety in his step. He had found the resolve to speak with her. Having locked her away for so long in the shed like a common prisoner, Jacopo was hardly optimistic about what she might say to him. He had undeniably mistreated her, said heartless and cruel things to her, and even gotten physically violent with her. His actions were inexcusable, even if they were in response to her infidelity. Of course, the very infidelity which had driven him to such behavior had not in fact taken place, but he was unaware of that. There was a chance they would never reconcile their misunderstandings and that this predicament would not have a positive resolution, but he still clung to a tiny fragment of hope. Morph is on me violently loving on me. Oh no! Just like, pay attention to me! What are you doing? He wanted to start over with the white-haired girl, to make a new future with her. With that desire burning strong in his heart, he stood before the door to her shed and called out to her. Are you awake? It's me, Jacopo. May I come in? I won't hurt you. I will not raise my hand against you again. I swear to you, I will not do you harm. I just wish to speak. I would like to have a calm, rational conversation. And as such, I will not enter your room until you have given me your permission. No. Yeah, she is... So may I please come in? You won't even give me a response? All right. Considering how you must feel about me, I shouldn't be surprised. Fine. Then you won't let me, or you don't have to let me in. But please at least hear me out. You remember the day shortly after we first met, when we went on our honeymoon, if you can even call the little walk we took a honeymoon? He's on me with his claws in my neck, but rubbing his head on my face. Oh no. It's just like, take my affection. No. My brain just stopped with words. I was unable to do anything nice for you then either. I had no experience, no idea how to interact with an upper-class woman like you. I didn't know what I should do for you. And yes, I know, that makes me sound juvenile. I have a tendency to say things I don't mean, the more perturbed I get. I'm sure I said things to hurt you numerous times that day. However, at the photography shop, when you saw the phenakidoscope, you smiled at me. I will never be able to pronounce that. I was genuinely pleased in that moment. I felt like I had gotten closer to you. I very much doubt that was actually an appropriate present for a noble woman like yourself. Jewels or flowers or something like that, something beautiful would have certainly suited you better. And I knew that, but I assumed you would have been given gifts like that countless times in the past. You are, after all, a beautiful woman. I do not want to have to compete on the same field as those other men. This is what I get for leaving for 4 days. Oh no, right? He's just like, how dare you abandon me? I wanted to be special. No, I wanted to be unique to you. No one had ever shown you anything of the sort before, had they? Frankly, I wasn't sure if a woman of your status would take any interest in a phenakidoscope at all. I imagine you've thrown it out by now, but I choose to believe you sincerely liked it on that day. That, if just for a moment, I caught your eye. Even if you started seeing other men afterwards, that moment was real, wasn't it? Our marriage was, at its core, nothing but an arrangement between our parents, an exchange of money and influence. That is how it began, but that day, I loved you. I yearned to see you smile, as if I had loved you my entire life. The Pacific Railroad has finally been completed. That's the project I've been funding. Everyone thought it was crazy, but a railroad now stretches across the breadth of this country. The joining ceremony will be held tomorrow. It's going to be a grand event. Locally, they're planning on doing a gun salute, and the sound of the last spike being driven into the ground will be transmitted across the country via telegraph. I have procured a telegraph so we can listen to it here in the mansion. In your condition, you would probably have trouble handling the crowds at the telegraph station, but here, you could celebrate in the comfort of your own home. I suppose what I'm saying is, I want to celebrate this with you. I have made arrangements to make that possible for you, because I wish to have you there, with me. Would you be willing, tomorrow, to celebrate the completion of the Pacific Railroad with me? Would you be there at my side? Please, say so. Oh no, not the Valley. You're gonna ruin this with the Valley Girl. My goodness, I'm absolutely setting up the timer. Oh, it's like we need to have this not be super serious, right? Just, we started out hating this man so much, and now we're just like, man, Maria is such a Please, say something. I want to start over. I know very well what I've done to you. You may be at fault yourself, but what I did is unacceptable. You might have been terrible, but I am also bad. Gonna kill the mood more? What? Oh, okay. The thumbnail I was worried for, but yay! I really want some of these like well-jointed dolls that are in blind bags. There is a pack of them that went up for pre-order on AmiAmi, and I'm like, I shouldn't. Jacopo Northern Adam deserve this, absolutely. Maria deserves whatever is coming to her, as long as it's bad. Yeah, it looked very wrong at first with the ball joint. You may be at fault yourself, but what I did is unacceptable, but what I did was a consequence of my overpowering love for you. I swear it. I'm just a tsundere. Why will you not answer me? Hello, Zaldar. I'm doing a Valley Girl voice thing, voice redeem in a very serious situation. Oh my gosh! Thank you for gifting all those subs, Zeldar. What the heck? My goodness. It's perfect, right? Oops. Ah! Oops, accidentally. Say something, anything, please, please. You can hear me in there, can't you? If you don't want to, you can just say no. If you do reject me, I'll set you free. I won't hurt you, I promise. Recognize the name in there? Yeah, I do.
No way.
There's a few that I haven't seen for a while, but they might be just lurkers. Thank you for gifting another sub to Dragon. Just open the door. I don't know if I want to have the door open while I'm doing this voice, but I can only stall for so long. Right? A nice birthday present. Yay! Now you don't have to suffer with ads anymore, Dragon. The door. It's not locked? Wait. Hopefully she's just left, but I don't know. The door is not locked? Who opened it? Hello? A humid spring breeze brushed against his cheeks. The drawn lace curtains appeared to glow in the gentle moonlight. The white-haired girl was not in her room. Oh, thank goodness. Wait, she could be anywhere. Oh, no. Where have you gone? Stupefied, he glanced about his wife's chambers. To my eyes, the neatly organized room appeared no different than any other day. Yeah, I don't remember if it was yesterday, but it was opened for the delivery of that painting. But to his eyes, it was pale and hollow. For the one who was supposed to be there, she was supposed to be waiting for him, was not present. He could not hear her voice from anywhere in the shed. In its place echoed a dry rustling, a sad, pitiful, empty whisper of a noise. It came from the lone object left abandoned atop her desk. The phenakistoscope. It was the one present Jacopo had ever given to the white-haired girl, a toy made of paper. When spun and viewed in a mirror, it created the illusion of a man and woman dancing. You still had this? That's ridiculous. I assumed you had thrown it out. The white-haired girl had evidently made considerable use of the phenakistoscope. Remember, brain matter and rotting flesh has sickly sweet scent to it, so if you don't smell it, good news, they aren't dead here at least. Yeah. I'm very glad that she's not here, but also I'm still worried about her. The paper was visibly worn and tattered, warped in places, and had even begun to yellow. It spun slowly in the wind, rustling and rustling and rustling, spinning in an endless reminder of that day the year before, though there was no longer anyone around to look through it. Why? But you were with other men. Why would you keep something I gave you? It's so worn. There we go. Okay. Wonder if she has a... Oh, I really hope so. I'm worried about what would be in the letter, but I do hope that she has a letter left. It's so worn. Why? A letter. Beneath the ever-rotating phenakistoscope lay a single sheet of paper. As if drawn to it, he scanned the contents of the parchment. It was a letter addressed to Caro mio Jacopo. The salutation, written in his native language, translated as follows. My beloved Jacopo, did the fruits of your dream turn out as you had hoped? I am sure it was wonderful and impressively fast. A train that can travel across a continent as large as this is like something out of a story. The spacing is interesting. I wish I could have been there to see it. I'm sure it would have been quite pleasant, like the day you gave me the Phenakis wheel. Am I being presumptuous? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I would keep waiting for you forever, no matter how much you hated or ignored me, but I made up my mind, so I'm sorry. I decided I would wait for you until the railroad was completed. I foolishly thought that you would invite me to the opening ceremony. but it seems I am not good enough for you. I'm going to take my leave of your house, so you needn't concern yourself with me any longer. However, I do have one request. Please do not forget about all the letters I wrote. Think back on them from time to time. Do not burn them all, for they contain my thoughts, my feelings, my words, a record of my love for you. Remember, when you can, that I was always watching you. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble writing. My ears are ringing. There's a voice whispering to me, calling me a witch. Maybe it's your voice. My vision is blurred. I'm not even sure what is going through my mind. I'm sorry. This is all I was able to write for you. I'm truly sorry. I will leave the Fennicus wheel behind. It was my dearest treasure. Farewell. I loved you. 5/8/1869. Oh no!
Which?
The way he said it so fast. Which? Thank you for the 50 bits, Rocket. What? What the heck is this? He was visibly rattled, and unsurprisingly so. The mention of the Transcontinental Railroad's opening ceremony, the letters she had written, her dearest treasure, her profession of love for him, and above all the mangled text that appeared to have been written by someone not entirely in their right mind. Everything about it served to amplify his befuddlement. You waited for me? How can that be? The joining ceremony is tomorrow. It hasn't happened yet. Why? Why did you have to leave, then? I'm here. I came for you, just as planned. The ceremony's on the 10th. A second letter, Jacopo gasped. Or a second later. Not a second letter. The date written on the letter was the day prior, May 8th. Originally, the ceremony was planned to be held on May 8th, 1869. However, due to bad weather and a labor dispute, it had been postponed for 2 days. This can't be. I made sure you were informed. I had Maria. Maria. The madam is having an affair. Maria. No, you couldn't. Scattered fragments of memory began coming together in his mind. Maria was the only one who had informed him of his wife's supposed unfaithfulness, and though the letters had not been addressed to him, thinking back on it, they had all been about him. In one letter, she had mentioned treasuring a gift. Jacopo had assumed it meant a gift from another man, but in fact she had been referring to the phoneticoscope sitting atop her desk, still spinning in the wind. At long last, he finally made that connection, and at the same time he realized that the only person who could have altered the letters was someone they both trusted, Maria. She never, even once, betrayed me. She was not unfaithful at all. She waited unwaveringly for me. And I refused to believe her. Caused her pain again and again. But his realizations came far too late. The white-haired girl's spirit had broken, and she was no longer at the mansion. Had he caught on to Maria's machinations early or sooner, things would not have turned out as they had. But he was much too late. Maria, why? Why would you do this? Clenching the letter from his wife, Jacopo stormed out of the shed in search of Maria. Get her! Get her! But she was not in the room to sign to her. Heck! Where are you? Where have you gone? Maria! Several maids were roused from their slumber by the racket, but no one had the courage to speak up as the master of the house frantically charged through the halls. Eventually, he arrived at his own chamber. He was certain he had closed the door before leaving, but now a sliver of light shone through the gap between it and the frame. From within the room, he thought he could sense someone's presence. When he opened the door, there he saw, comfortably perched upon his own chair, a woman. I have been waiting, Jacopo. What the heck are you planning? Look how evil she looks. Nice room you got here. Though I guess it's only natural, you being the man of the house and all. All these fancy furnishings. You do know this stuff's too good for you, right? And then me, I get the barren little maid's room. Drives me up the wall. So, hey, Jacopo. Clear the air with your little lady yet? Maria. I love that look on your face. I'm guessing you didn't make things better then. This song is an evil mess. You know, good and well, that she's not even here anymore. Well, yeah. I still want to hear you say it, you know? I want to hear from your own mouth that you couldn't keep a leash on your woman, so you locked her up, drove her mad, broke her down, and then she ran away from you. Go on, say something. Climb back on your high horse and start shouting like you always do. Why, Maria? Why would you do this? Why? Why do you think? Because I despise you. I'd been trying to figure out how I wanted to end things, but then they just fell apart on their own. The fates are smiling down upon me, I guess. Nonsense. She was waiting for me until the day of the joining ceremony, and I was going to see her that day. You knew the ceremony had been postponed. That's what you get for putting it all in my hands, for thinking I'm the only one on your side. What? Did you think I'd just tell her like a good little maid? Not a chance in heck. I mean, talk about some fantastic news. You both picked the same day, but you've got the dates different. Absolutely perfect. I mean, it wasn't entirely his fault. It was partially, but it wasn't entirely. He was gaslit into having some of those reactions. Not all, but some of them. Maria, is that how you'd always felt? How long have you held this grudge against me? How long? How long? How heckin' dense can you be? Must be nice living in your little fantasy world, Jacopo, and this is the next capo familia? Oh my god, my sides! So you've always hated me? At the very least, I've loathed you since the minute we had our reunion. At first, I did try to convince myself you had your reasons. Didn't make it any less unfair, though. You had all your money and all your power and everything else you stole from me. And then you go and get hitched to this pretty little lady? Oh, don't try to act like you're the victim here. This is all on you. Do you have any idea how I felt? Fallen from grace, made your heckin' maid, having to suck up to you? Do you have any idea how infuriating that was? Or did you think I didn't know anything? Did you think I didn't suspect anything? If you did, then you've got your head way up in the clouds. So you were motivated by your grudge against my family, the Berzottis? Precisely. That's exactly it. Your father wanted so badly to be the capo familia, wanted to so badly to be in power, that he murdered my dad and my grandpa. They say it was a carriage accident, but the ground was all torn to heck where it happened. You want to tell me what kind of carriage accident causes it to explode? As soon as my dad and grandpa died, your dad took over as the capo familia. The balance of power in the factions began to change. My family and anyone with ties to the Campanellas was either exterminated or exiled. The Berzottis took control of the city. My grandpa's Casca becomes your Casca. No one in their right mind would be naive enough to think the Berzottis didn't have a hand in that. The great Campanella family bitten by their pet dog, except the dog had rabies. And as a result, in time, that lush, historic land will wither away and die. My dad and grandpa, buried in that dried-up earth, are screaming in their graves even now. You can't prove me wrong, can you, Jacopo? And now, first in line to be the next Capofamilia is you, his son. Naturally. Feels pretty good, doesn't it? Slaughtering my family, leaving us to wallow in the mud, while you live here like a king. Because of what your family did, I don't have a home to go back to anymore. No house, no prestige, I have nothing left. And that's heckin' outrageous. The Campanellas are supposed to run this city, but instead, you filthy Berzati curs are crawling over it like some kind of infestation. I am a legitimate Campanella, but I'm stuck being your heckin' maid. If I hadn't been born a woman, I could have become a Capofamilia after my dad and grandpa died. But because I'm a woman, I can't retaliate. I just had to sit on my hands and watch the tragedy unfold. It was absolutely miserable. I had to make you suffer as well. Back we're facing off the Golden Witch now, kinda. I don't know if she would count as the Golden Witch. Maybe. I don't know. I want to compare her to, like, the witch, Eva. But, like, maybe not. Maybe just her in general. Beatrice is hot and had valid reasons and not some petty grudge, right? If anything, the white-haired girl is Beatrice. So I had to make you suffer as well. I had to make you I had to make you twice as miserable as I was. You had no reason to hate anyone but me. Why did you make her a part of this? Did you have some grudge against her too? Not particularly. I actually rather liked the madam. Sweet, pretty, kind-hearted, timid, and fragile. Trusted every word I said. A splendid little toy. You thought of her as your toy? Now, can you really call me out for that? How to do Kinzo's pronunciation. Beatrice. Oh yeah, Beatrice. The Italian pronunciation. I don't know. I got so used to pronouncing it Beatrice. And nobody corrected me. But now I know, because of me doing a little fan dub, that it's Beatrice. And it's very weird. It's very weird to change that drastically. You can't. You have no right. You never cared one bit about anyone else. They're all footstools to you. It's a little too late to find yourself a sense of morality. This whole thing, it could have been avoided if you two just had a single conversation. But instead, the both of you came crawling to me saying, "You're my only ally, Maria." How dense can you be? Of course, I thought you were my ally. I trusted you, as I'm sure she did too. And you should get your eyes examined because you can't see a damn thing. Maria. Oh my god, it was beautiful. The way you two blindly trusted me, creating your own misunderstandings and causing your own pain. How you could never seem to get on the same page, watching it all fall apart. Maria, is that everything? The extent of your grudge and all you did? Yep. That's everything. All that's left is for me to kill you. Oh gosh, she's got a gun! She's packing heat! Hold still now, I wouldn't want to miss. Maria, does our past mean nothing to you? Was that oath just an empty promise? How could it when you remember so clearly? Fine, I'll explain it for our little romantic boy. Bad grown-ups will even take advantage of good memories. It's time I finally return this to you, Jacopo. That cartridge you gave me, packed with your disgusting sentimentality. Killing you ain't the end, though. All you Berzati curs. I'll send every one last one of you to hell. My revenge has just begun. Even if you had been a man, you wouldn't have been a suitable Kappa Familia. You should have aimed between my eyes, Maria! Jacopo! Oh! He was packing heat too! Why? Why? Do you really have to ask why in this situation? Reincarnation of the mother who cries, right? In a panic, I pulled the trigger, and from the barrel, a bullet went flying, quite literally right between her eyes. Would anyone ever believe me? If I said this wasn't how I wanted things to turn out? The rain just keeps on coming. Wonder if we'll be able to go home today. Hey, Jacopino! Say something, you little wuss! Be quiet. You're gonna give me a headache. The lightning's way louder than me. Ah! You jumped, Jacopino. You're such a baby. You jumped too, and stop calling me that. Don't be scared. Don't cry. I'm not crying. My eyes are damp. Your eyes are damp too. I'm not crying. Not at all. Not one bit. Liar. There's no end to this rain, is there? I'm fine. If it doesn't stop, there's nothing at home for me. You don't want to go home? Your parents don't get along, huh? That's got nothing to do with it. Liar. You've got it good. Everyone loves your grandpa. Whenever anyone needs something, they come to him. Now there's a great man. Huh? How'd my grandpa become a part of this? Oh, no reason. Not everyone likes him. He gets just as much hate as love. Grandpa's not really a model citizen. He's mostly just shrewd. Are you jealous? Not. My old man is, though. Huh? Is he now? Well, your dad's got his good points, too, I think. Like, I don't know, he seems like the kind of man who can accomplish big things. Though, he seems a lot stricter than my grandpa. Oh, come on, I don't get you. What are you clamming up for? No reason. If you don't want to go home, then how about we go somewhere far away from here? Huh? Once it stops raining, let's get out of here. Head up to the capital, find some work. We could make it work, the two of us. Oh, and we'll bring Nero too, of course. If we could, that would be nice. Break free from the city and its outdated traditions. Head somewhere bigger, more forward-thinking. If only it were possible. It's all right, Maria. I know you were just joking. We wouldn't be able to find work anyway. If the two of us ran off, we'd be starving in a month. You'd have to be blind not to see that. Right. Let's go home once the rain lets up. Yeah, once it does. But until then, I know, let's sing. Sing even louder than the lightning. Then maybe you'll stop crying, Jacopino. I am not crying. Come on, let's sing. La 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 la. La 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 la. Maria, I may not put it into words, but I trust you understand that I consider you a dear friend. Listen to me, Jacopo. My actions were justified. I did what I did for the betterment of this city, this land. The Campanellas are too conservative. Under their control, this country will atrophy. Progress will continue to lose steam. If we don't push forward, we'll fall further and further behind. Before long, you will be made the next Kappa Familia. But until then, you will cross over to the New World and establish the Casa there. Unify us, bolster us, make us strong. I'll handle things back here. I won't let the Campanellas try and strike back. What? You want Maria to... It's dangerous to keep a Campanella so close by. She has to be taken care of. if you insist. But do not let your guard down. Betrayal is a constant companion in this world. I'm giving you my revolver. Keep it on you at all times. Glory everlasting upon our blood, upon this earth. The best I can give you is a job as my maid. If I show you any more obviously preferential treatment, the VODs are liable to step in. Money, power, respect, and enough authority to not take orders from anyone. I thought that if I could obtain all that, I would be able to give you your freedom. And her as well. I wanted to give you both comfortable lives. But none of that got through to either of you.
But she didn't do it right.
Everything slipping through my fingers. Her love, my friendship with Maria, both of their smiles. Master! Master! What was that sound? So much blood. Maria! What happened this time? You keep getting stuck witnessing the worst things. What? Call a doctor. Someone with tight lips. Do not call the police. And don't make a scene. Got it? If so, then go on. Yes, sir. Right. Not everything has slipped from my grasp. My money and influence are all that's left. That is what you wanted, though, is it not? You sought money and power, no? Aren't you going to go? Yes, I will. But first, I would like to ask you something. What do you intend to do from here? What am I gonna do? Exactly the same as before. There is but one thing for me to do. I see. Will you eventually find solace in your riches? The way I see it, money and power can be your ally, but they can become your enemy in the blink of an eye. If you do not put them into words, your feelings will never make it through to anyone. For unlike money, humans are not measurable by their appearance. He failed to communicate to anyone what he held within his breast. He was chained down by his place in society, his pride, his relationships, and his own heart. And at some point, he found himself in a position where he was no longer able to speak his mind. After enough time, he likely forgot how to be genuine at all. Or perhaps someone like him simply would not, even if they knew how. In any event, there are many things in this world that cannot be communicated without being put into words. How sad that his tale should end without him expressing how he truly felt. How hard it must have been to never clear up his misunderstandings. After Jacopo's confrontation with Maria, the Pacific Railroad was completed as scheduled. Celebratory cheers shook the new world as the last spike was driven into the rails. Jacopo, however, could not even manage a smile listening to the telegraph, and I'm sure you can guess as to why. The people with whom he wished to share that moment were not there. Shortly following her death, Jacopo held a private funeral for Maria. Then he commenced a search for the white-haired girl. But he did not do so alone. He hired others to help, did everything in his power to find her, tirelessly searching for many, many years. However, he was never able to locate her, and he spent the remainder of his life alone. Money, power, renown, servants. The world around him was always quite lively, but solitude was his only companion. He waited and he waited and he waited for the white-haired girl to return. The years crawled by, and with no family or loved ones at his side to care for him in his old age, he died alone. It is a really complicated situation. It's definitely not... Like, nobody's necessarily in the right in that situation. I'm glad the white-haired girl did not meet the fate that we were assuming would happen. I'm very glad. I'm very, very glad for that. We don't know what happened to her. So she could have met her own end. But it leaves it a little open, I guess. So you have a hope that she didn't? Yeah, Steam achievement noise. The door before you slowly drew shut. Yeah, I'm hoping so. I think it's probably more than a skipped town and more like maybe went to another country, just got on a boat and went somewhere else. The door before you slowly drew shut. You could no longer hear the raucous sound of the men from within the den. The faint scent of cigarette smoke, however, lingered in the air. Staring vaguely at the closed door, you noticed something was amiss. The maid, who had been holding your hand, was no longer at your side. You glanced around, but she was nowhere in sight. Down the corridor stretched only darkness. Not having anticipated this, you were unsure how to react. After considering it for a few moments, you decide to explore the mansion on your own. Oh gosh, we got so much we can do. Let's go... Let's go... library. Because I feel like if the white-haired girl did meet her own end, they would have found a thing from her. But since they didn't find any trace from her, I'm pretty sure she left the country, possibly. The smell of dusty books filled the air of the library. You approached a shelf to examine one of the books, and suddenly an avalanche of them came falling to the floor. You stared blankly at the mountain of books. They had fallen down on their own, but they showed no signs of putting themselves away. Since no one else was there to do it, you began placing the books back up on the shelf. 1, 2, 3, a dozen, and as soon as you had gotten them all back up, they came crashing back down again. You wished very much to implore the maid's assistance, but she did not appear to be in the area. Pretending you had not seen anything, you made your way back into the hallway. It's like they're falling on their own, they get to do what they want. Fireplace. I think we're able to look at all these things. I don't know if there's like an order that changes anything. There's like there's like so minimal choices that I don't know if they really change anything. Or if it's just like,
This is a fun thing to do to take your mind off of the situation, yippee.
You made your way to the room with the fireplace. What remained of the fire crackled weakly, leaving the room in a veil of darkness. You remembered that you had awoken here. Out of sheer curiosity, you sat down in the rocking chair you had been asleep in. I was trying to make my chair noises, but they're not loud enough for the... Maybe... That's as good as you're getting. It was as soothing as a cradle to a baby, and in short order, you found your consciousness drifting from your grasp.
Oh no, we take a nap.
Reading a story by the fireplace like this almost makes it feel like we're in another world, doesn't it, Master? I bet that's why troubadours perform at pubs, so that they can be near the fire. Oh, you're such a cynic. But that's okay. Say, do you remember when I first arrived here? When I was cleaning the library? Your eyes slowly slid open. Fragments of a pleasant dream lingered in the back of your mind. The crackling of a fire, the taste of warm wine. However, there was nothing pleasant about the fireplace sitting before you. No warm, crackling flames. In fact, the brisk air of the room overpowered the remnants of the embers left there. A chill ran down your spine. Afraid you might freeze stiff if you stayed there much longer, you resumed your exploration of the mansion. Let's go to the entrance.
Just took a quick nap, back to exploration.
You made your way to the mansion's entrance. There was no one around, nor any source of light. Groping through the darkness, you found the front door, which was sealed shut with a heavy bar. You pressed against the bar, but it remained firmly in place. The door did not budge either. It seemed you could not leave the mansion. Burn the witch. Crucify the impure. When you made to step away from the entrance, you heard a muffled voice. You looked around, but were unable to determine the source of the voice. nor could you be sure whom you had heard earlier or either. Bleh. Giving up on finding anything at the entrance, you decided to head somewhere else. Let's just go from top to bottom. The scent of cigarette smoke lingered in the den. However, the room was silent, not even an echo of the man's chattering remained. Something was moving. Billiards balls. There was no one present to strike the balls. They rolled spontaneously around the table. The paths they traced across the surface were rough and erratic, contrasting that of when the former master had held the cue. The spheres collided awkwardly with one another, not a single one coming close to the pockets. As an experiment, you pulled a ball off the table. In response, the paths of the balls became even clumsier. Having lost one of their targets, they began bouncing aimlessly off the cushioned walls of the table. As you stared intently at the table, a man's voice rang out from somewhere in the room. Spinning around, you saw a silhouette of the man. However, you could not make out what the man was saying. The man thrust his fingers at the table, who appeared to want you to return the ball. You reluctantly placed the billiards ball back on the table. When you did, the balls resumed endlessly colliding with one another, never wanting to land in any of the pockets. Bleh. You looked up to find the shadow gone. Having determined that the maid was not going to appear in the den, you exited the room, making your way back into the corridor. Rose garden.
Look, your head's covered in roses.
Oh, you got petals on the book. This isn't mine. I can't afford to. Though you could hear the sound of children playing, you could not see them. Regardless, their cheerful voices warmed your heart. You decide to linger here in the garden for some time. Along with the children's laughs wafted a sweet fragrance. The wind blew, whisking flower petals up into the air. It was an enchanting sight. But after a while, the roses began to wilt. You could no longer hear the children's voices either. A young man stood alone in the withered rose garden. As you drew nearer, you called out to the youth, but the young man did not appear to notice you. He merely stood there, staring vacantly across the garden. The youth muttered something in a lifeless voice. This isn't what I wanted. I just wanted a normal, peaceful life. I can't bear being alone. I can't take this. Someone, get me out of here. Oh God, tell me that I'm not the bad one here. You tried to call out to the young man several times, but he did not seem to hear you. He simply continued muttering to himself. Before long, the youth's shadow faded into nothing. Unable to bear the chilly air any longer, you stepped back into the mansion. I wonder, was that dialogue in that actual chapter? Or do you think that's like afterwards? Like after we faded away from that story? When you descended into the cellar, you heard beast-like snarling. Along with it came a sour odor and the sound of ripping flesh. You could not see the beast, but that did not make it any less unpleasant. You made to retreat from the cellar.
Oh no!
But before you could, a shadowy creature lunged at you. You reflexively squeezed your eyes shut. After several moments, you opened your eyes again to find a silhouette of a man standing in place of the beast. You and the shadow stared at one another for some time. You asked the shadow a question, and the shadow responded. Ooh. Ugh, that's much harsher than it was when it was the guitar noise. However, you had no idea what it said. The shadow seemed to be trying to communicate something to you, but trying to make sense of something you could not understand was pointless. Having no reason to remain in the cellar any longer, you made your way back upstairs.
Stained glass window.
Look at that angel. You approached the stained glass window. An array of pews was arranged facing the stained glass. There seemed to be an air of tranquility about the room. You sat down in one of the pews and stared quietly forward for some time. For a moment, you felt like you were on the verge of recalling something, but ultimately, the memory never managed to surface. The maid did not appear to be there. Where could she have gone? You decided to resume exploring the mansion. Okay, I think we got one room left.
Are you in the bedroom, maid? Can we smooch in the bedroom?
The door was locked. You gave up on getting into the room and decided to go elsewhere. Oh, okay. Interesting that we could go back to the... Let's go back to the stained glass and then call out for the maid then. Turn to the room with the stained glass window. You had searched throughout the mansion but had no luck finding the maid. You felt somewhat tired, though you were not sure whether it was physical exhaustion or otherwise. You had little interest in doing any more moving about. Taking a seat in one of the pews, you gazed up at the stained glass, staring solemnly back down at you as the archangel said to weigh the souls of the deceased. Perhaps she was trying to weigh your soul.
Hello, maid?
Master! Master! Oh, there you are, Master. You gave me quite the scare. After returning to the third door, you disappeared without a word. Oh my, it was I who had disappeared. That is quite strange. I did not go anywhere as far as I'm aware. Nevertheless, I am glad to have found you. I would have been at a complete loss for what to do if I had been separated from you yet again. I did indeed say that when you first arrived. I have been waiting for your return for a very long time, for centuries as a matter of fact. That would make me a ghost then, you say? I am very much not a ghost. Would I be able to hold your hand if I were? Saying this, the maid took your hand. It was cold enough to send a shiver down your spine and completely devoid of life. Though as chilling as it may have been, you took great comfort in the feeling of her hands in yours. The maid looked down at you with gentle eyes. After a few moments of silence, she sat down beside you. Stained glass is quite beautiful, is it not? Every time I see it, it brings a tranquility to my heart. A dreadful, deep-rooted curse afflicts this mansion. However, this room is the one exception. Can you feel the purity that hangs in the air, Master? Yes? What is it, Master? You are correct. The stained glass window had been shattered and was not present in the time period of the previous tale. I wonder, perhaps it is because the mansion we are in presently resides in a realm separate from the real world. We are in a world constructed from myriad memories and histories. I am sure that when you regain your old self, Master, the mansion too shall be restored to its original state. So do try and remember, all right? Oh, yes. Where did you go in my absence, Master? I see. So you explored the mansion, then? And did you find anything noteworthy? Memories? I'm not quite sure what you mean. How peculiar. As a servant of this house, I pride myself in being aware of most everything present within these walls. I wonder whose memories they could be. Now, that was a nice break, but we should get moving. The tale I'm about to show you is the last of the mansion's memories. I am certain you will remember yourself after seeing it. To our feet. The final door is not far. And please, do not let go of my hand. Holding your hand, the maid led you to the far end of the room. Interesting that she's saying that it's the last door. Because when I was looking up trigger warnings, there is at least 7 chapters, and this will only be chapter 4. So I'm curious. Crossing beneath the stained glass window, a metal door came into view. Our destination lies at the top of these stairs. There we will find one last door. She pushed open the metal door, revealing a long, long spiral staircase. I personally would not trust myself on a staircase like that. Like, they're pretty. Spiral staircases are pretty, but like, I don't know. It looks like it would get slippery for some reason. It'll be a bit of a walk, so let us be on our way. And please, do watch your step. This is called an observation tower. Normally, towers such as this were built in castles or churches, so it is rather strange for there to be one in a mansion. The last door I wish to show you, Master, resides at the top of this tower. Rectangular windows are carved out of the stone in several locations along the way up the spiral staircase. You attempted to peer out of the windows, but all you could see was a thick layer of fog. Perhaps the maid's suggestion that the mansion did not presently reside in reality was, in fact, correct. With each step upward, you found yourself gripped by an indescribable sense of anxiety. The feeling somewhat resembled irritation or annoyance. Sensing this, the maid tightly gripped your hand. There is nothing to worry about. You will be fine. It is all in the past. No matter what may happen, so long as you do not let go of my hand, you have nothing to fear. You and the maid continued climbing the stairs, up and up, around and around, marching even nearer the supposed final door. Unbelievable sights, indescribable feeling. I feel like I should know what that's referencing, but my brain is empty. High up in the tower, as the light from below drew distant, a rotten wood door came into view. Patches of what appeared to be blood stained the surface, and holes had been bored into it with sharp objects of some sort. You heard a scream from far below, where no one should have been seen, or no one should have been. Bleh. Bleh. Kill the witch! Kill the witch! Kill the witch! Burn her! Burn her! Burn her! You were struck with fear. The next moment, the maid opened the door. And then... you slowly descended into darkness. Okay, so this will be... I'm assuming the 1900s. Nope! We went back before any of them. Set on a pot, set it on, and also pour water into it. Gather the pieces thereof into it. Even every good piece, the thigh and the shoulder. Fill it with the choice bones. Take the choice of the flock, burn also the bones under it, and make it boil well, and let them seethe the bones of it therein. Thus saith the Lord, woe to the bloody city, to the pot whose scum is therein, and whose scum is not gone out of it. Bring it out, piece by piece. Let no lot fall upon it.
She is not gonna have a good time.
Where is she? Where did she go? She came down this way, I'm sure of it. Find her. Find her. And burn her. Burn the witch! 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 Burn her! 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 Then I will leave thee upon the land. I will cast thee forth upon the open field, and will cause all the fowls of the heaven to remain upon thee. And I will find the beasts of the whole earth with thee. And I will lay thy flesh upon the mountains, and fill the valleys with thy height. I will also water thy blood the mountains wherein thou swimmest, even to the mountains, and the rivers shall be full of thee. And when I shall put thee out, I will cover the heaven and make the stars thereof dark. I will cover the sun with a cloud, and the moon shall not give her light. All the bright lights of heaven will I make dark over thee, and set darkness upon thy land. I seem to have lost them. Now, where am I? Where should I go from here? What am I to do? Absolutely speaking in cursive. Darkness spreads as far as the eye can see. Not a ray of light shines down upon me. All that strokes my cheek are tendrils of darkness. Every passing day, every fading hour, my world is engulfed in ebony. There exists no kindness in the shadow, only solitude. I've lost track of how long I've been on the run, wandering aimlessly, lost until I arrived at this dark forest. I no longer have anywhere to go. O Father who art in heaven, I kneel to thee within my heart and ask of thee thy blessing. O Father who art in heaven, I ask of thee to shine thy light upon me and show me the way. Please have mercy upon my soul, O Father who art in heaven. I do love thee dearly, hallowed by thy name. Please show me the way. I may be shunned and persecuted, and I may have no place to go. But nevertheless, I am unable to give up on life. To cast aside my hope. Father who art in heaven, please guide me onto salvation. O Father who art in heaven, please guide me. I can no longer remember when my life became naught but running, when it became endless wandering in the dark, and now, when I've reached the point where I've long since forgotten my hunger and my thirst, my voice has become hoarse, my vision gone blurry, and my consciousness began sinking into a hazy morass. That mansion appears before me, wrapped in a mountain fog that seems to foretell rain. Okay, we got short hair again. So that's possibly a pattern?
Thank you for the resubble,
Xephoria
Puckle.
one love.
Hopefully you're doing good.
Oh my. The mansion comes into view like the world fading in after a dream. It doesn't appear as though anyone lives here. All the windows are either boarded up or shuttered, as if it's long since been abandoned. A tower, which seems out of place in a personal residence, stands tall beside the mansion. The whole building seems as though it could disappear in the fog. It has an unwelcoming presence, freezing me in my tracks. However, if this is where you have led me, then I shall follow your guidance. Having nowhere else to go, this mansion is my only salvation, the light that guides my way. And so I have faith that no matter what I find, whether spirits or wild beasts dwell within these walls, that this is where I will find peace. Is anyone there? I guess it is abandoned. That makes sense. It would be more unusual for someone to be living in a house so deep in the woods, so far from civilization, like it's been forgotten to time. I can't imagine anyone spending their days here. I place my hands on the front door. What if I can't get in? I very much doubt I'll find anywhere else to stay wandering around through the woods. If the door won't open, then I'll die out here in the forest. I've come to accept much, but I'm not ready to forfeit my life yet. Please open. The door is heavy, and though it seems to protect my attempts to enter, it still opens much easier than I was expecting. I was worried over nothing. So I'm wondering, since this is like so far in the past, I wonder if this is the first iteration of this house. Looking in, I get the strangest impression light is being swallowed up into the mansion's depths. Rather than going inside, it feels as though I'm about to step outside the boundaries of this world. When I close the door, it's so dark I can't even tell where I'm walking. I wonder... The window's open. Though I manage to fumble my way over to a window, it's tightly shuttered, and the shutters are caked with rust. I'm probably not going to be able to open it without a fight. If only I had some source of light. I can't even see my hand waving in front of my face. It feels like the floor will fall out from under me and I'll sink into eternal darkness if I don't watch my step. Fighting back that fear, I slowly walk forward, tracing the wall with my hand. There is a door at the end of a long corridor. I pull it up, and a wisp of bone-chilling air brushes past me. It's too dark to see anything, but I can feel something different present in this area than the rest of the house. Uneasiness grips me. Is anybody there? My voice simply disappears into the void. No response. As I'm pushing forward through the freezing air, for a split second I spot the shimmer of light. Squinting my eyes, I'm able to make out a large window. Unlike the others, it's not shuttered, but covered by drapes. My chances are slim, I imagine, but if there's even a slight possibility of getting some light in here, it's worth a shot. I pull open the drapes. The next moment, faint but colorful light shines down on me. It's a stained glass window. From beyond the glass, I can hear the subtle pitter-patter of rain. I guess it finally started. The different colors of light blend into a milky white, dim but wondrous. It's gorgeous. Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. With a little more light, it'd be... Please do not touch the drapes. Huh? Or the windows. Suddenly I hear a voice, and I can sense someone else in the room. The man's voice is emotionless, neither deep nor high. I was thinking it was the maid. Before long, he comes into view, illuminated by dull orange candlelight. That was an interesting visual glitch. I wonder if that was purposeful.
I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but, I did announce myself.
The man stands there, practically blending in with the darkness. Has he been there the whole time? He's staring straight at me. His gaze wavers slightly, but not enough for me to read anything in it. The candle in his hand and the light from the stained glass window are the only illumination in this room, neither of which are particularly bright. As a result, his outline is faint and blurred. It gives off the impression that he might vanish entirely between blinks.
My apologies. I assumed the house was abandoned.
I suspect you would have preferred it to be abandoned.
Not at all. Is this... Do you live in this mansion?
Yes. I have for a very long time. I thought I had barred the front door, but it would seem I left it open. What brings you here? If you're lost, I am happy to give you directions. There is a village west of here. It should take you maybe half a day on foot. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. Trade it for food at the village, then make your way to a larger town.
Please allow me to stay here.
Could you repeat that?
I cannot go to the village. No, I cannot go anywhere. I am no longer able to freely return to any town. I'm being hunted.
You seem rather young to be a sinner. So you have transgressed.
I am neither thief nor an adulterer. If I bear any sin, then it has been with me since birth. I will do everything I can to stay out of your way. I simply ask that you grant me shelter until it all blows over. If you wish to know of my transgression, I will tell you. So please, do not throw me out.
I see. And you ask this of me aware of how people refer to this mansion.
Pardon?
It is said that a witch once lived in this house. And not just any witch, a cursed witch. This house has been tainted by her seething hatred, and all who dwell within it meet their demise. Michael's kind of fine.
He looks a little eepy.
But you live here, don't you? Like her, I too am cursed.
Huh? What kind of curse?
The one thing I can tell you is that your life is in danger if you get involved with me. Should you approach my curse, I am likely to take your life.
You'll kill me?
Yes, so you do not belong here. To live with me in this mansion is to sentence yourself to death.
No matter what path I choose, I very much doubt I have a future. And if that's the case, then I shall live how I want. I don't care what people say about you or this mansion. I wish to stay here. You might think I'm rather strange, but my heart tells me that I must stay here, that I was guided here, and hearing what you have to say only reinforces that.
Want to smooch him? Just
give him a little smooch. Just,
What are you scheming?
I am not scheming anything. I am simply tired of running. So if your curse is going to kill me, then perhaps that's for the best. At the very least, you won't be hunting me. You won't try to flay me or tear off my arms or rip the flesh from my bones. And that's enough for me.
If you have committed no sin, then why do they hunt you so fervently?
I am accused of being a witch. Master, please wake up. Return to me. Ah, have you come too, Master? I apologize for sending you through the door without warning. It must have given you quite the scare. But I beg your forgiveness. I heard a terrible screaming from down the stairs and I panicked. You say you saw the white-haired girl. I see, so you made it into the world beyond the door before me. I am deeply relieved that I am able to take your hand before losing sight of you. I presume you have already grown familiar with the atmosphere of this time period, Master. If you have seen her, as you said, then you should have a basic grasp of the situation. She was a very unfortunate girl in this era, accused of being a witch, abused and persecuted. Her life was in constant danger. It was, again, her appearance that brought this upon her. That snow-white hair and those ruby-red eyes clearly differentiated her from everyone else. Oh, and I apologize. I neglected to mention that the door is unique. As for what sets it apart, that will be made clear as we proceed, though one difference is in the time period. The tales I have shown you began with that as the beautiful flaxen-haired family, followed by the tale of the bloodthirsty beast, and the tale of the steel and ambition, proceeding in chronological order. However, the door we have just entered takes us to the period now known as the Middle Ages, long, long before the other three tales. Yes, that is correct. This is where it all began. The mansion's curse, the truth of the witch, and your identity. All of this should be made known. If, after this tale, you are still unable to reclaim your old self, then there's nothing more I could do. This door contains the last tale I am able to tell you. So I ask of you, please do not let go of my hand until it is all over. Now then, let us begin a beautiful, tragic love story of two solitary souls trapped in a mansion of darkness. In that era, the mansion was a dungeon draped in darkness. After a great deal of time on the run, the white-haired girl found herself at a remote mansion that stood in a dark, overgrown forest. All the windows were either boarded or shuttered, and it was even darker inside the house than out. Not even a ray of moonlight could enter those walls. Only naturally, the white-haired girl had assumed that nobody lived there. But her guess was incorrect. Someone did, indeed, dwell in the house. It was a young man named Michael. Though she could not make out the detail of his face in the candlelight, she thought him a very handsome man. However, he proclaimed to her that a witch presided within the mansion, and that he too was cursed. Everyone who got close to him lost their lives. Do you think that what he told her was all nonsense, a lie devised to chase her out of the house? The truth of the matter shall come to light in time.
You know, I am curious if, like, this is kind of unrelated, but I wonder if the backgrounds are, like, pictured actual mansions, like how, Umineko was, where it's like an actual building that they went and took pictures and just slapped a few filters on. Or if they, like, drew it and blurred it out in a way to where it looked like they took pictures and blurred it. I don't know. Because if it is actually pictures of a mansion or some building that looks like a mansion, I wonder what the location was. Just imagine it was like the same place that the Rokenjima Manor was taken of. That's like a flower garden, I think. Despite Michael's assertions, the white-haired girl decided she would take up residence within the mansion. This era's white-haired girl was younger than the others, and she was still in her early teens, young enough to be seen as a child. But she was neither as self-centered or irresponsible as you might expect of someone her age. She was very delicate and reserved, and acted with a great deal of modesty and restraint. The accusations of her being a criminal and a sinner were grossly inappropriate. Nevertheless, she was still chased from her home, barely managing to flee to this mansion with her life. Now the white-haired girl thought it would be rude to simply take up space in the mansion, so she chased down the master, Michael, and asked, is there anything I can do to help? I will clean or cook or do anything, just let me know. I want to repay you for allowing me to stay here. You need not feel indebted to me. The weight of that obligation will only turn into disdain. But I can't just stay here and do nothing. Do whatever you like. As long as... You do not enter my room. That is all I ask of you. So this is probably related to the master bedroom that we tried to enter, but it was locked.
He said emotionlessly, turning away and walking off. Michael was not, I believe, spurring her. He was merely disinterested. He did not treat her disrespectfully, nor did he seem adverse to her presence. Words simply did not seem to affect him at all. Not only was the mansion a prison for his body was also a prison ensnaring his heart. I should still do whatever I can. But she did not let her guard down. In fact, she might have even interpreted his disinterest as kindness. Though he was a bit standoffish, he did not attempt to cause her harm. He was nothing like the people who had accused her of being a witch and forced her to flee for her life, and she was deeply grateful for that. Thus began their quiet life together, Michael, who avoided contact with others, and the white-haired girl who had taken a great deal of abuse from others. Two people who knew hardly anything about one another, who were too distant to really be said to be living together. Michael spent most of his day in his chambers, so they only ever saw each other occasionally, and they hardly ever spoke. Though they stayed in the same house, they both still lived solitary lives. Nonetheless, the white-haired girl wanted to get to know Michael better. She wanted to know why he called himself cursed, why he lived alone in this dark mansion, how many days, how many years he had spent here in solitude. And while she waited for the opportunity, she also started doing things around the house. The first project she set out to take care of was cleaning. As the windows were all firmly shut, her only source of light was candles. For whatever reason, there was a great deal of candles stored in the cellar. She wondered where on earth he had acquired so many, but she never found the opportunity to ask him. He was selling candles and as part of an MLM scheme of some kind, and just ended up having candles everywhere as leftovers. It was difficult to even see all the dust and cobwebs with only candlelight, and considering the poor airflow through the house, she was afraid her efforts were going to be in vain. Still, she persisted, sweeping and wiping things down, one room at a time. Eventually, she made her way to the library. The dust that had settled there was much heavier than that of any other room. With each breath, she had to fight back coughs. It was not a room one would normally be comfortable spending much time in, but the sight of so many bulky volumes lining the shelves sent her heart aflutter with delight. They're books. Incredible. I've never seen a book in real life. The white-haired girl had never seen a book before. Oh! Okay, it was true. She had heard people describe them, but that was the first time she had ever seen one herself. Parchment was a very valuable commodity in that era. That actually makes sense. And it was something monks or scholarly priests made use of, and not a material one could easily acquire without some degree of social rank. Books were not printed with machines, but copied by hand. A single volume took an incredible amount of time to create, or work to create. Even the process of binding was an art. I always love seeing videos of people binding books. Like they take like a soft cover book and then just redo the entire outside, probably like make the pages have the gold edges. It's so pretty. I would love to do something like that, but I know that takes like a lot of like work to get together, and it's like I already have so many like little hobby crafts that I need to not grab another one. Standing before a shelf, she stared intently at the spines. There's so much dust. Does he not read any of them? Just a peek. Just a tiny little peek, she said, making excuses of the empty room as she reached her hand towards one of the books. The tome that caught her eye was on the upper shelf. It bore gorgeous jade embossing and looked like it belonged in a treasure chest. Almost. Though she tended to act older than her age, the white-haired girl was still in her early teens and not especially tall. Even standing tiptoe, it was still just barely within reach. At long last, her slender fingers made contact with the spine, and she began to pull the book towards her. Ah! The library was still abandoned for some time, causing the covers to stick together. so when she attempted to pull one out, several others tilted with it. And then... almost all the books on the shelf came avalanching down towards her. Ow. The white-haired girl groaned, buried under a mountain of parchment. She hoped she had not damaged any of her host's valuable collection, for the mess was enough of a setback already in her attempt to express her gratitude. Looking around, she saw one volume that was almost torn in half. She did not know whether it was in that condition before or if it had happened in the fall, but nonetheless she felt horribly guilty. Sitting there, unable to get back on her feet, tears began welling in her eyes. Then, suddenly, a shadow fell over the dejected girl. It took a book in its hand and returned it to the shelf. For a brief moment, the shadow's hand Let me have a sip of the tea. Just need to do a little reset. For a brief moment, the shadow's hand reached hesitantly towards the white-haired girl, then changed course towards another book. It was Michael. There was a hint of perplexity in his otherwise emotionless eyes. Or perhaps he had heard the noise and came to see what caused it. I'm so sorry. Your books. What were you doing? I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make a mess. I didn't mean to damage such precious books. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Oh, that's a good stretch. There's no need to panic. I'm sorry. You make it sound as though I'm admonishing you. What? Did you want to read a book? I do, but that's not what I originally came here to clean. Clean? Yes, I felt guilty simply being idle. I did say you could do as you pleased, but you have no responsibility to clean anything. I just ended up making a bigger mess anyway. I'm sorry. You needn't apologize. Okay. If you want to read, help yourself to any of the books. But I don't know how to read. I just thought the cover was pretty, so I wanted to hold it. You're free to use them however you wish. If looking at them is enough for you, by all means. These are all your books, aren't they? They are. That's incredible. You have so many. It must have taken you a long time to acquire them. 1 per month. What? My family sends me one every month. Every month? The white-haired girl turned her gaze towards the shelves, squinting her eyes and beginning to count. When she finished, she was in awe. There was in excess of 100 books on the shelves, which meant he had lived here in solitude for many years. She was at a loss for words. They're dull tomes, dreadfully inoffensive, and not even interesting enough to waste a few hours with. Decoration is all they're good for. I see. If you can put them to some use, then perhaps my having them won't be entirely meaningless anymore. I'm going to return to my room. Don't feel obligated to clean up. Just a minute.
I still haven't gone to Costco.
Oh no!
When we're 2 dead.
Hopefully you're doing good, Mookie. Oh, yeah. Hopefully at one point I meant to message you and it was a bad brain day, so it got away from me. Job hunting, oh no. I applied to like 12 different jobs in the past 2 weeks, oh no. I hope one of them reaches out to you. Cause, yeah. The only one that bit was the mortuary sales position where I capitalize on death. Nice! And don't get paid hourly wage. Oh no! I mean, at least that's something, but it's still like, Well, hopefully you get something that is nice, and they make me wear a suit. Oh no! You can't be comfy? No. Out of here. Well, hopefully something reaches out. Because I've been
worried about having to like possibly do that at one point, but it's like, no, I want to do what I want. Gives me gender dysphoria to wear a suit. I'm boy, not man. Was there something else?
Could you tell me your name? I just realized I never asked for your name.
Wait, do we not know that his name is Michael? I thought we did.
Not knowing what to call you will make conversation awkward.
You don't need my name to.
I want to, though.
Michael.
Michael, like the Archangel. Your name suits you quite well.
It suits me.
It does. Although it's difficult to see you in the dark, you seem to be a very handsome man, befitting of your name.
I beg to differ. Giving me his name is the highest form of mockery. I expect the real Archangel is probably rather annoyed by it.
I don't know. I think it's a wonderful name.
And you're...
Huh?
No, never mind. We're never gonna learn her name.
Oh, my name? My name is...
Giselle. Oh! We finally learned her name! We finally learned her name! Yippee! Would it be Giselle? It might be Giselle. That's a French name? Okay. Okay, I'm assuming it is Giselle. Because I was like, I don't think Giselle is a name. So it's probably Giselle. There's like half of the names we've been coming across is just like, how do I pronounce?
Please call me Giselle.
So I'm wondering, maybe would the Michael be pronounced differently? Would it be like Mikkel? Might be Mikkel, I'm not sure. $5 says this game is French. Maybe. I mean, I think it's originally a Japanese game, but like they gave these are the same names that they gave them. I had to double check one of the names in terms of the katakana, because I was like, I don't know if this is with an H or with a Y. There's a J, and I'm pretty sure it's not pronounced with a J. So I had to look, and it was like, Habi, and it's like, cool. I ended up double checking for another character's name too. It's just like, okay, there's a bunch of ways that this consonant can be pronounced. What is it in katakana? So I know for sure, without question.
Oh, thank goodness.
For what?
That I was able to get your name and talk to you for it. We haven't seen much of each other since I first arrived, so I'm glad I got to hear your voice. So very glad.
You gain nothing by speaking my name. You have no responsibility to do so, and there is no need for you to feel joy about it.
I'm not pleased out of some sense of responsibility or necessity. It's just depressing, not being able to have a conversation with someone living in the same house.
You do not understand me at all. As I said on that first day, my curse will one day kill you.
But I'm still alive, aren't I?
You are welcome to believe I am lying, or that I am merely out of my mind. But it will be too late when you realize the truth. Takes place in France, they're French. Okay. I don't know if the other time periods did, but maybe.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Even if I do die because of your curse, I promise I won't hold a grudge. Could you possibly be keeping away from me out of concern?
No, I simply have no interest in interacting with anyone.
I would like to interact with you. If you don't mind, that is.
Well, I do mind. So I'm gonna go in my room, and you're gonna see me when I want to eat. As I told you, you have nothing to gain from that. I have nothing, not even words, to give you. My body is but a shell. Even if I were not cursed, my presence would do naught but cause you discomfort.
I don't think that's true. I don't believe that there's anyone in this world with absolutely nothing. There's plenty inside you. You simply haven't noticed it yet. And not all of it will cause others pain either.
You truly believe those words, then you are a foolhardy girl. How can you trust someone you only just met? For that matter, how do you not resent everyone?
Resent them?
I can take a guess as to why people call you a witch, and why you had to flee all the way to this mansion. Your white hair and red eyes, that abnormal, seemingly inhuman appearance drew their condemnation. And I can think of any number of reasons they might have started treating you less than human. Perhaps people around you experienced misfortune, or perhaps there was a natural disaster, a famine, a plague, some kind of external phenomenon. And you were their scapegoat.
Yes, you are by and large correct.
And that would make me as unworthy of your trust as anyone else. It's like, oh, I would pronounce it like Michelle? Okay. Michelle. Okay. I might forget that, but I will try to keep that in mind for this man's, for however long we're stuck with him. That would make me as unworthy of your trust as anyone else. I have no claim of having your interests in mind. Franche Michel. Me, Gungaga. Me, Shell. Goodbye.
If you don't mind, could you teach me how to read sometime?
Did you listen to anything I said?
I listened, yes. I have no intention of idolizing you. I don't expect you to do anything for me, and I don't wish to burden you in any way. I simply wish to be allowed to be by your side. It does not matter to me what kind of person you may be. That is all I want. I apologize for keeping you. Please consider it if it's not too much trouble.
As the master of the house, Michel made his way out of the library. He appeared to be slightly rattled. Perhaps the white-haired girl's determination had ignited something in his chained heart, or perhaps it was something else. He stared towards the darkness into which Michelle had disappeared. Then she carefully wrapped her arms around the jade-embossed tome, a soft smile spreading across her lips.
He's a decent man. I'm sure of it. We're alike, he and I.
And thus began to blossom within her a faint scent of fellowship, as someone who also knew solitude. The whispers in this OST, right? This OST is really well put together. Like, it really fits the mood for every sense. There was the one song that kind of seemed messy, but it did have the evil vibes come across really well. It had been about a week since the white-haired girl had taken upon residence in the mansion. Staying in this house deprived of light was, I imagine, a very claustrophobic experience. To anyone blessed enough to have sunlight as a part of their everyday lives, it would have been unbearable. But for her, the mansion, with its prison walls and lack of either illumination or recreation, was the only place she could find respite. She and Michelle continued to be distant, however. Braids her hair cutely. That would be cute. She does have like really short hair in this timeline, but you could probably put like a few little braids. He spent most of his time in his chambers, which he had inexplicably told the white-haired girl to stay out of, leaving her unable to close that gap. Nonetheless, on the occasions they did cross paths in the hallway, their eyes would meet, if but briefly. It was never for more than a few seconds. Whenever she saw him, she made a point of giving him a little smile. He never said anything, but still, when she had first arrived, he would not even meet her gaze. He seemed to be taking more and more notice of her. Oh yeah, braids both of their hair. His hair would be lovely for braiding. One day, the white-haired girl stood in the cellar, a frown on her face.
Well, this is troubling. I can't go down to the village, but if we don't do something soon... The cellar was where their food was stored, an assortment of non-perishables and dried foods, smoked meats and cheeses. Her daily meals were taken from the supplies there.
Arctic is in a different state. I will answer that for them. They are not someone who is near us. I will not say the state. I will not dox them, but I can say that they're not in our same state. Her daily meals were taken from the supplies there. However, the stockpile was beginning to grow quite small. Were she not on the run, she could have gone to the village to procure more. Yes, they do live on the same planet, at least sometimes when they feel like it. Otherwise they are a void creature.
Or perhaps, were she a little tougher, she could have captured a wild animal for its meat. But Master, you know a young, delicate thing like her was hardly up to the task of hunting for food. How does he normally get his supplies, I wonder?
Oh yeah, what color is your sky if you know it so well? Blue right now, sometimes gray or white, depending on the day.
From there, other questions about Michelle started rising in her mind. No matter how lifeless he seemed,
don't worry about it.
Surely he still had to eat, right? The white-haired girl nodded, then made her way out of the cellar, intending to head for his bedchamber.
Can you go drop off my resume there?
Okay. Best of luck! But on her way there, she spotted him standing by the entrance, staring motionless at the door, lit by a single candle. He appeared to be waiting for something. A local game shop. Ah, nice!
I hope so. I hope so for you. That would be cool.
May I ask you a question?
Go on.
I was just down in the cellar and I noticed we were running low on food. Do you normally go down to the village to restock?
Be my dream job, right? Especially now that we know that the grumps can sometimes maybe show up there. It's just like, that'd be cool. Haven't been outside in 10 years. You are the stocked food.
Then how do you...
What if I told you I don't eat?
What?
That I am not of this world, and as such, I have no need of sustenance. What would you think of that?
That sounds very, economical? If you can survive without having to eat, that's one less thing to worry about. If it were possible, I'd like to have that ability too.
It would seem trying to frighten you is a waste of time.
Was I supposed to be afraid?
Girl do so well in job interviews. What are your strengths?
I don't need to eat, so I get to save a lot of money
from buying food. I only have to pay rent. Never mind. It doesn't matter. You asked about the food in the cellar. It's getting to be about that time. Wait and you will find out.
What do you...
It's here. Our ye old DoorDash is here.
Oh?
If you want to know where my supplies come from, open the door.
But, I'm in hiding.
There's no one at the door anymore. The knock is nothing more than a signal.
A signal?
What would you say if we literally ate babies at the company? Oh, well, we'd save so much on formula and food cost. Oh my gosh. The white-haired girl turned towards Michelle, to press him for more information, but he averted the gaze. Giselle is taking literally everything in stride. She's just like, well, it's your house. I ain't gonna question you.
Find the answer yourself, he seemed to be saying. She took several moments to gather her will and then marched over to the door.
The icon of it is what it is.
So bright. The sunlight, which she had not seen in some time, was so bright it seemed to burn her eyes. Although the sun itself had not gotten any brighter, she had simply spent so much time in the dark her eyes were no longer accustomed to so much light. The color of her eyes made them quite sensitive to light already, so when she stepped outside, her whole world went bone white. The white-haired girl stood motionless for 10, perhaps 15 seconds, and when her eyes had finally adjusted to the light, "What's this?" She noticed a crate on the ground at her feet. She turned her head back to ask Michelle about the box, but the mansion was so dark it appeared to be wholly severed from the outside world. From where she stood, she was unable to distinguish Michelle from the shadows. A pang of nervousness struck her. She wanted to return to that darkness as quickly as possible. The white-haired girl had come to yearn for that world without light more than one with. I feel like I did that wrong, but that's okay. The crate was fairly hefty. The slightly built girl had considerable difficulty bringing it into the house, but eventually she did manage to drag it through the front door. And then everything went dark once more, except for the faint flicker of candlelight floating in the air.
You can leave it there. It's my Taco Bell order. I'll take care of the rest.
What's...
Without a word, Michelle approached her in the box, withdrawing a knife that he had evidently kept hidden somewhere on his person. With it, he cut through the rope that bound the box. I don't eat. Oh, there's my Taco Bell. I have been dying for that crunchy, for that Crunchwrap Supreme. Go on, open it up. At his insistence, she placed her hand upon the lid. She had no idea what lay inside this unexpected delivery. Whoever had brought it was already long gone. Staring at the strange box, she was racked with nervousness. However, they better have remembered no tomatoes, or else I will leave a really strongly worded review. I will not give my driver a tip, even though you do that before the delivery. What she found when she pushed aside the lid was completely ordinary food. Is something amusing?
It was just rather anticlimactic. Here I was worried about what might be inside.
We were just talking about the supplies in the cellar.
So, we were. It completely slipped my mind. This should last us for some time. It's all preserved, just like what's in the cellar. But I don't understand. Who would deliver all this to you?
There should be a book in there as well.
What? Oh, there it is. In the library, he said, that his family sends him one book a month. Does this mean this box came from them? If so, then why did the person who delivered this leave without speaking to him? What happened between him and his family? Is he here because they want him here? Or because he chose to be here?
Take the book to the library, please. I will bring the rest of the supplies to the cellar.
But it's a big box. I'm sure you could use some help carrying it.
That won't be necessary. Take the book and go.
But...
Fine, and stay here. I'll take care of everything.
Wait, hold on, please.
What is it?
You don't have to answer this if you don't want to. And, I'm not trying to pry, but I can't help but be curious.
Say what you have to say, please.
I was wondering if you could tell me why you live here in this mansion.
Family regularly sends me my Baja Blast. If they don't, I revert to my true form and end the world. The Baja Blast keeps me docile. If I don't have my monthly Baja Blast, I will Baja Blast the world.
Why did whoever delivered this box leave before you even opened the door? Could you perhaps be imprisoned here?
I told you this the very first day. I am cursed. It's only natural for a cursed man to live in a cursed house.
Yes, but that's such a vague answer. I don't understand why you're in the situation you are. I don't know how you feel about it. There's so much I don't know.
At first, they only sent me a Bob Blast, then a Bara Blast. Eventually, a Baga Blast. Now, nothing less than Baja Blast will keep me contained. My goodness. The things we're doing to the story. It's just because we know that tragedy is gonna strike, so it's like we're gonna have fun while we can. Sorry, Mr. Michelle. Michelle.
And I'm not even sure if your curse actually exists.
I see. His house is a shell. He's a pearl. Me? Shell. This is a perfectly reasonable doubt from your point of view, having been branded a witch because of your appearance. It would make sense that you would think my curse might be fabricated, or perhaps a metaphor for something else. All right, then. Come with me. I'm gonna show you my Baja Blast abilities.
What?
I'll show you my curse. As he turned on his heels, the white-haired girl caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a smirk on his face, like the whole thing was some kind of sick joke. That smile carved onto his mask was far colder than any look of annoyance or rejection. I'll show you what happens to me without Baja Blast. I have yet to take a sip from it, and so I will only show you 1% of my power. But despite the twinge of nervousness, she still followed after Michelle. As much as he might have stood out in a crowd, with such height and long hair, his presence was almost entirely eroded away by the darkness. God, you really need to do that thing? Which thing? She felt that, I'm like trying to remember what the thing was. But I forgot. She felt that he could simply fade away into nothingness at any moment. Oh, yeah. Do the resume and then get gas. Yeah. They pick you up and interrupt your stream to go to Costco. My goodness. Hopefully at one point. It's just like I always have something going on. But maybe on a Monday. I'm not sure. Just hate going along. It's so big. Honestly, yeah. People there are so well dressed, right? They're all just like well off, like parent adult things. Or like they're like getting a bunch of food for like a corporate party and stuff, and it's just like, I need another pour of me. You got it. Many things are buried here.
Huh?
Mice, insects, wild cats, and dogs. Have you ever thought it strange how little life there seemed to be around this mansion?
Okay, have a good time, okay? You're right. I haven't seen a single creature since I arrived. The only sound you can hear is the wind blowing. Now that you mention it, it did seem peculiar.
They were all killed by me.
Hello, Drake. How are you doing?
Or rather, they lost their lives because of me. Thankfully, the situation that's going on in this timeline is not as bad as it was yesterday. At least for now. I'm sure something bad's gonna come to fruition. You have your answer now. A butterfly fluttered its way into the ruined garden, dancing up and down through the air. Michelle held out a finger before himself, and the butterfly, mistaking it for a branch, drifted down upon it to rest its wings. Had the scene stopped there, it would have been a picturesque moment. All that comes in contact with me loses its life. My skin, the breath I breathe, my flesh, my blood, is poison to all life. But the butterfly's movements began to slow. It spread its wings in one last futile attempt to fight gravity.
and then without warning it shriveled up into a dry husk. It's dead, all dried up and lifeless, like it's been dead for days. It's like his finger drained all the life out of it. Is this his curse? Is that even possible? But I saw it with my own eyes. If this is his curse, though, it explains much. There are more than just insects and animal corpses buried here, too. Servants who came to visit me long ago are here beneath the ground, under our very feet. That's why the servant leaves before I open the door. Should he touch me, should he get near me, his very life is in danger. No one is interested enough in seeing me to take the risk. No one will have anything to do with me. Nary a soul even wishes to see my face. Now you understand what I meant when I said I would eventually kill you. So that's why you've never once touched me. What? That's a weird way of wording it, but yeah. When I knocked the books down in the library, you didn't offer your hand to help me up. And only one of us ever made contact with the box at the entrance at a time. When I offered to help you carry it, you refused, because you didn't want your finger to accidentally brush against mine. My actions are not out of concern for you. I simply dislike people. Others' interests mean nothing to me. What an odd face you're making. Do you not believe my curse is real? No, I do. It is certainly irrational, inexplicable, unbelievable, but you've shown me more than enough evidence, and I don't believe you're lying to me right now either.
In which case, you now understand how dangerous it is to be near me. You said that if you left, you would be killed, but it's been some time since then. If you're careful to cover your tracks, you could make your escape. You do not belong here.
He was telling the truth about being cursed. What a cruel burden to have to bear. I can't imagine just how much he's given up on, how many lives he's inadvertently taken, and how he must have felt every time it happened. How much pain that loneliness must have given him. How much despair he must carry in his heart. How much sorrow must be weighing down on him. So no, I will not leave. I will stay here with you.
Leave this place.
No, I will not.
Why? Why do you insist upon remaining in this house after learning what I can do? You have no reason to stay.
Tell me then, why do you try to drive me out? If you don't care for others as you say, if you're not concerned about anyone else, what does that matter what I do? What does it matter if I die to your curse? You're a very kind-hearted man. You've been watching out for me ever since the day I arrived, doing whatever you can to not inadvertently kill me, to not afflict me with your curse.
No.
Here's what I think. No one capable of showing genuine care for others can honestly, truly dislike all people. They can't possibly be indifferent.
No,
That day we met before the stained glass window, you heard me out. You listened to my plight. You didn't try to chase me out. That day, I thought you to be a good person, and I still believe that.
I simply assumed you would leave on your own when it was safe. I never thought you would be so foolish as to want to stay in a house like this, with a man like me.
How does that make me foolish?
Do you not value your life? Are you not afraid of death? Do you not find me unpleasant?
The thing I fear most is loneliness. You're probably right that by now I could safely sneak away, get myself accidentally pressing the space bar, or not the continue button, sneak away, get myself somewhere far away from here. But even if I did, I would inevitably find myself in the same situation. The only way I can avoid that fate is to stay away from everyone, to live in solitude with no one to talk to. I know you understand how that feels. It terrifies me. I'm afraid of having to spend day after day with no one to talk to, no one to share my experiences, my thoughts, my feelings with. If that's what awaits me out there, then I want to live with you. I want you to be an essential part of my life. Impossible. Please, don't chase me out.
You are a cruel girl. Never again will I allow myself to get close to someone, only to watch them die. Never again. My mother was the first to die. It happened shortly after my birth. Next was my wet nurse. 2 deaths could be considered a coincidence, but as the number rose, it became clear that I was cursed. And I was forbidden from making contact with anyone, even at home. Regardless, being in the same house, accidents will happen. Numerous people lost their lives, attendants unfamiliar with me, or those who simply brushed up against me by mistake. I couldn't take it anymore.
So you chose to move here, to this remote mansion, to keep yourself away from your family. You weren't imprisoned here, you elected to live alone, so you wouldn't hurt anyone.
For better or for worse, I was born into a noble house. So rather than abandon me, they provided me the means to live out of sight.
I will be very careful. I will do everything I can to ensure no accidents occur, to keep you from being alone again. I will not, for any reason, touch you. You have my promise. Your curse takes the life of anything you touch. I've been here for a while, and death has not befallen me yet. As long as I do not touch you, there shouldn't be a problem. Also, I apologize if this is simply me reading too much into things, but I feel like we're 2 of a kind. I fear being utterly alone more than anything, and I think you understand just how scary that is. So,
why are you so stubbornly insistent on being with me? I'm sure there's someone else out there for you, someone you're meant to be with. You may not have found them yet, but I believe someone like you eventually will. Because unlike me, you still have the vigor to press forward.
It has to be you. I'm certain of it.
Why?
Because, well,
You can't tell me?
No, I can. I just, Please don't get upset with me. I think I might really, really love you. Love. Forbidden love. His was a power that evoked images of witches or demons, the unclean and the impure. A mere touch was all it took for him to strip man and beast alike of its life. God has quite a cruel streak to bestow such a power upon such a beautiful young man. Please give her a happy ending, delusional, right? I'm still glad that the last one wasn't as bad as we were thinking, but it was still bad. And a strange power it was indeed, like something out of a fairy tale. Like something confined to words upon a page, it seemed otherworldly, unbelievable. Nonetheless, as he had demonstrated to the white-haired girl, his peculiar powers were indeed real. That said, the world has its fair share of oddities. It just so happens that those curiosities tend to remain hidden away, known only to a few. Although you have laid eyes upon a number of unusual phenomena yourself, Master, the doors of the past through which we have passed, this very mansion, and as a matter of fact, the 2 of us. Now, as you just saw, The white-haired girl found herself enraptured with this man and his accursed power. How do you think Michelle acted in response to her proclamation? He had spent so long refusing to interact with others, no, unable to interact with them. As such, he was unsure how to respond. After standing there expressionless for a few moments, he muttered, "I'll consider it." And with that, he returned to his chambers. While he was not someone who wore his heart on his sleeve, I personally do not believe he was completely devoid of emotions. He had simply forgotten how to express them in his extended solitude. So I think he was, in that moment, in a state of complete panic. She had, after all, just assaulted him with a stream of incomprehensible declarations, that, knowing the truth, she still wished to remain in the mansion, and that, knowing the truth, she loved him. The love she had declared for Michelle was not a fleeting puppy love. There was genuine tenderness and warmth to her words. But he had gone through his life shunned, feared, pushed away. To him, that was normal. He had never given anyone reason to have any fondness for him, so he found himself utterly unsure how to take the affection she was showing. Of course, he was not the only one rattled by the whole affair.
She's just going through, it's like, oh man, I just confessed my love to a man that I can't, like, he can't touch me, and he can't even hold my shoulder, or nothing, he can't give me a hug.
Oh dear. Several days had passed since Michelle had asked for time to think. He had still yet to show himself again. This is all my fault. The white-haired girl paced anxiously through the halls, on the off chance she might run into him. As per his request, though, she kept her distance from his chambers. Nevertheless, she was beginning to worry about the fact that he had secluded himself away for so long. So she worked up her courage and made her way to his room. What if he doesn't want to see me ever again? I didn't consider I might be overstepping my bounds, or opening my mouth. Every step she took was slow and laborious. Her mind raced with worry and doubt. I should at least tell him I'm sorry. Rather than out of desire to know how he felt, she was compelled by guilt and a desire to apologize. After walking for some time, she arrived at a door, sitting in an utterly unlit hallway. She drew in a breath of musty air, then let it out, repeating the process several times. Next, she reached her hand up to knock on the door, then pulled it back, also doing this a number of times. Oh, how adorable she was. I wanted nothing more than to give her a little nudge. After all, she was too sweet a girl for her worries to be anything but misplaced. I just can't find the courage. Maybe I should come back another day. But what's the point of waiting? I need to apologize and get the weight off my back now. She gathered her courage once more, this time determined she would do it. The white-haired girl moved her small fist towards the door, which then swung open. I'm sorry.
Please, you must announce your presence. I almost walked right into you. Are you in that much of a hurry for a mishap?
I'm sorry.
And I believe I told you to stay away from my chambers.
You did, so I spent a long time debating whether I would, but I decided I really wanted to tell you this.
Oh, well, actually...
I am truly sorry.
What?
The other day I could barely manage to get the words in my head all the way to my mouth. There was no room in my mind for anything else. I shoved my own thoughts and feelings into your face, not considering that might not have been what you wanted, just running non-stop, not thinking at all. I was terribly disrespectful to you, completely selfish. You're a kind-hearted man, I truly believe that. But you were only being courteous, because you're a nice man. I'm sure you have little interest in the affections of a queer little girl, so... I would love it if I could stay here. It would be a wonderful blessing, but if you really don't want me here, if my feelings are imposing upon you, then I apologize. I'm sorry, and I'll take my leave of this house.
These two awkward nerds.
I'm sorry.
Don't be, My mind went blank for a moment.
What?
I find it difficult to comprehend you. The other day you were firm in your intentions to stay, and now you'll say you'll leave without a struggle.
You holed up in your room for so long that I thought, you didn't want me around. To be honest, I want to stay here. I do.
I think you should do whatever pleases you.
Huh?
You can stay, or you can leave. I will not pressure you to do one or the other.
So, I'm not imposing?
To tell you the truth, I had to think about that for some time. However, I have now come to something of a solution. Since you're here, come into my room.
What? But I thought I wasn't allowed to.
To prevent what almost happened a few moments ago. So we don't accidentally run into each other.
Sorry.
You're forgiven. Now come in.
Okay. Is this a necklace?
If that's what it looks like to you, then I suppose that means I succeeded. Pick it up.
Ah. It has a little bell.
Oh, that's cute! That's adorable. Please make an effort to wear it while you're in the house. Because it's so dark, there will always exist the risk that we might accidentally bump into one another. So I tried to come up with a way to reduce that risk.
Does that mean you didn't leave your room because you were working on this?
And that's right. What other reason would I have?
I think most people would assume that it was because they put you in a bad mood, or that you didn't want to see them.
I have little sense of how most people see the world.
Sorry. I appreciate it, though. I'm really glad to know that you put so much thought into a life together with me.
It would be difficult not to, after the other day.
I'm so happy right now. I can't think of any better word to describe it. I couldn't be happier.
You're being dramatic. To tell you the truth, I feel a little bad about it.
Why?
It seems rather impertinent to affix a bell to someone. You're not livestock, you're a person.
That's why you turned it into a necklace? Thank you very much. I'll keep it on me at all times. I really, truly appreciate it, Lord Michelle.
Don't call me Lord, please.
All right, then, I'll just call you Michelle. And will you please call me Giselle?
The windows.
What?
If we could open the windows... never mind. I was just thinking you wouldn't need the bell at all if we could get some light in here.
They can't be opened?
They're rusted shut. All the windows have been shuttered for as long as I've been here.
I assumed you had boarded them all up.
That was done long before I ever arrived. After so many years here, though, I hardly consider it an inconvenience anymore. It also serves to repel wanderers.
Oh, really?
Is there something odd about that?
No. It's just, I realized I had the wrong impression about a number of things. As I learn more, I see things in a different light. See you in a different light. And I'm sure there's still plenty more for me to learn.
All the people I ever met, you are perhaps the most difficult to predict. Not only do you have no aversion to the darkness,
The dark has always been a close friend of mine. Which isn't to say I dislike the sun. Its light can simply be a bit too strong for me. I'm like some kind of unholy monster that can't be exposed to sunlight.
You are anything but unholy. My name would suit you much better than me.
Ooh, I wonder if they end up trading names, maybe.
Okay, you can't just do a glitch thing. You can't just glitch like that, game. You can't glitch and then have these squelching noises.
That day, when I first saw Giselle, I was wary of her, apprehensive. I didn't want her anywhere near me, but as my doubts about her faded, I began feeling something very different. As though the lump in my heart had been melted away, I began to yearn for her to be by my side, knowing full well it couldn't possibly last, knowing full well how foolish it was. I found myself captivated by her. I found myself wishing to have her by me.
What is happening? Dude, what was squelching? There were tearing sounds and then you can't rip and tear and squelch. What are you doing in there? Don't tell me he ate her because he loved her. Oh no. I don't know. I don't think he ate her. But I'm worried that might be. I don't know. It's hard to tell where this one's gonna go, honestly.
And that marked the true beginning of their quiet days together in the dark mansion. They acknowledged and accepted each other's presence, no longer isolating themselves, but actively, regularly conversing. As mundane as it might seem, it was something they had been able to, or unable to obtain them till then. Nevertheless, they were still somewhat fumbling around in the dark with one another, drawing closer and pushing away again. Michel, in his own ungraceful way, was beginning to open himself up to the things she said, and the white-haired girl was beginning to smile with greater frequency. It's just the fact that, like, we have learned that her name is Giselle, but she keeps getting referred to as the white-haired girl, so I feel like there's gonna be something to that case. But I'm not sure what direction it's gonna go exactly. They had taken to dining together, and her wish of learning to read was being granted. He caught her in the feeble light of a candle placed upon the table, the two sitting across from one another. Though Michel seemed to be well educated, he had not been instructed in the art of teaching, and he found the process quite grueling. But to the white-haired girl, the longer it took, the better. Her primary objective was, after all, to spend time with him. The days passed, and eventually she reached the point where her comprehension was adequate enough without resistance. Oh, goodness. And her next request then was for them to read through a book together. Have you read every book in the library? No. I stopped looking at them after a while. Most everything I sent is dull, uninformative dreck. The Diary of a Lord, foolish make-believe tales. You're not fond of fiction, I take it. What value is there in lies and fantasies of another? Stories can be invigorating. Tales of adventure can take you places you can never go. Legends of heroes, folklore, stories of otherworldly phenomena. They can be terrifying and they can be exhilarating. They may not be real, but they give you a little glimpse into the author's heart. Let you feel like you're seeing the same thing they saw. You're a very empathetic girl. Fiction inspires nothing of the sort in me. However, perhaps long ago, it may have been able to, though I can no longer remember what it feels like. I'm sure it'll come back to you. You're not an empty man. Sorry. I'm making you uncomfortable again. What about we read this book today? It appears to be a collection of legends. You haven't read this one yet, then? That's good to hear. It'll be more enjoyable if it's a new experience for the both of us. It looks like it's a record of local legends? The book is divided into several sections, though it appears to be mostly superstitions. I am curious what kind of stories this area has. The two of them were looking down at a simple, undecorated volume. As the white-haired girl had said, it seemed to be a collection of local legends passed down generation to generation. They sat across from one another at the table, her turning the pages and Michel simply watching so as to not brush against her. Eventually, her eyes were drawn to a particular word on one of the pages, bringing her hands to a stop. The witch. That chapter detailed the story of a witch, or more precisely said witch's curse. The story went something like this. There once was a witch skilled in dark arts. She lived a meager but peaceful life alongside the villagers. But then, a long drought struck the village, which the people blamed on the witch. The witch was sentenced to death, and as the fire blazed around her, smoke rose high into the air. The smoke soon became rain clouds, blessing the village with an end to the drought. The crops were revitalized, and the villagers fancied themselves heroes. However, the rain also brought madness down upon the people. Though the earth below them was lush and fertile, the villagers were losing their minds, and they eventually began to take each other's lives. The witch still lived on, in the form of a curse. Many fell victim to the witch's curse. Though it did not only take, it also fulfilled people's desires. The villagers had gone mad, but their wish for freedom from the drought had been granted. Thus, the legend had been passed down as follows. The witch will grant your wish in exchange for great sacrifice. As smoke in the sky, she watches down upon us from above. To reach the witch, climb for the heavens, but know that road is a road to destruction. People still believe the witch's legend even now, I suppose. And that's why I face accusations of being a witch. That is not an area very welcoming to outsiders, especially one who stands out as much as you. What brought you to this region in the first place? Mine is a story I'm sure you've heard before. I was cast out of my house. I come from a very poor family. We could barely even afford to keep everyone fed. Being as weak as I am, it was only natural that I would be the first to go. I see. What I don't understand, though, is why the witch is said to grant people's wishes. That is to say, she had reason enough to hold a grudge, but not to give people things they asked for. All we have to go on is a few pages. There's no saying what might have changed or added over time, and it's also certain the entire legend isn't written here. That said, if we were to accept everything as written, you can infer what the witch's response might have been. And that is, if you truly want that much, you can have it, but I'll make certain your suffering outweighs it. Despair that comes after a moment of happiness is far more agonizing than despair alone. I presume that is why the witch decided to grant people's wishes. That is one way to look at it. May I ask you something? Go on. When I first arrived here, you told me that a cursed witch used to live in the mansion. After reading this legend, I'm now finding it hard to believe you made that up simply to scare me away. I appropriated the tale, nothing more. It is said the witch was born in this house. What? Quite the place my family found for me. But it was a clever decision putting me here, I think. Not many people are likely to come near a house with such a pedigree. But... no, never mind. That makes sense. I suspect I know what she was going to say then. If the witch is said to grant wishes, then wouldn't that also attract people who so desperately want something? They do not care what price they must pay? And perhaps she was correct. Perhaps there had been those who had come to the mansion chasing after the legend, and perhaps they had encountered Michel, touched him, and lost their lives. On that day in the garden, he had said, "Many things are buried here." Perhaps that included such visitors. I wonder, did he ever say, like, how long he was there? Probably not. I don't know if we'll know. I wonder if that story might have been more, or if that story might be more than mere superstition. If the Witch of Legend did really exist, what would you do? It might be nice to talk to her, maybe. That's all? Really? I feel a little bad for her, though. The only people who ever wish or visit her are there to ask for something, after all. I can only imagine just how lonely that might be. I swear, I cannot comprehend the way your mind works. Sorry.
Although, if we assume the legend is true, I have an idea what climb for the heavens might mean.
Oh?
The mansion has an observation tower. Or, I suppose, what used to be an observation tower. At any rate, it is quite a tall structure. This is the house where the witch was supposedly born. A tower reaching for the heavens seems like the perfect place to find her, if she really is here.
Oh, yes. I remember seeing a rather tall structure as I first approached the mansion.
Would you like to see it?
Of course. Please, lead the way.
The two of them left the library and made their way to the room with the stained glass window. At the far end of the room were the stairs to the observation tower. The tale of the witch had piqued the white-haired girl's interest, inspiring her to put herself forward to satisfy that curiosity. She had, after all, been accused of being a witch herself, so she undoubtedly felt an affinity to the legend. What a sweet girl she was. It's very strange. I don't know, like, what direction this is gonna go, other than, like, maybe they get too comfortable and accidentally hug. But I don't know. With Michelle in the lead, the two climbed a long, long spiral staircase. There were many more stairs than the white-haired girl had anticipated, and she soon found herself short of breath. Rectangular windows were carved out of the stone in regular intervals. Peering through one of them, she could see a village in the distance. A pleasantly cool and high-altitude breeze brushed across her face. After much climbing, they finally arrived at the top, where a door made of partially rotted wood stood. Michelle pulled open the door, revealing a small room with no windows or doors in sight.
This is the top of the tower?
Despite it being called an observation tower, you could hardly observe anything from there. Her face contorted in confusion, the white-haired girl threw her gaze around the room. Glancing up, she saw only a darkened ceiling, and slightly below it, a single small window through which shone a single ray of light. The beam cleaved through the darkness like the sharpened blade of a beautiful sword. The darkness draped over the rest of the room only served to make more impressive that solitary ray of light. It had a magical fairy-like quality to it. As if being pulled in by it, she drew towards the light. I suspect there was once a large window in this room. If you look closely, you can see seams in the stone of the wall. The color of the stones differs slightly on either side of the seams. I presume something caused them to seal off the window after it was built, though I don't know what that something might be. Your earlobe's kind of weird. When Michelle's eyes fell upon the white-haired girl wrapped in that beam of light, he sputtered to a stop. The man who never flinched at anything, who had long since distanced himself from such stirrings of the heart, was utterly bewitched. He had never seen her illuminated so vividly before, and he was having a great deal of trouble finding the words to describe her striking beauty. For someone who had been chased out of her home and accused of being a witch, the white-haired girl looked less like a practitioner of the dark arts, and more like one of the hosts of heaven. Michelle undoubtedly felt the same way, for his gaze was affixed firmly upon her. Oh, look at that little smile.
Dazzling, isn't it? Like a staircase leading to heaven.
Yes, perhaps so.
Is something the matter?
No, I'm fine.
You know, it feels like there's something odd in the air here. It feels like someone actually might be listening.
If the witch were to speak to you, what would you say to her?
I would tell her, or I would ask her to tell me her true feelings, to tell me what kind of person she was, and what kind of pain she had to endure. I just want to know what she felt. This woman people branded a witch.
The legend was written from a neutral perspective. It's possible she was a fearsome witch. It's also possible she wasn't. I get the feeling She was just persecuted like me. Like me and you.
Like me and you.
Unlike you, I truly am impure. Disagree all you want, but my touch kills. I am a strange, incomprehensible, irrational creature. Or maybe I'm not even a living being. And that's why when I touch something that is, I bring them death.
If only I actually were a witch. If only I actually had some kind of extraordinary power, regardless of whether it came from God or the devil. Then I would be able to grant people's wishes.
My wish need not be granted.
But it's what I want too. I wish to be able to touch you. I would be perfectly content with nothing changing, with us never being able to touch one another. I would be more than happy with that. But I'm allowed to dream, aren't I? It doesn't have to be in this life. I pray the day will come when we can get closer, even if it has to happen in another life.
Happiness is very much a stranger to me, but I accidentally skipped the dialogue. Huh? Okay, okay. Well, we'll never know what I said because it's all censored.
You are.
I will never touch you. I swear it. But I would like to dream about it. That's so weird. I would like to imagine placing my hands upon your cheek.
You can. Reach your hand out for me. I will imagine it too. I'm imagining your fingers running through my hair, brushing up against my skin. I can feel your warmth.
That's so... What? Curse them, slaughter them, revile them, inflict eternal suffering on all their souls, take revenge on the fools who laughed as we agonized. This is blowing my mind. You did not. Those memories are false. Books belong in the library. Why would they be by the fireplace? We once read a book together. It was by the fireplace. Indeed, that is Giselle. The white-haired girl standing there is Giselle. Giselle? What a wonderful little show these puppets are putting on for us, wouldn't you say? I'll come back to you eventually. Then I'll be there with you again, my dear, whispering into your ear for centuries to come, and this time I will not fail. I'll mold your soul into the same shape as mine. I say I'm impressed you made it back here, my dear. Your soul was granted to dust. Someone you once spent a great deal of time with. You know nothing, who are you? Well, that's a surprise. You actually have a conscious mind. And when did this start? You actually have a conscious mind, and are you aware of who you are? Go on, what's the matter? Make this tale into your reality. Surrender yourself in this moment to this beautiful story and remain here in the mansion with Giselle. Watch in this moment this dream. My dear friend, the two of us have much more in common with each other than anyone else. We both suffered at the other's hands. We both deserve to have our vengeance. I think it probably... Emotional support, Rovingham Dara. Hello, Voyage. I accidentally skipped a dialogue and went back into the history, and all this history is different. As a bit of an aside, I'd like to share with you a little fact of life, my dear. Humans have a far greater capacity to hurt, betray, forsake others than they do to love, trust, and protect them. That's precisely what the majority of people do. Yes, I believe you know good and well what no matter how much you may trust someone, they're still going to abandon you in need. That's... When did this start? Were there other times where this happened that we just missed it? Or is this the first time this has happened? What? Oh my goodness. Every time I'm like, oh, this is just a silly thing, something new happens and I'm like, what? Give me delicious little secrets. Okay. There was a wall between them, a wall they could not cross, for if they did, it would mean the white-haired girl's death. No matter how much they yearned for it, they could not touch one another, so they did so within the confines of their imagination. Okay, I think that's probably all that. Part of the 99 group. Oh, nice! I felt that it was only right to click on my fellow boys' chams. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm very excited to get started on that. I did not anticipate being able to voice Akane, but I'll do my best to heckin' be a mystery. Be a mysterious lady. Yeah, the big deal role. Envisioning as much detail as they could that they could manage. It was sad but sweet, a moment of pristine, untainted beauty. The two of them emanated serenity, as fitting as the word cursed might have been to the mansion as a whole. At the top of the observation tower, a pure bond was being shared. A fleeting moment between a young man with a cursed touch and a kind-hearted, beautiful girl. Okay, I'm keep checking, is there something different happening? The dream did not last long, no. For God is quite cruel. They simply wanted to be together, that is all. Their wish was hardly unreasonable. Only a quiet, peaceful life together. But misfortune was creeping ever nearer, its footsteps growing more and more pronounced. I'm gonna have to scream a few times in that role, aren't I, actually? I just thought about it. Believe in you, but I literally thought I was assigned the 9th man and nothing else until I got there, so we're both writing some marginally spooky high here, yeah. Big shout out to God's cruelty, right? We're both ready to die! I guess I'm more of the cat in a box more than anything. Is someone at the door? The flow of time was hazy within the mansion's walls. They had little way of telling whether it was night or day, preventing them from knowing exactly how much time had passed. Oh, Zav, what time is it? It's 12:37. Not 12:37, 2:37. Just goes super, literal. The white-haired girl had made a habit of climbing the observation tower every so often to see whether the sun was up, which allowed her to approximate the time of day. Got so many little Kerbos down here, yeah. Little Kirby's, little hams. Consequently, when she heard the knock on the door, she was not aware just how deep the night was outside. That forest and beast alike lay quietly at rest. Oh, right, the stores in the cellar are almost exhausted. It must be this month's delivery. Not thinking it was worth bothering Michelle over, she made her way out of the chambers and headed for the entrance. There had been only a single knock, leading her to conclude that, as before, the servant had simply left the box outside the door. So without a second thought, she opened the door. Oh no. Gonna cause chaos on the bottom 3% of the screen, yeah! Yes, bombs. Bombs and dancing and all that. I think there's other stuff that you can do. You can, I think... exclamation point slots has you gamble your points. I don't know if you have to put a number after it, but you might. And there she saw a strange, vagrant man standing in the moonlight. His clothes were tattered, his bearded face bony and emaciated. She gasped, shrinking back several paces. The heavy door began to swing shut, but the man forced it open, glaring down at her with unfocused eyes and mumbling, "Are ye the witch that'll grant people's wishes?" It was in that moment that the white-haired girl realized she had been careless. The man had sought out the mansion because he believed the legend of the witch, and he did not seem particularly right of mind either. Perhaps a result of wandering through the forest for several days, or perhaps it was because he was so beaten down that he thought to ask for the witch's help. Can't roll 60 billion slots, I don't have enough gems. You gotta gamble to grow those numbers. Oh, it just didn't like me. Oh no. That's weird, it should be. I feel like that's the command for it. It's definitely like complaining with the number being too big, but I didn't see the actual gambling happen. That's really weird. Seems like an anti-gambling PSA Kirby. Right. That's weird. It really should be working. Let me see if I can figure out what it might be in actuality. Actions. Yeah, it should just be slots and then a number. Weird.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
He did not seem... Okay, he did do that one. In a word, he seemed mad.
No, there is no witch here.
Sure there is. Don't you lie to me. I can hear the witch's voice. She led me to this house.
I promise you that there isn't. Now, please, be on your way.
Have you any idea how long it took to find this place? How many days I've gone without food or water? And you're telling me to get lost?
I don't know what you want from me. I'm happy to give you a little food, so please.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Is there really no witch?
There's no witch here. It's nothing but a legend. If she does exist, she doesn't live here.
I see. And that means just an ordinary person. Just a person. Just a girl. So there ain't a thing you can do. Don't.
No, get away from me. What are you doing?
I waste time waiting for you to get a little grub when I can just take it all. I'm starving here. I'm so hungry I could eat human.
You're about to commit a grievous sin. Are you not ashamed to act in defiance of God?
God? If I believed in God, would I come begging to a witch? I don't fear him, and I'm sure as hell don't fear people. Who's gonna show up to a house in the middle of nowhere? Who's gonna call me out? Who's gonna stop me? No one, that's who. No one's gonna stop me, and no one's gonna offer me salvation. There's a thought. You're a woman, so before I kill you, what are you doing?
What? Is other people here? The white-haired girl lay pinned on the floor beneath the yelling bandit, pleading for help with her ruby eyes. As soon as Michelle grasped the situation, he tossed his candlestick aside and leapt for the man.
Get him!
Non-consensual cannibalism, less so. Absolutely, and especially what he was about to do, it's like, absolutely not. I'm glad Michelle showed up in time. The candlestick gave a sharp clang when it hit the floor. The impact extinguished the flame, bringing the mansion to near-perfect darkness. Something glinted in the bandit's hand, and, without hesitation, he thrust it at Michelle.
Michelle!
How stupid must you be to come at me unarmed?
In his hand, the man held a knife, its tip dripping with Michelle's blood. Red spilled from the grasp of his arm, the flow growing heavier with each passing moment.
You're the only other person here by the looks of it, eh? Perfect. I'll take you both out. You...
What? You don't appear to know whose house you tried to break into.
What are you on about?
Regret your ignorance to your very last breath.
Messed up in the head, you madman. Hey, stay the hell back. Take one more step and...
Just grabs his face.
Huh?
I inherited the witch's curse.
Let go!
Michelle clutched the man's face in one hand. The man raised his knife to strike back, but...
What's happening?
The strength drained from his fingers, the knife falling to the floor. The man writhed in Michelle's grip.
My face, I can't breathe.
Leave this place immediately, or you won't get far afflicted with my curse. Oh, the man doesn't need to commit anything. He just needs to... He's been cursed with death. Helpless to fight back, nay, helpless to even consider fighting back, the bandit fled from the mansion in terror. In his wake, only the white-haired girl and a bleeding Michelle remained.
I just saw A man's life drained from him. His face withered away, sucked completely dry. I didn't doubt him, but... Dear God, that was quite disturbing for you, I'm sure. No, not at all. It's my fault anyway, if I hadn't been so careless. Oh, your arm! We need to get that wrapped up.
Please, do not touch me. You mustn't touch me. The wound is hardly fatal.
It's all my fault. I am so sorry.
No, the degree of the blame falls on me for saying nothing. Next time someone comes to the door, let me know.
I'm sorry.
Please, you don't need to apologize. Well,
Yes?
for once, I'm actually proud of myself. Proud that I could use this terrible ability of mine to do something more than just take life. Gotta go return some videotapes. Good luck with this. Ever had energy? Thank you. Nice things. Nice things always smell you later.
Yeah, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for stopping by, Voyager.
Yeah, we got death over here. To protect someone I care about. So, like I said, please don't apologize.
All right. Thank you. Michelle?
I just keep checking in the history just in case it's something different in there again.
I'm glad you're here. I care about you too.
Thank you. A tough girl Reaper. Had the flame of Michelle's candle not gone out when he threw it to the floor, he would have seen a heartfelt smile on the white-haired girl's face, and she would have seen a flush of red and an awkward smile on Michelle's normally blank face. He also might have seen a little glimmer on her cheek, where a few drops of his blood had landed. But alas, they had no light. Interesting. Yeah, tough guy Reaper. It's like that one story... Oh gosh, I can't remember what it's called. Is it Oedipus? I don't think it is. But just whatever story it is where whatever he touches turns to gold. But in this guy's case, whatever he touches just dies. Picked up on the wrong vibes. Ah, yeah, fair. The collapse of their happiness came slowly, gradually. Perhaps it was because she had touched his blood instead of his skin, but the deterioration of the white-haired girl's health crept along at a relaxed pace. No! The life was not sucked out of her in the blink of an eye, as it had been for the bandit. Yeah, Midas, I think. That sounds right. She merely grew progressively less and less healthy. Amidst her physical decay, she was bestowed with one blessing. Her beauty remained untouched. But as far as blessings went, surely there were others she could have been granted. Could God have not picked something a little better for her? By the time the two of them had realized what was happening, it was already too late. The white-haired girl had grown so weak she could hardly leave her bed. Yes?
Oh, you are there.
I am.
Thank goodness. I can't see very well anymore.
How could this happen? I thought I had saved you, but no. I did the exact opposite.
Please, don't talk that way. You did save me that day.
But you're on the cusp of death now. It's my fault. Because of this curse I bear. How could this happen? Why did this have to happen? What am I? Why was I given this body?
Michelle. Can I, ask a favor?
Go ahead.
Stay with me. Please. As much as you can. Until the very end.
I was going to do as much anyway.
Thank you. I'm happy, Michelle. Happier than I have ever been. And I mean that. You didn't just save my life. You saved me. I've been saved. But only me. Wonder if how he'll handle things when I'm gone. If only I hadn't opened the door that day. I wouldn't be leaving him alone.
Love these type of games need to do some of that, some that I can go blind into. Yeah, we're going through this one blind, and it's like, it's there were a few there were a few moments where it's like, I don't know what's gonna happen in this one other than she's probably gonna die from one way. But we went into the history because I accidentally skipped something, and there was a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know if I can like go back to it. Yeah. Like, there's a lot that were like, that was like censored, and anything that wasn't censored was not said within the game. And so it's like, how long has this been a thing? How many of these have I missed? Just start. But it's really cool. But also this white-haired girl is very unlucky. Very, very unlucky. Right, how much has been erased? How much is hiding from me? What double meanings have been hidden from me not going back into the history that much?
And we could be happy together for even longer. Yes? Would you please hold my hand?
And for context, girl is dying because a bit of Michelle's blood over here landed on her, and he has a touch that can kill people. I love these those sort of Easter eggs, right? It's kind of like, the only other thing that I know did that was like Doki Doki, but that was like, there was all the little Easter eggs everywhere. I think it was mainly with, what was it? It was in like the second act, but it was for Yuri's thing, I believe. She dies in every loop. Absolutely. It's sad.
I think it's probably safe now.
I will not. I cannot touch you. If I do, I might take what remains of your life, take your beauty away, and force you to die hideous. I cannot touch you. But it makes... Oh! Got more of that? I'm so curious what is happening. When you record DDLC, just that it's not polite to record. Oh yeah, that part's cool. Oh, this is all a lie. I think the no's are also just secret in here. Dark, dark, dark. It's dark. How long has it been dark here? How long have I been in the darkness? It's so cold here, freezing. Where could she have gone? Where could she, Giselle, yes. Her smile shines so bright it can cast away the darkness. I must take her hand. She's been calling for me for so long. Take her hand, but I'm cursed. That would kill her. This is so weird. Because, like, the fact that I'm finding this Easter egg by accident is what's like, okay.
And her.
On his way back to the washroom several days later, Michelle heard muffled voices. Got it? Ill. Good. He was having trouble making out what they were saying, but he could tell it was several men, and they were outside the front door. The fact that he could hear them at all through the heavy door meant that they were probably shouting quite loudly. Darker, yeah, dark. Oh yeah. If you're not like streaming or recording it, she doesn't call that out. That's specifically in like the Just Monica scene.
It's just like, hey, you didn't ask permission to share me to your friends. That's really rude of you.
And then she does a little jump scare.
An indescribable sense of uneasiness comes over him. Dread. He drew nearer to the door and focused on the voices on the other side. They grew clearer, enough for him to make out what the men were saying. Everything's in place. We're ready to kill the witch now. Oh, I'm wondering, we might have missed something when we were hearing the weird noises earlier. This is definitely the place. That half-dead bandit said that she was in this mansion. Listen well. No matter what we find in there, we kill it. It could be a child for all I care. That doesn't change anything. Kill the witch. Kill the witch! Kill the witch! Kill the witch!
What he heard beyond the door was a group of men shouting for the death of a witch. In that moment, Michel regretted his decision to let the bandits go free and not watch over him until the moment of his demise. He must have made his way down to the village in search of help, where he revealed what he had found at the mansion. Dang it. But it was too late. Regret would solve nothing. He could neither stop the villagers from raiding the house, nor could he stop the white-haired girl from dying of the effects of his curse. He was helpless to do anything. The gears of his fate had locked him into the path of tragedy and were turning mercilessly onward. The men had begun trying to break down the door with what sounded like a battering ram. While the first strike was not enough to breach the barrier, it was still quite powerful. He was certain it would not hold for long. Michel's mind raced. Was there anything he could do in this predicament? How could he escape from the corner he'd been backed into? Despite his possessing inhuman powers, he would be powerless against a mob of adult men. The villagers almost certainly came armed as well.
Michel.
A weak voice came from behind him. Aghast, he spun around to find the white-haired girl stumbling towards him. She breathed heavily, leaning against columns for support. What are you doing out here? You'll only worsen your condition by exerting yourself.
I had a sinking feeling. I had heard voices on my way here. It seems that I have brought all my fortune upon you.
Don't say that!
If I hadn't come here, this never would have happened. You never would have been in any danger. Please, Michel, hand me over to the men outside.
Absolutely not! I will not do such a thing!
They're here for the witch, aren't they? I'm guessing they're the same people who were chasing me before. The village had a poor harvest this year, I hear. Like the village in the legend. And they believe it's the witch's curse.
But you're not a witch!
They need someone to fill the role, though. So please, hand me over, and then escape on your own.
I could never. Or should just touch them. Well, it's like a whole bunch of people. And it's not like an instantaneous thing. So that's why he hasn't yet to learn to play the DDL songs on piano. Yeah, fun. Never got to learning the lyrics though. Yeah, like I know, I sang it like the other day, just like in quick sync session, and I think I like swapped around some of the verses. Should just touch them like a group high five. He doesn't have that many hands though.
Please, Michel.
I'm the one who's cursed, not you. And you want me to hand you over? What would I have left then? Nothing. Not a thing. I would have nothing. After so long, I finally found someone who isn't afraid of me. Who won't run. I have no interest in a world that would take you away from me, make me live alone once more. To hell with such a world.
Michel.
Would you be willing to die with me?
If that's what you wish, then stay with me until the very end.
Man.
I probably wanted to hear that just as much as him. No, not probably. I did. I wanted to have someone at my side as much as him.
Majima! Oh, Majima would absolutely be able to help, you kidding? Pop my back and just low-key broke, I think. No! Hopefully you should be fine. I wanted to have someone at my sides as much as him.
It's so lonely not having anyone, to live alone, to die alone, to not have anyone watching over you, for no one to even know you're dead. I simply wanted someone to tell me they're there for me, to be there, to hold my hand. How wonderful that would be. A sense of utter relief it would bring. It would be enough to cast away all the pain, to allow me to accept all our suffering. So please, tell me you'll...
They're going into the... Ooh. There might be an opportunity for more stuff in this area, because this is where we first noticed this. Michel and the white-haired girl chose to spend their final moments at the top of the observation tower. They could hear the crash of the battering ram against the door, the shouts of men and their stomping feet. But despite all that, the ray of light shining through the little window was as beautiful as always.
The room's air of serenity remained unimpeached. Okay. I was like, is that the word? After the long climb of the top, the white-haired girl was terribly out of breath. Michelle considered several times offering her his hand, but the possibility that doing so might rob her of the last scraps of life strayed his hand. It sounds like they broke down the door. I'm glad we made it up here when we did. I'm so sorry for asking you this. Don't be. I would have chosen here as my final moments as well. This is one place in this mansion with any sunlight. One place I can get a good look at you.
Thank you.
The shouts of their stomping their feet. I don't know. I would blame that on myself for misreading.
I'm truly glad I was able to end up here, that I was able to meet you, and more than anything, that you said that you cared about me, that I managed to become an essential part of your life.
Do you even need to ask? I wouldn't be here otherwise. I feel the same way as you. I'm sure of it.
The two of us are more similar than you probably care to admit. Can I ask you one more thing?
Go on.
Would you embrace me? If this is to be the end, if this is to be my last chance, and I don't want it to end without having been able to touch you. Please, don't refuse me this, Michelle. Just do it, please.
I won't keep you waiting long.
Thank you.
The truth is, I always wanted this. I dreamed of being able to hold you.
I dreamed of it too. Thank you. I'm so very...
She's still so beautiful. What a cruel joke. Would you have not given us some other miracle? One that would allow us both to survive? Where are you? Where'd you go off to? I can't find her, damn it. Hey, there's some stairs over here. They lead up. Beneath the single ray of light, the white-haired girl lay completely still. Not even a single frail sigh escaped her closed lips. She remained as gorgeous as ever. It was as though she had simply fallen asleep in the sunlight. Looking down upon her, Michelle determined to do one thing. I will not allow anyone to sully this sight. He gave a fleeting glance back at the pristine corpse, then opened the door and stepped through it alone. He would protect that room where she lay. Also, the music was so loud I couldn't even hear the sound alert. Hopefully you Aggies can actually hear my voice over it. Hey, there's someone up there! So this is where you've been hiding, you infernal witch! Wait, that's not the girl! The raucous sound of their footsteps rang up from below. Shortly thereafter, the men themselves came into view. As he had expected, they were hardly armed. He glowered at the men, then sucked in a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, I am the witch you seek! I have inherited her curse, and it is I who brings calamity upon you! You hear that? But he's a man or woman, it doesn't matter. Death to anyone who has ties to the witch. Cleanse this earth of all impurity! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Michelle did not flinch at the sight of the men. He stood unyielding between them and the door. He did not flinch when they raised their weapons against him, nor when they pierced his body. Die, and take your curse with you! I have no need for this
this life any longer. It's all yours. I am cursed to kill even that which I wish to protect. But at the very least, I can protect one thing before my life is done. Not even one of you will leave this place. Wither and die by my curse.
The blood spilling from his skewered body flowed down the stairs, down and down like a little river, soaking the feet of every single man who had stormed into the mansion. This was the last thing he saw before the final grains of life slipped through his fingers, which brought a faint smile to his lips.
That can't be all, right?
You're still alive? Huh?
Neither of them had expected what happened next, though, for God has the most twisted sense of humor. The white-haired girl had not miraculously passed away without being robbed of her beauty. Why am I still alive? She had, rather, not passed away at all. Quite cruel of him, was it not? Michelle? Where have you gone, Michelle? Michelle. I smell blood. For how he allowed her to die, she would not have been made to witness the scene that awaited her. No. And I am sure you know just what it is that she laid eyes upon in that moment. The ravaged corpse of her beloved, a torrent of blood streaming down the spiral staircase, and the sickening stench it raised. No. Why? And his was not the only body. The villagers who had assaulted the mansion had been subjected to his curse, the life drained from their withered shells. Why did this? Michelle, why? Why am I the only one to survive? That is a question I cannot answer either. Perhaps his curse did not affect those he loved, as terribly cruel as that might be. I cannot say. Why? You said we would go together. A world without you has no meaning. Has she actually expended her life there in the room at the top of the tower? Perhaps this tale could have had a happy ending. She would have at least been able to have the man she loved at her side until her very last moments upon this earth. But that was not what had transpired. She had survived, been left utterly alone. I felt a profound pity for the miserable girl, so I called out to her. Would you like to see him once more? I have the power to help you meet him again. Who is there? Where are you? You know what they call this mansion. So who do you suppose remains on these grounds? No way. You're from the legend. You actually exist. Now, I asked you a simple question. Would you like to see him again? The witch grants people's wishes, but at a price. I said I wouldn't ask for her assistance if I met her, but that's all changed, now that I've lost him. If it's truly possible, then yes, I want to see him. Bring him back to life. Incredibly, I cannot directly meddle with the forces of life and death. However, I can guarantee you this. Your reconstruction. Reconstruction? Correct. To ensure that you remain as yourself in future lives and are not reborn as someone else, your body and mind shall be reconstructed, as shall his. If you sincerely wish to reunite with one another, if you genuinely need each other in your lives, you will eventually meet. As I can promise you, all I can promise you is eternal reconstruction. What you make is up to you. You want to see him again, don't you? You want to hear his voice again, don't you? You want to feel his hand on your cheek once more, don't you? If that's what you want, then you must remain who you are. If you are simply reborn, that wouldn't be you. So there wouldn't be any point, would there? Me, as I am, and he, as he is. Make up your mind quickly. I will not wait long. I want to see him again. As you wish, sweet little girl. I shall grant you both eternal reconstruction and pray with all my heart that you can attain true happiness. Shortly thereafter, the white-haired girl took her own life. She decided she had nothing to gain by remaining in the present time, and that in order to reunite with Michelle, she needed to make her way to her next life. And thus the mansion was left bereft of a master, to travel slowly through the ages until someone came along to give it life once more. That chapter was so short in comparison to all the others. That's so... We're still here. Right, because we were looking into this room. Okay. Okay, once we go through the next door, we'll take our break. But an unfathomable amount of time has passed, and the two have still yet to reunite. Pardon. Have they, Master? You know now who you are, do you not? You remember everything now, do you not? You are present in every single era, the reason for which is, as I described in the previous tale, because you yearn to be reunited with someone. But that person never showed up in any era. And poor sweet you, having no memory of any of that, lived those lives with other men. Is that any surprise misfortune befell those eras then? The door swung closed. Rather than outside, you and the maid were inside the dull, monochrome room at the top of the observation tower. The awe-inspiring ray of light shone not through the lone window high above upon the stone wall. Wrapped in a curious, impenetrable darkness, you both stood alone in the room. The maid wore a gentle but bitterly cold smile as she looked straight at you. It is not your fault misfortune befell you. The only force to blame is for that is fate. You were always so kind, so pure of heart. You have boundless trust for others and the goodness of people. You were the very image of all that is right. There is no greater misfortune than someone as pure and beautiful as you, being mercilessly thrown into the grinding gears of tragedy again and again. I still pity you for everything you have to go through. You poor, poor soul. You must be utterly exhausted, constantly betrayed, the man you were waiting for never appearing. After so long your spirit wore down to the bone. You lost any and all awareness of who you even were. Who were you hoping to find wandering into this illusory mansion cut off from the real world? You and I are the only ones here. The man you seek is nowhere to be found. Have you still not figured it out? Then allow me to tell you everything. I am the cursed witch, Morgana, who haunts this mansion, and you are the tragic plaything of fate, the white-haired girl named Giselle. Did my calling you master confuse you? If so, then I apologize. My habit of calling the master or mistress of the house master is quite deeply ingrained. And yes, that means precisely what you think it does. That I have accepted you as my new master. That I wish for you to remain here, to stay with me. So let us put an end to this journey. Do not worry, there is nothing to fear. We are simply going to step outside the river of time. Nothing unpleasant will ever happen to you again. I will be here with you for all eternity, and I will give you my utmost care. You will not have to wait for anyone. Forget about him, the man you once sought. And I am sure you shall find happiness. Please, do it for me. I have been waiting for you for so very long. I have wanted nothing more than to see you again. But you were continuously stolen away from me, despite my sincerest desires to spend my days with you. Which is why I wanted you to recall everything. For surely you will not willingly repeat the same fate. If you knew of all the pain it has caused you to suffer thus far, spend eternity with me in the gentle embrace of darkness. The maid extended her hand for you. Her fingers, brushing up against yours, were as cold as ever, but her breath tickled your skin pleasantly, and her sweet words rang in your ears, filling you with warmth. You thought back on your time with her in the mansion. She had indeed always treated you with great compassion, and nothing she had said seemed to be a lie. And so you pondered, what were you to do? Oh, don't give me the actual choice. Oh, no.
It did autosave on this, right? Okay, yeah, that's the autosave right there. I'm sure whichever one we don't go, or like, I'm sure one of them will give us an end, I think. Maybe? Don't know.
We need to find our mans.
You could not accept the maid's offer. If what she said was true, you could not give up on your search. You had spent years and years waiting to reunite with someone. Your previous attempts may have been rife with mistakes, but you could not stop trying.
Come, Master. Spend eternity with me in the mansion. We will have the most wonderful time together.
The sweet tone of her voice, her cold fingers, her icy smile. Those were all terrifying now. You had to escape. Had to break out of this darkness, make it outside.
Master, what is the...
I'm sorry, I feel bad for doing this to you, but also I don't know. You brushed the maid's hand aside. As her eyes widened, aghast, you fled from the observation tower. Down and down the spiral staircase you went, through not a whisper of a footstep could be heard in the store tower. The stairs seemed to go on forever. Down and down and down and down. At long last, you arrived at the bottom, dashing from the next room without a passing glance at the angel in the stained glass window. Are we gonna try the entrance? We know we can't open it. The maid had shown you around the mansion, so you knew its layout. Or perhaps you were familiar with it even before arriving here. A large door came into view. The exit was up ahead.
Master!
But the next moment, her voice seized you from behind. You turned back, and there stood the maid, wearing the same smile.
Where do you think you are going, Master? I told you mustn't let go of my hand. This mansion is quite large. You could get lost if you go walking around unaccompanied. Now come, let us head back, and please do not let go of my hand.
It was the same smile she always wore, the exact same. But right now, it seemed inexplicably ghoulish. The chill that ran down your spine was not from the lack of heat, but utter terror.
Come, let us head somewhere else.
You had to get out of here.
Oh, I know. We can put on some more kindling in the fireplace and start a fire. The sweet firelight and gentle warmth will have you feeling wonderful in no time.
You had to get out of here.
You must be quite disoriented. The impact of regaining your memories has you terrified. Am I correct?
You had to get away. You had to escape. You had to get out of here.
Do not worry. I will always take care of you. Keep you safe from anything that scares you. I will be here with you. Forever.
You clawed at the door. It was not barred, so it should open. Nevertheless, it remained firmly in place.
Now, you mustn't play around with that. Danger lurks around every corner outside. Fog blocking your sight, sinkholes in the road, a thick forest all around, beasts creeping around in the night. How could I possibly allow a weak little thing like you to go out into that? Now, come back to my side, please.
You have no need to be here.
The maid drew towards you. She reached out her hand. Her whole body seemed to be trying to encase you in ice. She wanted to keep you chained here in the darkness. Do not worry. There is nothing to be afraid of. You had to get out of this place. You had to break free from this house of darkness, from this doting maid, and from the maelstrom of tragedy. You had to remain firm, unyielding in that desire. Your desire to go outside. Your wish to be free. You could not compromise or relent. Your thirst for escape had to be stronger than the maid's intent to keep you here. If it was, the door would surely open. Master! You dashed out into the light. There was nothing blocking your escape outside. No fog, no forest, no sinkholes, and no beasts in sight. The light was so bright it almost hurt your eyes. It was a world exactly opposite the darkness within the house. Master, please wait! You mustn't go out there! Come back! Quickly! You can hear the maid's voice, but you kept running through the night, through the light as far as you could go. Wherever you arrived, you were sure that it was where you were meant to be. Once, though, just once, you looked back over your shoulder. It was blurry in the bright light, and you could see the mansion there. It wavered like a mirage, as though it could disappear at any second. The maid standing in the open door. She was desperately reaching her hands out for you, but you were far out of reach. It seemed she could not leave the house. Perhaps you felt a pang of pity for her, but you were not sure. And when you could no longer hear the maids shouting for you, consciousness snapped off. You fell not into darkness, but light. We're gonna find our boy. We're gonna find him somewhere. Wherever it might be. Okay. We are in Paris. We are just straight up in France. Okay. I'm gonna use this as a moment to take a little break, get some leftovers. So this is a good time to get up and stretch, use the bathroom, get a snack, get some water, or just any other liquid that you might want to sip. And we will be back. This is very interesting, especially with that little, like, difference in the history than what was actually said. I'm gonna keep looking at the history just to see if anything's different. But for now, we will take a little quick break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes, and then we'll come back to France. Okay? Okay. You should have aimed for that. Right?
Listening to KLOB, spinning records for all you interns, outturns, his turns, her turns, and their turns.
Their turns. Woo!
A nerd lives here. I hate what you've done to the... Something, or should I call someone? Yeah. Yeah.
So did I. More than words can say. You deserve a reward. I'm so very pleased with what you gave me.
Oh?
We could take an evening to ourselves, get away from camp, get some privacy. I know somewhere quiet, somewhere intimate, somewhere we can indulge in each other.
Okay, I'll have some water. That sounds pretty good to me.
Wonderful. I just hope we don't have to wait too long before we can steal away. But once we can, I promise you a night you'll never forget.
I gotta save money for a trip next month, so I need to be good.
But oh, Lionheart!
I still need to be good, but thank you so much. Okay, maybe a little as a treat. No, I've just bought stickers. I need to be good.
All I know is play video game, draw, and Baja Blast. Hydrate.
Oh, you're right. I don't even have my water bottle on my desk. I have to break myself to get my water. I haven't drank any water. Ah! It spat at me. It's like, here you go, nerd, hydrate.
You know it's dangerous to go outside. Did you want to leave that badly? Did you want to run away from me that much? Please let me not get stuck over here. Not on me, don't stop.
Oh no, I'm being squished. Yeah. Don't, you're gonna hurt yourself.
Come on, come on, come on, you're almost there. Come on.
We can fight it no longer. This doctor sure is yummy. Well, I don't know the relationship between this guy and the doctor. They could have had a fling. Okay. Scrumptious peepers. No! Not the peepers! Time to find that medicine. There's stuff on the roof. Why am I zooming out? Why am I zooming out? Am I dying? Why? I didn't even get rainbow sucked up. What? What happened? I've never seen it do that. Anyway, this is 1 meter and 38 centimeters.
Kirby. Fire!
Golf Angel. Yeah, I'll upload a pic to Twitter. Where did that even come from? I'm just too old probably to know I'll be buried in water. I think I can go until I'm 25, no, maybe 30. Wait, no. Nobody even redeemed that. What happened? That was weird. I didn't even see anyone redeem that, right? It was a ghost. Oh no. I think it's our girl. She got so mad at us. Having the timing be off. Heck. Heck. We're gonna go back to the jump ropes, aren't we? Yep. And then I blacked out. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. I see, when it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack. What? Where did the pearl come from?
There's these. Gimme these things. I don't know what they're called.
What is it? Neapolitan. A Neapolitan ice cream.
Lionheart! What? Hello would be nice! Hello! Thank you for the other 10k bits, my goodness! Yes, you are safe from the scan. It is only me who can be scrunched.
Oh, and I need your help installing tits.
Okay. It's thankfully an easy process.
I just
Yes, you should draw, Mal. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate.
The other gravestones are now fair game too. What are the oh whoops. I'll just keep smashing them until I feel better. Smashy, smashy. 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 Whoever made this grave, take that! Smash, smash, smash. How about I smash all the graves on this floor while I'm at it? I mean, graves are just for a bunch of stupid ass corpses. Can I smash this? Is this a grave? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Look at this, he goes. Smash. Almost there. There we go. Now this is a puzzle. Nice.
What do you like, Joseph?
Where did you go? He's still mumbling.
I'm gonna give you a knuckle sandwich if you don't come out here.
Did you die? Where are you?
He called my bluff. Hey baby, do you like bad boys? Cause I'm bad at everything. The world will feel my wrath. What wrath is that? I don't know. I'm just vibing. There's no wrath to be had here. I do want to pick up that child though. That I don't want that to be taken out. Yes, I'm officially a big shot.
But I hope you guys all have a good Christmas. You better have a good Christmas.
A lot of these people. Give me the clown. He's still over there.
Here, slide down a little bit. No! We're gonna be stuck.
I'm going.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Everyone's almost there. I panicked. It's so bad. Okay. This is for real.
And we are back. Hopefully everybody had a good break. I was thinking over what was happening in that last chapter because I was like, man, like that one section where it glitched and we were like hearing the weird like tearing and like clicking noise, like that probably had secrets. And it's like, wait, there was probably secrets throughout the whole thing because when Michelle like showed up the first time, there was that visual glitch that I caught. So there were probably secrets throughout that whole chapter, and it is blowing my mind. But anyway, I got some leftover food that I'll be munching on. Huh? What was I doing again? Oh, that's right. I was on my way to school. And now, what was I dozing off in the middle of, or now what was I doing dozing off in the middle of the road? I'm not sure. I feel kind of in a daze. Like I just woke up from a terrible nightmare. In the middle of the day? In the middle of the road? Nothing like that's ever happened before. Has it? I like keep checking just in case. Something doesn't add up. I can't remember what I was doing. It's like there's a big gap in my memory. What was I doing? Who was I looking for?
Need to stay focused. I have to get going or I'll be late. I know this place all too well. It's the same route I take to school every day. There's a vendor along the way that always waves good morning to me. I think this is the chapter that I saw a trigger warning for. Hopefully it like telegraphs it very well. It said that it doesn't go into detail of it, but it does like bring it up. So hopefully it's not that bad. Always the same route? I know this place? Yes, I know this place. I see it every day. Every day. Nothing changes. It's always the same. My perfectly normal, ordinary, everyday life. Whoa, look at that. Ah, a gentle breeze brushes against my cheeks. My hair flutters as my gaze slides upward. I'm looking at a tall, handsome man with long hair and a somewhat despondent demeanor. I think I know this man. As soon as I see him, I feel like someone stuck their hand in my chest and is squeezing my heart. It's hard to breathe, and the overwhelming sense of familiarity has me on the verge of tears. Elation jolts through all of my extremities. Oh, I know. This is the person I've been searching for. Excuse me. Excuse me. I have to get him to turn back. I have to look him in the eyes. I have to talk to him. We have to be reunited. I don't know his name, and he probably doesn't know mine, but still. This is fate, so... Back to the mansion. What? I must go back to the mansion. Hold on, there's something I need to tell you. How could I have made that mistake? It was the worst possible decision. I have to make things right. I have to take her hand. I have to make her smile for me. If I can't do that, what am I even alive for? What did I even return from an everlasting darkness for? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. What are you talking about? This time I'll do it. Can you hear me? Why won't he look me in the eyes? If it's not possible in this life. Please! Stop! Listen to me! Why does he keep moving forward? Then I'll just have to place my hope in the next one. Wait! Red light! I beg your forgiveness. I made the worst possible decision. But I will not make the same mistake twice. No matter what form you may assume, I will not err again. I promise I shall come back for you. Giselle. Hey, someone call an ambulance! Someone's been hit by a car! What? Oh. Okay. Okay, game. Sure. Okay. Give her happiness and just to pull it right from her. My goodness. Okay, there's trigger warnings, or not the full list, but disturbing stuff. Disturbing stuff, but they do not reflect the views of the creators. Okay, game. I see. I see you. You can't let us be happy. That was ending 2. I assume ending 1 might have been with, like, us trying to look at ourselves in the mirror too early? Maybe? I think that's the only option that we would have had earlier to have another choice. I guess we have to stay with the witch. I guess. So that kind of makes this make a little bit more sense. So now we know whose hand this is, more than likely. It's Michelle's. Okay. I think this is the right one, right? Yeah, that's today. Yeah.
Okay. Since you won't let us leave.
She was absolutely right. You had seen an axis of tragedy. You had borne witness to far too much pain. And your spirit was deeply wounded by it. You could not possibly endure any further tragedy. I just don't like the sound of this one. And so if she was offering you relief from all that, perhaps you should accept it. She has guided you this far, never letting go of your hand. And it was her presence that allowed you to bear the bleak, disheartening, wretched tales you saw. Did you really need anything other than her? If she said she wanted to be with you, then surely you were allowed to want the same. Grasp my hand, master. Come, hold it tight. You gently wrapped your fingers around the maid's cold hand. Never again to let go. Never again to remember. Never again to look back upon the past you might have had. I don't like the sound of this! The rare treasured days of happiness, or the bitter days filled with nothing but pain, or the person you were supposed to find. But you were fine with that. There was no one to criticize you for averting your eyes from your pain and seizing the opportunity for happiness lying before you. You made the correct choice. I don't... Master? Master? Oh, thank goodness you have awoken. I was getting worried there for a moment. What kind of herbal tea would you like to start your day with? I have some wonderful chamomile leaves if you would like. Or perhaps your tastes have changed since we last met. Tell me, master. I beg your pardon. I allowed myself to get too excited, but we get to be together forever after all. Free of the flow of time, nothing to endanger us or our lives, just peace and serenity for the both of us. I will serve you forever and ever. Does that not sound wonderful, master? This feels like an ending. It is. So, So where... Because I know there's more. It gave me trigger warnings for future chapters, so there's gotta be more. What do we... Maybe... Because it's not gonna be a thing where, like, a third option shows up, right? No. What was the choice here? This was before the third door, I think. Well, let's extend our hand, see what that does. Because there's more chapters. I just don't know how to get to it. You extend your hand towards the darkness, overrunning the mirror. The second your hand brushed up against the surface, the tips of your fingers sunk into it. And the next thing you realized, your whole world was sinking into darkness. You could hear a voice. I am the witch. Okay, if it was a thing that it wasn't, like, it didn't allow me to make that choice until I actually did that, I'm glad people have recommended me this game. It's getting foggy. Looks like it might rain. Maybe we should take a little break. You want to keep going? Oh, all right then. This deep in the forest? Thank you very much. You must be tired after such a long journey. This is the mansion I am looking for, yes? He could have said something. Oh well, I should get going, I guess. What is happening? Does no one live here? But if that's the case, then why was I... Such a big door. He's open. It's not locked, I guess. I wonder if the window's open. Darn, not a hint of light. Hello? Is anyone there? Please don't tell me it's actually abandoned. I suppose I can't know without looking around a bit more. What do we have here? Drapes? I see a little light beyond. This has so many parallels with the other one. It's so pretty. It looks like an angel? Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. With a little more light, it'd be... Please do not touch the drapes. Or the windows. I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but, I did announce myself. Is this, your mansion?
It is.
Thank goodness. I was afraid it was deserted.
I suspect you would have preferred it if the house were abandoned.
Oh, not at all. I would be scared to death staying in this dark mansion all by myself. I'm sorry. No ill will intended, but I do think it could use some light. That way you could see where you were walking. And I'm sure this room would look splendid illuminated.
Not necessary. I make do perfectly well as things are.
How can you see when it's so dark?
I have an abundance of candles and oil for lamps. I'm not in want of means of creating light. It is not your place to criticize my lifestyle. If you need light, you are free to leave. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food and make your way to a larger town.
I am no longer able to freely return to the city. I cannot go back there. Please, don't chase me out.
I see. Do you ask this of me aware of how people refer to this mansion?
They say that a witch lives here.
Not merely a witch.
A cursed witch.
If you remain here, you too shall likely suffer your own destruction.
You're worried for my well-being. Witch or not, my mind is made up.
Which will strike you first, I wonder? The regret or the curse?
You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale.
The witch is real, very much so. It is not a legend nor a fairy tale. The witch's name was Morgana.
Is me. So what does that mean for us? What was that? Giselle?
So with us questioning the name, it's either progression... No, I feel... It would have had to be a thing where we might... I don't know. I'm not sure what to expect from this game anymore.
Oh my, what is the matter, Master? Why are you just standing in place?
There is nothing there. The maid did not seem to have seen anything. You made to ask her about the scene you had just witnessed.
Master, you look like as if you've seen a ghost. What is the matter? How about a little rest before we move on? You do not wish to remain here? Still not fond of mirrors? Yes, yes. Now let us be off. I too dearly wish for you to return to your old self as soon as possible, Master. If your desire is to push onward, then I can hardly be happier. Now, follow me. You followed the maid's lead, returning to the living room. From there, you climbed a set of stairs, your hands sliding through the dust that had settled on the ebony railing. When you stepped out of sight of the mirror, the maid returned to normal. You had been on the verge of remembering something, but you were no longer in a position to be concerned about such things. For the chill in the air within the mansion seemed to be intensified. Standing on one end of the long corridor, you asked the maid, "When was the mansion built?" "I would imagine you know more about that than me, master." "Yes, I know. You have not yet gained your memories. I'm simply teasing you. I want to make sure... I don't think it skips things that I haven't seen. I don't see an option for that immediately. I've been a servant of this house for many, many years, but the truth is I do not know everything about it. All I know is that the mansion is cursed and that it has brought misfortune upon its residents since times of old. I can make a conjecture as to when it began, but I believe you should figure it out on your own, master. There is no guarantee my perspective is the correct one. Now let us proceed." You and the maid traveled down the dimly lit corridor. While the layout of the house was the same as in the eras of the flaxen-haired boy and the beast, the bleak, colorless gloom felt incredibly dreary. On the wall, partway down the hall, hung a painting. Was this here before? The painting, which depicted a beautiful landscape, was oddly entrancing, but you did not have time to appreciate the artwork. Your hand in the maid's, you passed by the painting. Ah! Before long, a door came into sight at the end of the hall. Man, the randomizer is not randomizing that randomly, is it? As Beatrice. ジュグムジュグの心するから海上をすごいすごい待つ裏い待つ風来待つくんならところに住むところやぶるくじのブルクジパイプパイプパイプのシューリンガンのグリーンでポケのピーのポケのパイのチョキョメのチョスケ It's been a while since I've done the Beato laugh. This door is what I'd like to show you next, master. Listen closely. Do you hear the voices? Lively but rough, energetic but coarse. What lies beyond this door is neither a period of elegance or abundance like the first, nor the one of ruin and savagery like the second. Technology and culture had been quite developed. Cameras and photography have been invented. I want to skip, but I don't know if it'll skip things I haven't seen. I would hope it wouldn't skip things I haven't seen, but I don't see that necessarily as an option. Cause I don't wanna deal with Jacopo again. But I don't know if we found out anything new. Cause I'm thinking we have to go through this and then like maybe visit the bedroom again. Because I don't think... Yeah, I saved over it. So yeah, let's just skip on through. Very unfortunate times. Because we did go back and saw new stuff, but I don't know if that is a prerequisite. I don't know if that's a prerequisite to being able to continue. But yeah. So, because I don't think, yeah, there wasn't a thing. Yeah, her name is still censored. Let me look while this is going through. Let's see, house in Fata Morgana, continue? Because
There's more. And I don't know. Yeah, there's 8 chapters. We've only went through 4 of them. Okay. Okay, so we did have to extend our hand. Okay. I'm not looking at anything else. I was just making sure that that's all it wanted me to do. Bark. Have you Eggies been enjoying this so far? I'm kind of surprised that, like, well, I don't know when it would activate, so I just really hope that it doesn't skip over things we haven't seen and just stop skipping once it gets to new stuff. Anna Castlevania. Because it having like the secret stuff in the history blew my mind. Absolutely is blowing my mind. I'm just patiently waiting. We are... Oh gosh, how... we still have to wait through so much. She's still stirring all this drama. Oh, I think that was at the point where it's like, maybe I'll talk to her. Yeah. Then she finds the portrait, brings it over, and she's just like, "Ah, heck, I'm gonna leave." Nobody wants to see your bahongas, Maria. Put them away.
Put them away.
But yeah, I'm surprised. Whoa, that's okay. It skipped things that were new. Rude. Okay. Okay. There's that. Okay, I'm just gonna assume from this line. The door before you slowly drew shut. You could no longer hear the raucous sound of the men from within the den. The faint scent of cigarette smoke, however, lingered in the air, staring vaguely at the closed door. You noticed something was amiss. The maid who had been holding your hand was no longer at your side. You glanced around, but she was nowhere in sight. Down the corridor stretched only darkness. Never having anticipated this, you were unsure how to react. What's the matter? You lost, and you're just trying to take in the sights? A voice called out to you, but it was not the maid's voice. Caught off guard, you spun around, confused, in search of the source. Where are you looking? I'm over here. Yeah, there you go. Little more to the left. Following the voice's instructions, you found yourself facing a wall. You look like you've seen a ghost. Hey now, come on, don't turn away. Yeah, you got it. I'm the one talking to you. The voice was coming from within the painting. When you had passed by this wall on your way to the 3rd floor, a magnificent landscape painting had been hanging there. But now, the canvas was a deep shade of black, as if it had been dripped into a vat of ink. Been a while since I've talked to anyone, so tell me, you can hear me all right, can't you? Splendid. Been so long since I've had a conversation. I was afraid I might have forgotten how to talk, so tell me, who might you be? You don't know? Well, isn't that quite the pickle? Then how about we have a little chat, eh? You got yourself turned around and you aren't sure where to go, yeah? Well, I'll be happy to tell you anything I can, so just ask away. The painting sounded rather high-spirited. Perhaps he was simply excited to have an opportunity to speak with someone, so you decided you would ask the painting a few questions. Okay, hopefully it's not still skipping. I would assume it wouldn't. Because there have been a few times that we've pressed skip. Who are you? Me? Well, as you can see, I'm a painting. Why end up in a painting? Hard to say. Maybe I was reborn as a painting because I used to really like art. Though there are things I painted that I wish I hadn't. Maybe the regrets what turned me into this. Hopefully I get the chance to apologize to him about that. Anywho, no point in getting into any more detail than that. Wouldn't mean anything to you, so enough about me. Oh, right, you don't know anything about yourself. A shame that. Alright then, a favor for you. Since you can't tell me about yourself, if you run into him, could you tell him I really regret what I did? I know I should tell him myself, but, well, as you can see, I'm stuck here. Can't move an inch, so I've got to ask for help. I feel absolutely terrible about painting that picture. I know, yeah, the deadline's way past on that one, but that's what makes it regret, yeah? Because you can't take it back. By the time I had realized, it was too late. He was already dead. He's long since passed away. Huh? How are you supposed to give a dead fellow a message? Well, for all you know, the dead can be wandering these halls too. So please, if you come across him, tell him I said that. That I didn't mean any harm with that painting. Or maybe you are him? Who am I? Just because you don't know who you are doesn't mean you can go around asking other people. I'm not a person, you say? Well, no, you're right, but I'm not gonna know anything about you that you can't tell me yourself. I mean, from where I'm standing, you look almost like a walking cloud of shadow. I can't even tell you what you look like. The maid who was with you before, did she call you master? I see. But the question is, which era's master are you? How many doors have you been through? 3 doors, eh? And of those, did any of them bring anything back? Ah, well, it's not an easy thing recovering yourself. Maybe you weren't behind any of those 3 doors. Yeah, that's gotta be it. That was your first time witnessing those tragedies. Yours is another door. So, tell me, how'd you feel looking behind those doors? Was it frightening, saddening, heart-wrenching? Well, let me tell you something. You were able to bear them because they weren't your tragedies. If the next door you open is yours, will you be able to bear it? Will you be able to accept your own tragedy? It's one thing seeing others suffering, but your own. If you have to face emotions you wanted to keep buried, secrets you wanted to keep hidden away, and pain you wanted to forget, do you think you'll be able to accept them as your own? If you can't, I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't accuse you of running if you chose not to reclaim your old self. Nothing wrong with erasing your memory of something if it was so bad you didn't want to face it in the first place. Let it be rewritten as someone else's story. That'll make it a whole lot easier for you. 'Cause you never know. The most unfortunate tale of all may well be your own. Or perhaps that goes for everything about you. You won't know until you see it. Well, that's true enough. But once you do, there might not be any turning back. Or do you mean to reclaim your old self no matter the cost? If you do, if you're sincerely prepared to do that, then be wary of the tale that comes next. Any tragedy that seems too beautiful to be real is precisely that, a fabrication. If it turns out you're someone from behind the next door, then perhaps you're my... You're what? You're what? What is this place? Oof, talk about hard-hitting questions. I'm probably not the one who will be able to answer that for you. I don't have a deep connection with this mansion, you see. I swear it. I got nothing to gain from lying, do I? It's my regrets that have turned me into this. I wasn't summoned here by no one. That said, there is one thing I can tell you. This place summons people. People who have ties to something that happened long, long ago. No one knows anything ever happened. I didn't know either, till she told me. Though I haven't the foggiest how much of it's true or not. Are you here because you were summoned by her? Or did you come here of your own will to find someone? If you came here of your own volition and you weren't summoned by her, then maybe you'll be the one who can break. Who is the maid? Might as well ask her that directly, but she won't say till you've regained your old self. I see. Well, in that case, if you want to know, you know what you gotta do. It's entirely up to you whether you make an ally or an enemy out of her. There's no guaranteeing she's even right in the head. You never know. Maybe you're not the only one who hasn't found themselves. Haven't talked that much in a long time. Feels great. And now that I've got that out of my system, I should be able to get some sleep. You're probably still wandering in the dark right now, but I really hope you find the outcome you want. And I mean that. You can either reclaim your old self, or you can toss it aside. The choice is yours either way. Now, since it looks like your escort isn't showing up, what do you plan to do next? How about taking a look around the place, since you got a little free time? Could be you come across some things you wouldn't with her around. Oh, right, if you're gonna go exploring, I've got the perfect thing. Stick your hand into the canvas, would ya? The painting was still wrapped in an impenetrable darkness, a perfect all-consuming void. The man had told you to put your hand into it. You... Sure. Yeah, why not? You extended your hand for the painting. The moment your fingertips brushed against the darkness, it swallowed your entire hand up to the wrist. No, not there. That tickles. A little to the right. As the man in the painting had instructed, you groped around the inside of the darkness. Before long, you felt something hard at your fingertips. Clenching the object, you withdrew your hand. Your arm was still intact. You spread your fingers, and there you found a key. Now we can go into the master bedroom. That tickled. With that key, you can access the master bedroom. A while back, she tossed it into me. Dang litter bug. So, yeah, it ain't mine. Don't worry about giving it back. However, I bet there's something worth seeing in there, if she felt the need to toss the key. Alright, well, I'm gonna get some sleep. You take care. If you happen to learn my name, come pay me another visit, should the fancy strike you. Having said that, the painting fell quiet. In your hand lay a small key. It seemed rather antiquated and vaguely familiar. Silence once again drew over the corridor. You stood there all alone, no sign of the maid. After considering it for a few moments, you decided to explore the mansion on your own. Okay, I'm gonna have this be a save slot down here. We are gonna make our way to the bedroom. You inserted the key you had been given into the door's keyhole, and with a twist, the door opened. The master bedroom was shrouded in darkness, much like every other room in the mansion. It had evidently been left unused for some time. The air in the room was stale and forlorn. Master. A voice seemed to ring out from somewhere. Come on, get up. Up with you. Master! See, what did I tell you? It's much nicer in here with a little light. Without warning, your whole world took on bright, vivid colors. Light streamed through the window, illuminating a well-lived bedroom. A woman's silhouette stood before you. Wait a second. Don't you hide under your bedspread? Get out of there! Oh, Master, you agreed that I could open the windows. Don't worry, I put the curtains up. If it gets too bright, you can draw them. Mornings take the best parts of being outside and squeeze them all into the same few hours. You don't have to go outside in the sunlight for it either. Just listen to all the wonderful sounds. The joyous songs of birds, the swaying of trees, the rustling of leaves. You tried to call out to the silhouette, but it did not respond. Reaching out for her, your hands simply passed through her body. It did not seem to be you that she was speaking to. Perhaps you were looking at a scene from some other period of time. Am I being as pushy as I feel right now?
I completely misjudged you. You're the exact opposite of what I thought you were to be. Let's see. I thought you were cold and cruel, heartless and incomprehensible, but I'm beginning to get a better idea. You try to put on airs, but you're really rather childish. You have a short temper, but can be surprisingly playful. What else? You have a pretty difficult personality, too. Now, hear me out here. That's not everything. You gave me a chance to talk and you listened intently. You could be kind of nice, too. We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. I hope you can make your own list about me, too. This is just the beginning, after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? Let's not waste any time then. What do you say we do something today that we haven't been able to do before? Where should we begin? Oh, I know! We can get this place cleaned up. Now that there is some actual light in here, we can see all sorts of things we'd probably rather not. Like dust. All over the place.
Ever got locked in a daydream? Like, it feels real? Oh no. I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't think so. I know my elf has gotten like trapped in dreams that feel real because they have like very realistic dreams. And they ask me that. And it's like, do you ever get stuck in your dreams and like confuse them for reality? And I'm just like, my dreams are like super saturated and also have like fictional characters in them. When the woman's shadow faded away, the master bedroom transformed back into its old, dreary state.
Master, can you say my name?
You were unsure how to describe the urge welling up within your breast.
You could not say her name.
You stood unmoving in the master bedroom for some time, but did not appear anything else was going to happen. So you decided to head somewhere else.
Are we gonna have to...
We're gonna have to skip through the chapter again. Okay, apparently if I do this 10 times I get an achievement.
You tried calling for the maid. It was quiet. A sense of loneliness fell over you.
You tried calling for the maid. It's quiet. Okay, I was gonna say it a bunch. Like, I think when I was at school, I would have dreams of like getting ready and walking to the bus. And it would just keep looping because I would wake up, fall asleep, have the dream of me walking to the bus, hear the alarm, wake up, go back to sleep. It would happen a lot because I would end up just like kind of just sitting up in bed, and I ended up like falling asleep while sitting up. I'm just repeatedly calling for the maid. She can't hear me in the master bedroom. I also had a lot of dreams of like my house blowing up for like random reasons. Or like bad stuff happening at the house mainly. Like the backyard would be like overrun with like a skeleton army. Was like a specific one. It wasn't like too much in the past though, I don't think. Because I remember I kept like closing and opening the door. And it was just like this one skeleton just standing there for like a while. There we go. I called for the maid 10 times. I'm gonna call again. And then I remember at one point it was like, oh wait, no, it was like a trail of skeletons like heading towards the door, and I kept like closing and opening it. And at one point, Davy Jones was there. Like specifically the Pirates of the Caribbean version of Davy Jones. Okay, we can just skip these since we've seen these. Ooh. So, So we might have to keep an eye out for certain glitches, because we're gonna have to go past that story anyway. I feel like there's like a chance of like 2 moments that we could possibly see a glitch, or not a glitch, but like a secret. But I remember there was specifically a dream. This is the first one where my house exploded. Right, I was like, is that different? No. Specifically, there was a virus on the computer, and the the virus was Bart Simpson. Like it was doing the countdown. And we were like, oh heck, we gotta get out of the house. And then Bart showed up on the screen. It was like, eat my shorts. It's so silly in retrospect. But like, it's just so silly. Dreams are so fun. Okay. Wait. Oh, wait. She talked about the key. She talked about a key. Oh no. Okay. I think. Oh gosh, I don't know where the new stuff is. Why did this game not give us a don't skip unread text option? I'm so used to having that be a thing.
You gave me quite the scare after returning to the 3rd floor. You disappeared without a word. Oh my, I disappeared? That is quite strange. I did not go anywhere, as far as I'm aware. Nevertheless, I'm glad to have found you. I would have been at a complete loss for what to do if I had been separated from you yet again. I did indeed say that when you first arrived. I've been waiting for you to return for a very long time, for centuries as a matter of fact. That would make me a ghost then, you say? I am very much not a ghost. Would I be able to hold your hand if I were? Saying this, the maid took your hand. It was cold enough to send a shiver down your spine, and completely devoid of life. Though, as chilling as it may have been, you still took comfort in the feeling of your hand in her hand in yours. The maid looked down at you with gentle eyes. After a few moments of silence, she sat down beside you. The stained glass is quite beautiful, is it not? Every time I see it, it brings a tranquility to my heart. A dreadful, deep-rooted curse afflicts this mansion. However, this room is the one exception. Can you feel the purity that hangs in the air, Master? Yes? What is it, Master? You are correct. The stained glass window had been shattered and was not present in the time period of the previous tale. I wonder perhaps it is because the mansion we are in presently resides in a realm separate from the real world. This is very similar, but I'm reading it anyway. We are in a world constructed from myriad memories and histories. I am sure that when you regain your old self, Master, the mansion too shall be restored to its original state. So do try and remember, all right? Oh yes, where did you go in my absence, Master? I see. So you explored the mansion then, and did you find anything noteworthy? Memories? I'm not quite sure what you mean. How peculiar. As a servant of this house, I pride myself in being aware of most everything present in these walls. I wonder whose memories they could be. The key to the master bedroom? Why did I throw away the key? I beg your pardon? You say a painting told you? You could see perplexity on the maid's face. You had never seen her make an expression before. I know nothing of any key. Oh, Master, you should not tell jokes meant to cause others discomfort. But a talking painting, you say? You seem to have a rather vivid imagination. Maybe you can tell the next tale, Master. I am only teasing. Now, that was a nice break, but we should get moving. The tale I'm about to show you is the last of the mansion's memories. I am certain you will remember yourself after seeing it. To our feet, the final door is not far. And please do not let go of my hand. Holding your hand, the maid led you to the far end of the room. Crossing beneath the stained glass window, a metal door came into view. Our destination lies on top of the stairs. There we will find the last door. She pushed open the metal door, revealing a long spiral staircase. I feel like this is gonna be the same too. I just really wish that I really wish that it had a thing of don't skip unread text. It's such... When did this game come out that it doesn't have that as a possibility? Be a bit of a walk, so let us be on our way, and please do watch your step. It's called an observation tower. Normally towers as such built in mansions and churches, so it's rather strange to be one in the mansion. The last door I show you resides at the top of this tower. Rectangular windows are curved out in the stone. Several locations you attempted to peer out, but there's a thick layer of fog. Each step upward you gripped this feel... Oh. With each step, you found yourself gripped by an indescribable sense of anxiety. The feeling somewhat resembled irritation and annoyance. Sensing this, the maid tightly gripped your hand. There's nothing to worry about. You will be fine. It is all in the past. No matter what may happen, so long as you do not let go of my hand. You have nothing to fear. You and the maid continued climbing the stairs, up and around, marching ever nearer the supposed final door. Rotten wood door came into view. Patches of what appeared to be blood stained the surface, and poles had been bored into it with sharp objects of some sort. You heard a scream from far below, and there was no one to have been seen. Kill the witch, burn her. Been struck with fear, the next moment the maid opened the door, and then... you slowly descended into darkness. Don't skip unread text. There's like... Okay, yeah. Whoops. I was thinking maybe there would be like a mod to have it not skip unread text, but... we'll skip up to the point where Michelle shows up. Because I know that's when the first glitch happened. Oh yeah! Okay. Why would someone cover this up? It's something. With a little more something, it'd be... Okay, that's for the covers. Please do not touch the drapes or the windows. Yeah, because he had that glitch there. So sorry for being in my cell. I think it's mostly gonna be my apologies. The house was... I suspect you would have preferred it to be abandoned. Not at all. Is this, do you live in this mansion? I have for a long time. Thought I had the front door, but I would have left it open. brings you here. If you're lost, I am happy to give you directions. There is a village. It should maybe half a day. Okay. So a lot of, if you're, credit food in the village in a large town. Allow me to stay here. Okay, a lot of it's like basically the same, just like little bits here and there. You sinner, you have transgressed. Neither a thief or an adulterer I bear any sin. Do anything to stay out of. Simply ask that you grant me shelter until this all blows over. If you to know of my, I will. So I wonder. Tainted by her and dwell within my. Do you live here? I too am cursed. What kind of curse? Danger if you should approach, likely take your life. Kill me. So you do not belong here. I live. To live with me in this mansion. To sentence yourself to death. No matter what path I choose, I very much doubt I have a future. If that's the case, I shall live how I want. I don't care what people say to you or in this mansion. I wish to stay here. I think rather they're strange, but my heart tells me that I must stay here. That I was guided here. Scheming. I'm not scheming anything. Okay. I don't know if anything is like necessarily. It's like it's censored in a very specific way. But I. Oh! My lifeblood was your sustenance, your prosperity. Upon my blood did you build your lives, a sin so great I shall never be forgiven. And by my blood were your lives extinguished. This is the power granted up unto me by God. My blood shall become a curse, blotting out the stars. I am the witch Morgana. Now let us begin a tale, the beautiful finale to this world. Come and return to me. I'll have you come too, Master. I apologize for sending you through the door without warning. I must have given you quite the scare, but I beg your forgiveness. I heard a terrible screaming from down the stairs and I panicked. You say you saw the white-haired girl. I'm deeply relieved. Okay. Don't know. Apologize. I neglected to mention the door is unique. As for what sets it apart, that will be made clear as we proceed, though one difference is in the time period. Okay. I might... I might skip forward until we hear... I don't want to hear what you say, Morgana. Oh, that's different too. You, having been trapped in perpetual darkness, found light in the same house where I withered away. That light was bestowed upon you by a certain woman, was it not? Leave everything to me, my dear. I promise I shall make this into the most beautiful tale. Yes, I'm giving you special treatment, a rare act of kindness from me, of warmth. You do not wish to let her know the truth, and I can make better use of her like this. So it is to both of our benefits to rewrite the woman you loved. What?
What is going on here? Oh my gosh. We love secrets. We love secrets up in here. Okay, I wanted to wait for him to show up again. Okay, nothing. Okay. Nothing new is from him yet. I'm gonna skip a little bit more forward. Okay, I feel like the scene transitions are also... okay. Okay. So nothing new quite yet. The whispers hold like a different vibe now that I'm... Oh, there's more! Okay. I'm so sorry, books. What are you doing? Sorry, I wasn't trying to. I didn't mean to damage. There's no need to. I'm sorry. Sound as though... do you want to... I do, but that's not what I originally came here to clean. I feel guilty simply being idle. I did. You could do as you, but you had no responsibility to anything. Keep ending up making a... I'm so sorry. Needing to apologize. Okay. You need help. If you want to read, help yourself to any of the books. But I don't know how to read. I just thought the cover was pretty. I'm just gonna skip in batches. Okay, that seems to be the same. I feel like the... Okay. This is being consistent now. So weird. That's so weird. Okay. Chris will one day kill you. I'm still alive, aren't I? And even if I do die because of your curse, I promise I won't hold a grudge. This is so cool. I am kind of sad that we have to like go back, but also I get to like check in the little history secrets as we go through again. Oh no, is it not gonna show me the history after this? I think this is when the glitchiness started, maybe? I think? Or was it a little bit or farther? Okay. Apologize for keeping you, please. It's not too much. He's something, I'm sure of it, alike, and he and I. Okay. Okay. I haven't been outside and I'm just down in the... I noticed we were running out. Normally go to the village to restock. I'm so curious of like in what way this stuff is changing. If it's like actually, if it's being rewritten just from the history, like which one was real, honestly. Okay, not much happening in this section. Because a lot of the stuff that's getting censored seems to be about the, like... Like, a lot of the stuff that gets censored is being, like, censored with the same amount of letters. And I don't know if that's... Okay, there's not much being in here. Yeah, still not much going on. Okay. So the boxes... Okay, maybe there's something here. They said to let her rip. Well, like there's you know, the section that we went back and like accidentally saw earlier on, that there was like secrets in here. So since we're having to go through the section a second time anyway, I figured we would kind of like skip in batches and then like look in here. All that comes in with me, it's the I exhale, my and is to all. Didn't notice letter rip?
Letter rip.
Oh, like rip to the letters. I'm a very man. Okay. Regardless. My was my first, it shortly after, next was my two would be considered a, but as it became, that was making contact with everyone even at regardless. Okay. I am going to have it skip until we hear the weird noises again. So to move here to this remote, keep you away from you weren't here. You elected so you wouldn't. I'm just starting to start coughing so much I got lightheaded. Oh no. Okay. I'm just looking for secrets. I'm cautiously looking for secrets. Yeah, still nothing there. Allergies, maybe. Maybe! That was a very interesting bit of Oz. Oh! Images are slithering into my mind, replacing memories before they can surface. Stop. Okay. Of the I have, are the most difficult to, not only do you have no to the have always been of, which isn't to say it's can simply be to, for I'm like some kind of that can't be to. You are, but would suit much better. What a beautiful story. Much better than the real thing. Is it not, my dear? But I didn't want her to be anywhere near me, no doubts. My doubts about her faded. I began feeling something very different, as though the lump in my heart had melted away. I began to yearn for her to be by my side, knowing full well it couldn't possibly last. Found myself. Squimsh, squimsh, yeah. I think that was probably the majority of the stuff we didn't see, I think. Maybe. There might be something in this transition, though. Oh gosh, I keep accidentally progressing. Okay. Okay. That seems to be the same for now. I'll come back. Not an... Okay. Oh, maybe something will happen with the story of the witch. Not stopping the auto read on unread is a major right? Like, I really wish that it did not keep skipping while it wasn't unread. That was annoying earlier. It's like, at least for this, I'm thinking most of the story is gonna be the same other than just the stuff that we're possibly missing in the history, but
That is a secret. That's a secret stuff.
it never told me to do that, so I'm just like, tell me your secrets, please. I want to know. What are these things that the witch is whispering? Okay. Because, like, we're getting stuff like this red text and, like, stuff that's censored. And, like, it's getting close to the part where we, like, found the first iteration of it. Okay, I think at this point, yeah, because it's just gonna be all this. So, humans have far greater capacity to hurt. Okay, yeah, we saw this. So at this point, I think this is where we were seeing everything. Curse them, slaughter them, revile them, inflict eternal suffering on all their souls, take revenge of the fools who laughed as we agonized. Okay. So I think we're safe to skip until we're out of this door, perhaps? Unless, like, I think we peeked at this when it happened, but I don't remember. Yeah. Okay, nothing new. Like, I almost wish that someone would have, like, made, a mod. But, oh well. Just double checks, just in case I missed it last time. Okay, yeah. Okay. We should be good, I think. And I think I'm gonna say but I think it should be able to be fine to skip until we get our choice, I think. There's still more to be done. Okay. That took an hour, I think. Maybe not. Maybe half an hour. Something seemed off. Not only with the story she had just told, with her, and with you, yourself, assuming everything she had said was the truth. Which or not, my mind is made up. Which will strike you first, I wonder? Regret or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale. The witch is real. Very much so. It's not a legend, not a fairy tale. The witch is me.
That's right. It wasn't the white-haired girl who had claimed to be the witch. And that wasn't all. Or do you mean to reclaim your old self no matter the cost? If you do, if you're sincerely prepared to do that, then be wary of the tale that comes next. Any tragedy that seems too beautiful to be real is precisely that, a fabrication. None of your questions had been answered. You still didn't know who the painting was, or what had taken place so long that caused the mansion to summon people to it. You didn't even know who you were, for that matter. There was still more to be done. You had to find the truth. You needed to find someone, that much was certain. But was the story the maid had told correct about whom? If it was... What about her? What about the woman whose name you couldn't say? The woman who had so cheerfully called you master? We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. I hope you can make your own list about me too. This is just the beginning, after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? You must say her name. You must take her hand. You must make her smile once again. You mustn't reclaim your old self. It's dark. Dark. It's dark. It's dark again. It's dark, 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 dark. Constantly engulfed in darkness. You threw it away every single time. I must break out of this darkness. I gave you the word that that's not cruel to you. I must escape and take her hand. Because that's the reason. Oh, I've got a wonderful idea. I came here. You can curse them with me. I must return. I must reclaim. We can think of new ways to torture them. We'll all be happier if you stay here. Just think about it. Stay here in this world. You'll be right at home. No, I did the best I could for you. Nothing more. That's not where I belong. No matter how much of a world of darkness may suit me, you'll never be able to do it. I must reclaim my true self. It said to not reclaim myself. Or wait, no, it was in red. In this one, it's a lie. It's not the truth in this one. Oh wait, I have to. This is brilliant. Do you have any idea how terrible the decision it is? You didn't give me the truth. Do you have any idea why I fabricated that story? It was all for you. So stay here. Stay right where you are. The darkness suits you better. Remember what someone told you not long ago? That you could handle the stories because they weren't your own? That you were able to bear the tragedies because they happened to others? If that had been your suffering, if the secrets you had kept buried away for so long had come out, you couldn't possibly have endured it. But you're a sharp one. I'm sure you intend to keep those secrets tucked away forever. Do you really think I'm going to let you do that, though? Whatever you're trying to hide, I'll make sure your beloved hears every last detail. How foolish can you be? Despite all my encouragement, you still insist on getting your old self back? What do you have to gain from that? Nothing but filthy, ugly tragedy awaits you down this path. Don't get your hopes up, my dear. There's nothing for you there. You have nothing. I'm offering you a place by my side. You should just take it. There is no salvation for you anywhere. None. At all. Anywhere. From anyone. Ever. She has long since lost all grip on reality, and you think there's anything you can do for her now, despite having repeatedly failed to even regain yourself? Well, I suppose if we're going to be stubborn, as much as I don't want to, I have to place a curse on your soul. That's right. The white-haired girl was never at the mansion.
Huh?
What do you mean?
Huh?
There's still a story left untold. What? The fourth door was all a lie. What do you mean? It was not some sweet little tragedy. The story you told was pure fantasy. No, that was the truth. That was where it all began. Because of what happened then, you spent innumerable years lost until you showed up here and... What?
You reach out, grasping for it. You pull yourself in. Your silhouette, which has been hazy until now, begins to take form. Your mind, your consciousness, your soul, your heart, and your body.
What are you?
The veil in your mind dissipates. A crack forms in the shell encasing you, then another. The invisible shackles claiming your spirit fall to the floor. Reality fades in atop the indistinct, foggy world around you. Bony fingers appear before your eyes. Long hair. Your voice. No. My voice. My body. My fingers. My arms are frail and my joints weak. But despite my resemblance to the white-haired girl, I am not her. This is who I am. I finally reclaimed myself. You weren't waiting for the white-haired girl. You were waiting for me. And that's exactly why I came here.
What? I have no idea what you are talking about.
I have always waited for the white-haired. There was never a white-haired girl. There was only this time. This time I must say her name. She is Giselle. There was only you.
I am Giselle? No. No, I am not Giselle. I am a servant of the house, and I am the witch, the cause...
You are not a witch. The witch is someone else. Why do you insist you're the witch? What changed you so much? The shadowy figure in the master bedroom. That was her. A glimpse into her past. I'm sure this is Giselle, but why is she so different? What happened to the spark she used to have? Where did the light she once shone upon the world? I have to remember. I must remember. This cannot end until I have. This is no longer a story. No. What I need to face is the past and her heart. She was not even present in the story she made up. Everything about it had been changed. The past I lived and the wounds she bore were more grounded in harsh reality, not wrapped in a film of fairy tale magic. That was the final tale, and it was all true. That's how it happened. It was a bittersweet story. No. How can you not see this? Yes, it was a beautiful tragedy. But was there even a scrap of humanity in it? Behind the 3 preceding doors, there had been a constant thread of ugliness and conflicting motivations, but there was hardly a trace of that behind the 4th door. The characters felt like nothing more than characters. Is that what you want to turn it into? Is that what you want our history to become?
Our history? But
I don't remember anything at all. You don't remember anything. No, I don't want to. I don't need a past or a future. All I have left inside me is uncertainty. Giselle. No, that is not my name. Please stop trying to confuse me. I'm fine with things the way they are. If it means I don't have to hurt, that's all I want. So please, just let me keep being the maid. Just let me keep being a guide, not some foolish girl. Is that what she honestly desires? Does she want to cast aside her past for good? If so, then Okay, I'm gonna save. I don't. You wanted me to remember so badly, so not remembering isn't an option.
No matter what she says, I know I'm right. And if she doesn't reclaim her old self, I'll never get to hear her say my name again. I know I'm being selfish here, but I can't do that. If you're afraid of what you might find, we can remember together. I haven't gotten everything back yet myself. Let's open the real door. Together. There are no other doors left. But there is. One that can only open by our hands, because it exists between the two of us. Not a door with physical form, but the door to your heart. The door to... I grasp her unnaturally cold hand. A hand that long ago once had warmth. If she hadn't led the way, then I have to. Or if she can't lead the way. I must pick up the pieces of our erased history so we can both reclaim ourselves. Find the actual truth. No matter what we may uncover, I will not let go of this hand. No, I mustn't let go of it. Darkness falls over the world around us. The floor upon which we had been standing flickers out of existence, sending us dropping into an endless abyss. This dark pit. This is her door. Her history. Her heart. Let's try this one more time. It's not a sweet story by any means. It's a story of betrayal, anger, hatred. We caused each other pain. But that's the road we traveled. And down that road lies all the answers.
The fourth door, oh gosh. Okay. I was wondering why door 4 was so short, because that we were not done with it yet.
It had been several days since I left the capital. I could still see it when I closed my eyes, the people lined up on the Grand Pont, awaiting entry, eager to start a new life there, brimming with hope. It was a city people were willing to pay high taxes to live in. If you were a performer, you could get some of those costs shaven down a bit by putting those skills to use. The capital was harsh on those who wanted in, and apathetic to all who left. It was composed of a powerful nobility and clergy, wealthy merchants and bankers, and a large portion of the poor. And it was the city I had called home for a long time. I didn't know much about where I was heading. Oh, okay, so the mirror was actually showing us the truth? Perhaps?
Oh my goodness. Ah!
It's getting foggy. It looks like it might rain. Maybe we should take a little break. You want to keep going? Oh, all right then. The coachman was frustratingly taciturn. He acted as though he had gotten stuck transporting a prisoner. Though, that was hardly a stretch. From his point of view, I was nothing more than a criminal. Even the times he would acknowledge I had said anything, he made no effort to hide the scorn in his eyes. To pretend he didn't regret ever taking this job. And I would just fall silent again. The road was gradually getting narrower. We had long since left the paved city roads behind. We were now traveling along a couple worn-down groves in the forest. How did I end up here? Why was I being subjected to this? I was done thinking about it. The more I thought about it, the less fair it seemed. The more I remembered, the worse it hurt. All I could do anymore was close my eyes and weather the storm. Deep within the dense woods, a mansion appeared before us like the world fading into view after a dream. It didn't seem to be especially a large house, but it had obviously been constructed with a great deal of care, and it was thankfully not standing in ruin. This deep in the forest? carriage came to a stop, and the coachman climbed down, signaling with his chin for me to get out. Thank you very much. You must be tired after such a long journey. This is the mansion I am looking for, yes? But the driver didn't even acknowledge me, getting back onto the carriage and setting off into the forest. He seemed to want to get as far away from here as quickly as possible. He could have said something. Oh well. That was about all I could say anyway. Oh well. I couldn't blame anyone for my being here, or for his wanting to get out. I feel like there's probably not going to be many other secrets that are hiding here, but I'm just peeking. I should get going, I guess. Getting a better look at it, the house's windows were, strangely enough, all shuttered. It was probably dark as pitch inside. Does no one live here? But if that's the case, then why was I placed my hand on the front door. Such a big door. What if I couldn't get in? I had no idea what else there was in the area. If the door didn't open, then I would die out here in the forest. I'd come to accept much, but I was not ready to forfeit my life yet. Please open. It's not locked, I guess. The door was heavy, and though it seemed to protest my attempts to enter, it still opened much easier than I was expecting. I was worried over nothing. Looking in, I got the strangest impression that light was being swallowed up in the mansion's depths. Rather than going inside, I felt as though I was about to step outside the boundaries of this world. When I closed the door, it was so dark I couldn't even tell where I was walking. I wonder... Though I managed to fumble my way over to the window, it was tightly shuttered and the shutters caked with rust. I was probably not going to open it without a fight. Darn, not a hint of light. I couldn't even see my hand waving in front of my face. I felt as though the floor would fall out from under me and I would sink into eternal darkness if I didn't watch my step. Fighting back that fear, I slowly walked forward, tracing the wall with my hand. There was a door at the end of the corridor. I pulled it open, and a wisp of bone-chilling air brushed past me. It was too dark to see anything, but I could feel something different present in this area than the rest of the house. Uneasiness gripped me. Hello? Is anyone there? Please don't tell me it's actually abandoned. I suppose I can't know without looking around a bit more. My voice simply disappeared into the void. No response. As I pushed forward through the freezing air, for a split second, I spotted a shimmer of light. Squinting my eyes, I was able to make out a large window. Unlike the others, it wasn't shuttered. What do we have here? Drapes? I see a little light beyond. My chances were slim, I imagined, but if there was even a slight possibility of getting some light in here, it was worth a shot. So I pulled open the drapes. The next moment, faint but colorful lights shone down on me. It was a stained glass window. From beyond the glass, I could hear the subtle pitter-patter of rain. It had finally started, it seemed. The different colors of light blended into a milky white, dim but wondrous. It's so pretty. It looks like an angel? Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. With a little more light, it'd be... Please do not touch the drapes. Or the windows. Suddenly I heard a voice. I could sense someone in the room. The man's voice was emotionless, neither deep nor high. So how does it feel knowing your hair was cut off? You got locked in a shed, the last love of a beast, and was touched by Brett's blood. I'm assuming by Death's blood. Well... I don't know. 'Cause... we have the... You know how I was joking about us trading names? I wasn't entirely wrong, I don't think, but I... It's like, I don't think it was right, but... Before long, he came into view, illuminated by dull orange candlelight. I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but, I did announce myself. The man stood there, practically blending in with the darkness. Had he been there the whole time? He was staring straight at me. His gaze wavered slightly, but not enough for me to read anything in it. Then again, I could hardly make out any detail at all under the light of a single candle. This is, your mansion? It is. Thank goodness. I was afraid it was deserted. I suspect you would have preferred it if the house were abandoned. Oh, no, not at all. I would be scared to death staying in this dark mansion all by myself. I'm sorry. No ill will intended. But I do think it could do with some light. That way you could see where you were walking. And I'm sure this room would look splendid illuminated.
Not necessary. I'd make do perfectly well as things are.
How can you see when it's so dark?
I have an abundance of candles and oil for lamps. I am not in want of means of creating light. It is not your place to criticize my lifestyle. If you need light, you are free to leave. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food, then make your way to a larger town.
I am no longer able to freely return to the city. I cannot go back there. Please, don't chase me out.
I see. Then, do you ask this of me aware of how people refer to this mansion?
They say that a witch lives here.
Not merely a witch. A cursed witch. You remain here, you too shall likely suffer your own destruction.
You're worried of my well-being? Witch or not, my mind is made up. I was sent to this cursed witch's mansion to atone for my transgressions back in the city. It didn't matter what lived here. I had no choice.
Which will strike you first, I wonder? Regret or the curse?
You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale.
The witch is real, very much so. It's not a legend, nor a fairy tale. The witch's name was Morgana. Is me.
So... Yes. That was our first encounter. It was nothing flowery or dramatic. It was rather laced with suspicion and wariness. We knew nothing about one another, and I had no interest in changing that. But nonetheless, that was where it all began, where my history with her commenced. The woman had jade eyes. Open wide, they glimmered like jewels in the light shining through the stained glass window. She seemed to be at a loss for words. I wasn't lying, per se. The rumors said a witch lived in this house, and I was the only one who filled that criteria. Thus, said rumors could be interpreted to be talking about me. After staring at me dumbfounded for a few moments, the woman suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, wow! Here I was thinking you were kind of scary, and it turns out you're actually quite funny.
What?
I never would have guessed you were someone to tell such a hilarious joke with a straight face.
I wasn't.
You don't look at all like a witch. I mean, it's dark and I can't really see, but you seem to me like a rather handsome man.
The word witch. The word witch has broader meaning than just a woman who practices magic. Any unholy person with cursed powers, man or woman, can be considered a witch.
I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more a woman.
So you're not a witch. You're a man. You can't be a witch.
To tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work.
What do you...
It's a pleasure to meet you, Master.
Master?
I was sent here from your old home. It was an Abigail for your mother, or I was an Abigail for your mother, but, well, I might have made a little goof. I froze the moment the word left my mouth.
Home. It rattled around in my skull, shaking up terrible memories that almost brought me to my knees.
Why, after all these years, were they reaching out to me now? And not even sending someone to bring me back, just sending someone. To what end? For what purpose had they slipped an Abigail out to this remote mansion? What was my mother thinking? Was this another of her attempts to break my curse?
What do you mean, you made a little goof?
My voice came out weak. I did my best not to let it show on my face.
It was a teeny tiny mistake. Nothing you need to concern yourself with.
What did Mother say about me?
Well, it was actually your father who told me to come here.
I'm actually thinking, unless it was an adoptive mother, Michelle did say that the mother was the first victim, right?
So it might have been, I don't know. I guess adoptive mother or some, I don't know.
In a situation like this, you wouldn't really make the distinction, I suppose.
It's actually your father who told me to come here. I never really spoke to your mother much.
Father sent you?
That made even less sense. Why would he have? Did father even know I was here? No, if he had known, I would have been... Who was this woman? And what was her goal in asking to stay here?
Well, there you have it. I'll be here for a while. If you need me for anything, do not hesitate to ask. I'm confident I can handle most everyday tasks. Now, where should I begin? Oh, I know. Are you hungry, Master? Food. I can't imagine you eat much, being as skinny as you are.
I turned my back to her without responding. No matter what her goal was, she had been sent from that house. There was no way anything good can come from that, and there was no way I could live with someone who had ties to them. I prayed she would take the hint, give up, and leave.
Master?
And so I kept ignoring her.
Master! Master!
I ignored.
Master!
I ignored her.
Master! What would you like for supper?
Nothing! But failed, spinning back and shouting. Her eyes went wide, and then she gave a sheepish giggle. I glared at her as she fidgeted uncontrollably. Eating is one of the most basic human needs, so if you're hungry, you should really eat. I said I didn't want... What was that sound?
Must you ask?
It's not a very polite thing to ask a lady, you know.
Huh?
You know, it was a long trip and all I had to eat on the road was dried fruit. I felt like I was some kind of animal. So, what I'm trying to say is that I'm hungry. That wasn't the sound of her stomach growling, was it? I thought lightning had struck in the distance. And would like some supper. The kitchen is at the far end of the hall on the first floor. There is food in the cellar. Help yourself to any of it. Thank you so much. Honestly, I feel like I haven't eaten in days and I'm about to die of starvation. Oh, and I shouldn't need any help finding it. I plan on exploring the house anyway. It's rather exciting being in a new place. Dang it. That did not go as planned. Oh well. She can do as she pleases. I'll have nothing to do with it.
Oh, Master, are you sure you don't...
No.
Master...
What is it now?
My name is Giselle. It's a pleasure to meet you.
And your name, Master?
Oh, Master, you...
I actually left the room that time, making my way back to my chambers. At some point, I would seriously have to chase her out, especially considering she had come from that house. But regardless, I was not terribly fond of her. I didn't really understand Michelle, but that was probably because we were still essentially strangers, having been sent to the mansion as reparation for my mistakes. I wasn't sure who I might find there, but I was tentatively convinced that he wasn't a terrible person. He didn't do anything to me except stay away. Michel spent most of his time in his chambers, which he had told me to never enter under any circumstances, so we rarely encountered one another in the halls. For that reason, I made an effort to be kind and cheerful on the sporadic occasions we did cross paths. I figured if I kept that up long enough, he would eventually warm up to me. And as new housemates, being able to enjoy our time together was obviously preferable to the alternative. If I did manage to break the ice, I hoped we would be able to do some talking about the mansion, about him, about me. I just had to keep working at it. Michel didn't need me to take care of him. He handled his own day-to-day needs and activities by himself, and in fact, he didn't ask me for anything. An aristocrat who had no use for his servant. I hadn't met anyone like him before. All right then. That meant that all I could do was clean. I wasn't sure how his room looked, but the rest of the room was, quite frankly, an absolute disaster. Or I think the rest of the house, yeah. The dust was so heavy it was obvious it hadn't been touched in years. Let's get started! It couldn't be healthy to live in these conditions, so I set out to clean each room in the house, one by one. That said, it wasn't going to be an easy task. Not because I was bad at cleaning, in fact, I considered myself quite good at it, but because it was near impossible to find all the dust and grime that needed cleaning under the flickering light of a candle. I can't understand how anyone sane can live in this dark. What's wrong with him? Maybe he's actually a vampire. Oh god, wouldn't that be something? I can see it now, him sneaking out every night to suck the blood of pretty girls. Priceless. That means I'm in trouble. Look at me, Miss One-Woman Comedy Show here. Yep. If I'm able to get him to warm up to me, though, maybe that'll give me a bit more room to make some changes, like opening some windows. No light and no fresh air? No, thank you. Anyway, I set the candlestick down, pulled up over the chair to stand on, and started wiping down the shelf. The chair's legs seemed to be uneven as it wobbled slightly beneath me. So many books. I wonder, do they all belong to him? I knew parchment was expensive, so it was rather astonishing seeing this many stacks of it all in one place. There were even some books with bulky, extravagantly decorated covers. He does come from an esteemed family. I'd spent enough time at his family's house. It was a constant bustle of servants and guests, the exact opposite of what this mansion was like. Why had he left his home? What had he done to be sent all the way out here to this remote mansion with a less than savory reputation? I need to be careful not to overstep my bounds. I am a servant now. A servant. But once the thought had crossed my mind, I couldn't get it out. I'd always had a bad tendency to chase my curiosities as soon as they struck, pushing to scratch the itch no matter how much my actions annoyed others. I couldn't do that here, though. I was simply a servant, and if I got on Michel's bad side, I risked getting thrown out. I wonder what kind of books he's got in here. So I attempted to distract myself. I grabbed one of the books and attempted to pull it out. What? But the strings binding the parchment must have gotten tangled at the back. Whoa! Because the books on either side tilted back with it. Ah! And the entire row came crashing down on top of me. Ow! Oh, for cripes' sake. I had fallen off the chair, and a downpour of books was still coming down on me. A mountain of dust with it. Seriously? What are you doing? What? Suddenly, Michel was there, looking down on me from a little ways away. There was, as usual, not much I can read from his expression, but I could hear a vague trace of exasperation in his voice. I was doing some cleaning and... Impressive work. I'm usually better than this. It's just so dark. Mistakes should be expected. I really think we should open up some windows, Master. Get some light, some air flowing through here. I never asked you to clean anything. You did this entirely yourself. But there's so much dust. It can't be good for you. I'm perfectly healthy. I don't see the problem. Had he even seen himself? No way someone that skinny was perfectly healthy. You look like you have something to say. You can make out my face in this darkness? Oh, you know? I wanted to be useful, and cleaning is all I can do here, so, you know.
I was sensing something else, but all right. He let out a sigh, stepped over, and then reached his hand down for me. I suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment about the fact that I was still splayed out on the floor, but I raised my hand to take up to take his, only for him to pick up a book instead.
You could at least help me up.
You have legs, he said casually, returning the book to the top shelf. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he was a terrible person. Very interesting, different perspective on this. Although I guess this is the, like, true perspective. I like how it kind of goes through hers and then switches over to his. It's a really nice touch.
So, Master, are all these books yours?
Giselle asked, not a trace of remorse visible on her face despite having made a mess of the room she was supposedly trying to clean. I gave a curt nod.
Really? That's impressive. You must have been... It must have been hard work getting them all in here, huh? That's gotta be 100 books here. You can fill a whole carriage at least. It's like you've got your own personal library.
She had been pouting only a few moments earlier, but her smile was back in short order. Her jade eyes were like little balls of curiosity, glistening in the faint candlelight. She was not particularly fond of I was not particularly fond of overly expressive, rather overly curious women. Did they not care that they trampled uninvited into other people's personal spaces? Or were they not even aware that their actions were invasive? I averted my gaze from hers. I receive one roughly every month.
Ah, I see.
Wait. She turned back towards the shelves. I presumed she understood the implications of what I had just said, of the fact that there were nearly 100 tomes here. I received only one a month.
Huh.
Giselle fell silent. I couldn't blame her if she thought my circumstances or my family or my life bizarre, but I didn't care what she thought of me. In fact, it was to my advantage for her to be uncomfortable. I just needed her to stay quiet and keep her nose out of my business. There's more than I thought, I said, not to her but to myself. I had no reason to count the passage of time anymore. Only the book served as a record of how long I had been there.
121!
What?
There are 121 books! 10 years in 1 month!
You were counting? I thought she had just been she had sheepishly gone silent. What an inscrutable woman.
You've been here in the mansion for that long? All by yourself?
The truth was, there had been times when I wasn't alone, but Giselle had no need to know that. You already know the answer. A look of pity formed in Giselle's eyes. Enough. I never asked for her sympathy. I am here by choice.
You mean you weren't banished here?
No restraint, this woman. No, I came here of my own volition. I didn't care enough to elaborate, though. Picking another book off the floor, I brushed the dust off its cover. It was a gaudy, decorated tome.
That's a very fancy book, isn't it?
But apparently Giselle was unable to take the hint.
What's it about?
I let out a sigh and opened to no page in particular, sticking the book out towards her. She was a servant, and a woman. There was no way she could read.
Let's see here. This land is hardly suitable for cultivation. It can only produce over-sour grapes. I would probably get more out of it if I tore down the fields and made it into a market. Sounds like a lord's diary.
You can read? I was caught slightly off guard. It was rare for a noble woman to be able to read and write, let alone a servant. Was she truly what she claimed to be?
I had someone teach me. So, is this book any interesting?
It's dull, worthless tripe. I can't imagine why anyone would want, why anyone thought it was worth binding.
A tough crowd. But it's not very often you get to see a lord's diary.
I'm rather curious what kinds of things he griped about. Lord or king? What value was there in another's grumblings? There was no knowledge contained within that book. Just emotions. Whoops. Unsightly scribbles. And there was nothing more exhausting in this world than being emotional. If you want to read it, be my guest.
That wasn't my intention, but alright. Once I've got the whole mansion cleaned, I'll read it.
I told you, you don't have to clean.
Oh, I've got an idea, Master. If you're interested, maybe we could read together?
Did you hear a word I just said? It's dull, worthless tripe.
Still, you might see it differently if you read it with someone else. And I'm sure there are some books here you would enjoy, Master.
You're wasting your time. The suspicion and restraint budding between us was trite and insignificant at that point. She was still smiling, after all. If I had been able to maintain that distance, then perhaps I wouldn't have ended up hurting her. It's like now that we know the made-up fun story, I'm just like, how are things gonna go bad? It had been a little under 2 weeks since I had moved in with Michelle. Though we lived in the same house, we rarely saw each other. On unlucky days, I wouldn't see him at all. I wasn't sure if he ate in his room or our schedules were simply misaligned, but we never had any meals together. Perhaps he was deliberately avoiding me.
That has to be it. I know servant and master don't usually eat that at the same table, but even so, he could be a little less obvious about it. Am I really that much of a nuisance? I'm not doing anything inappropriate, am I? I am being pleasant and sociable, aren't I? I haven't given him any reason to not like me, I think.
I hope. He had never been very enthusiastic about my staying here, but I hadn't been given a choice. I had been sent here by his family. Besides...
No. Out with the negative thoughts. Gotta stay positive. Yeah. He hasn't tried to chase me out yet. I just haven't broken the ice.
I had to stay positive, optimistic,
happy thoughts, and be myself.
As long as I kept working at it, with enough time, Michelle would surely come around and not be so distant.
I've got a goal, so let's get to work. First, I'll make supper and then I'll ask him to have it with me. Gotta be proactive when it comes to the reclusive types. Alright, here goes.
Or here would go, but we're almost out of supplies. Well, so much for that. The cellar was where the non-perishable food was stored. Dried foods, smoked meats, cheeses, and a small scattering of root vegetables. Looking at this makes me feel like a soldier holding down the castle's fortifications. Had Michelle really gotten 10 years on nothing but this? I would have raised the white flag long ago. He said he hadn't left the mansion in all those 10 years. Assuming at least goes out to get supplies, right? Running out of food is kind of a life or death matter. I can't believe he hasn't set foot outside even once in... What are you babbling on about? What? Oh no, he overheard me. I assumed you were talking to someone.
Huh?
Does anyone else live here, Master? I haven't seen anyone. It is just the two of us. Alive, anyway.
You mean there are ghosts?
Something of the sort.
There you go again with the jokes.
I'm not a child. You're not gonna trick me like that. There are adults who believe in such things. I suppose. But I don't really believe in ghosts or demons or curses or any of that. The church just tries to convince people they're real so they can squeeze more money out of them. Am I going to have to turn you over to the church, you blasphemer? No. I pray every day, honest. I don't particularly care either way. I'm returning to my chambers.
What? Already? You didn't,
come down for food? I only came down because I heard voices.
A moment. Please just wait a moment.
What?
Our stores are almost empty. What do you normally do when you need more food? I'll happily accompany you on a trip to the market.
Already? That was fast.
There are two of us.
I really don't eat that much, do I? In the dim light, it was difficult to make out Michelle's expression, but I thought I could see a twinge of annoyance on his face. I mean, he was used to living on his own for like 10 years. Food amount is gonna be different between one and all of a sudden a second person.
hold your ground, Giselle. You said you wanted to get closer to him. Is that a parsnip?
Michelle was holding a tangled ball of roots. The reason I asked was because the parsnip looked like it was on the verge of total decomposition. See, there's still food. He then handed it to me.
What? Wait, you want to eat that? It's clearly seen better days. You're going to get sick. Or are you telling me you can survive on rotten vegetables?
Of course I won't eat it. I just figured you were hardy enough to survive.
What do you think I am?
No, he is definitely a jerk. Or is the resulting diarrhea, or the resulting diarrhea might reduce your appetite.
You're kidding, right? You can't be serious. Anyway, we should bury that outside. Then we can produce fresh supplies.
I told you I don't go outside.
Then how do you... Huh? A visitor? Who could it be?
Perfect timing. You're a servant. Make yourself useful and go retrieve the package. It's not a delivery or a wanderer. Or if it's not a delivery but a wanderer, chase them off.
What? A package? A master? Hold on a second. What are you talking about? He's gone. What kind of delivery is he expecting?
Michelle stood there, unmoving, veiled in shadow. He glanced over at me, then threw his gaze to the front door.
Huh?
At his command, I raised the bar, pulling open the door. After nearly 2 weeks inside, the light from the setting sun almost blinded me. The world went white, my head pounding. After a few moments of intense blinking, my eyes acclimated themselves to the evening sunlight. There was no one outside, only a crate easily large enough to fit a child. Is this the package? Master? I turned back to face Michelle, but he wouldn't meet my eyes, though it seemed more like he was avoiding looking at the light than at me. He's starting to seem more and more like a vampire. Not that I believe in vampires, of course. Regardless, pray there's nothing bad in here.
That's heavy. Master, could I get some help?
Gee, thanks. I am a servant, admittedly, but this is a lot to ask of just one girl. A little help would sure be nice. Once it's inside, close and bar the door, he said dispassionately, his head still turned towards the darkness. As you wish, master. Once the door was shut, I found myself sucked back into a world of darkness. It hadn't been even 2 weeks, but the lack of light was beginning to become my normal. The outside world was growing farther and farther away. Hold up in here is definitely not good for me. I should go for a walk sometime, maybe plant some flowers or vegetables. Yeah, I like that idea. Maybe I'll grow that old tangle of roots into some fresh parsnip. What else do we have to plant? It'd be great if there were some flower seeds. What are you doing? Open the box, now. As you wish, master. Oh, there's food inside? In the box was a burlap sack filled with berries, root vegetables, and smoked meats, as well as an assortment of bread, fruits, and wine. Aside from the fruit and bread, everything else was the same as what Michelle kept in the cellar. Buried beneath the burlap sack was a single book. 1 book a month. It really hasn't gone outside in 10 years. It appears you have begun to grasp the situation.
Yeah, but why? This was delivered by someone from your house, Master, wasn't it?
A servant, I assume.
Why would they leave without saying anything?
No one wants to talk to a cursed man. In the past, they would occasionally check in on me, but that hasn't happened recently.
I think you're cursed?
Ah, right. You don't believe in curses. Then come up with your own explanation. An excuse for them to want to stay away from me. That, for example, I killed someone, or maybe that I'm insane.
I couldn't.
Regardless, I am not normal. Bring the food down to the cellar, the book to the library. You are, of course, free to refuse and run back into the woods.
I'll do it.
All right. Then you take care of that.
Hey!
What is it?
I just noticed there's something else in here. It's wrapped in cloth. What could it be? Oh, a painting! For you to hang up somewhere in the house, I presume? It's so dark I can't see it very well. But I'm sure it's...
Don't touch that.
What?
Michelle, who had kept his distance from me until that point, suddenly marched over and ripped the painting from my grasp.
Master?
His face was twisted into a look that I'd never seen him make before. Was it indignation? Disgust? Hatred? Panic? You know it's serious when the music stops, right? I can't tell, but there was more than enough negative pressure to cause me to flinch back. Is that painting perhaps, something important? A landscape painting, he muttered under his breath, the tension melting away from his face. I was left looking at his usual blank, impenetrable expression, but his eyes were still fixated on the picture, staring at it unblinkingly. Why a landscape painting? Some kind of passive-aggressive message? It's not of anywhere nearby. Did they travel somewhere? Well, it's not of that girl, so that's an improvement.
Master?
Oh, you're still here.
Still here? Of course I'm still here. Who do you think you asked to take care of the package? What's with you? Just running over and snatching the painting from me? You scared me. Could you even explain yourself? What's so special about that painting?
I don't believe that's any of your business.
None of my... Of course it is! You ripped it out of my hands like I was some kind of thief. I have the right to know what this is all about, and maybe an apology while you're at it. You told me to open the box, so I did. Then, all of a sudden, you're angry.
We are not equals. Do not mistake yourself for my friend. You have a right to know. You have no such thing.
You don't have to be rude.
I'll say it again. Leave if you don't like it here. I never asked for you to be here. That was your wish.
My wish? Are you out of your mind? I never asked for this. I never wished for it. Who in their right mind would want to be sent to some house in the middle of nowhere? Who would ever want to go through that?
Oh. Calm down, Jessiel. You can't get angry.
Yes, you're right. That is what I wanted. But I never wanted you to... I never wanted to make you mad or for us to argue like this. I just wanted to get to know you better, to get closer to you. I mean, it would make things smoother for the both of us. It would make living together more enjoyable for us.
Listen carefully. This is very important for you to understand. Do not try to involve yourself with me. Do not go probing around for information. You can't do that? Leave.
I
completely shut out. The glare he was giving me and the standoffish aura he was emanating were reflected in his tone of voice. Why? Why did he try to push me away like that?
Now, his perspective? Maybe?
Yeah. It seemed Giselle really didn't know much about me. Despite being sent here from my house, she was unaware of the monthly deliveries, as well as the reason why I lived in the mansion all by myself. Why, though, would they not have told her anything? Why had she been sent here left completely in the dark? Jessiel looked up at me, fear and bewilderment in her eyes, though I thought I could see a glint of suspicion beneath it. Like her true feelings were bubbling to the surface. Everyone had darkness in them they kept hidden. No one was exactly who they appeared to be. She was undoubtedly thinking, I'm not here because I want to be. I knew from the moment I first saw her that her bubbly, sweet effect was all a facade. Had she thought I was dense enough not to realize? She was no different than anyone else. What I didn't understand, though, was why she refused to leave no matter how hard I pushed. What was she hiding beneath that innocent-looking face? What was she thinking? What did she carry on her shoulders? Everyone is hiding something, deceiving those around them. I had to figure out what she really was. May I ask you something?
Yes? On the day you arrived, you said you made a teeny tiny mistake while working at my family's house. Tell me about that.
This is the type of tunes that plays during an identity crisis. Oh no.
What did you do at the Bollinger estate? In that moment, brief though it was, her disposition wavered. Fear. Terror? No. Perhaps anger. I couldn't tell. Nevertheless, it was abundantly clear that was a subject she had no interest in me breaching. And so she had borne her fangs. The smile she donned now was visibly forced. It's nothing you need to concern yourself with, Master. I promise, it was an insignificant little thing.
You know, this is this is a vibe. It definitely has a sad vibe to it.
She couldn't say. Why couldn't she tell me? What had she done there? What did this woman know about that house? What did she know about me? What was concealed beneath that smile of hers? I am the master of this house, and you are a servant. And still you refuse to tell me. Like I said, it's nothing. There's no reason to bother you with a mere servant's personal blunders, Master. What are you hiding? I am not hiding anything. Then you should be able to tell me exactly what you did at the Bollinger estate. Like I said, tell me.
Song that might play when your true love dies. Oh no. I feel, this would be, I would describe it more as like songs that would play when like getting broke up with, I imagine. Or like, I don't know, betrayal? Oh.
Tell me. You won't tell me a thing about yourself, and yet you demand others to tell you about themselves. Here you are, practically threatening me, demanding I tell you something I don't want to talk about, and yet you still haven't told me anything about the painting. Oh, so I was right. You do have something to hide. How many times must I repeat myself? We are not equals.
No way! I can't believe this!
I don't care if it's insignificant or something you don't want to talk about. But I'm ordering you to tell me. A trifling blunder would not get someone sent to live with a cursed man in a house spoken of so unfavorably. Whatever she had done at the Bollinger estate, that had been something to do with why she was here.
That was really perfect timing.
If she truly hadn't done anything, then she had something to gain from this place, or possibly from me. And if that was the case, I had to get her to talk. Let's make me. Jaziel's eyes were wide open. I recognized the look she was giving me. I knew very well what that gaze meant. You're an abomination! It was the same as them. Fear, contempt, revulsion, repulsion. The way she acted, the way she spoke. It was exactly the same. You're no different. I made her uncomfortable. I made her afraid. She thought I was unpleasant. She thought I was despicable. She thought I was an abomination. In a frenzy, I grabbed her by the shoulders, clamping down far more powerfully than I had meant to. Oh, stop! Her face, contorted in pain, morphed into someone else's. Who was I directing my anger at? Where was this rage being aimed? Who are you calling an abomination? What? Tell me, who? The black fur bubbling up from within me knew no end. The girl, she ridiculed me. She denied my identity with her glare.
Well, let's have some dino nuggies and potatoes, right? Like, I'm seeing...
I wonder if we'll be...
I can't imagine we would be seeing, like, parallels from all the other doors, but I am seeing parallels from the last two. From, like, the second and third doors.
I couldn't escape from that phantom, that reality. What are you... I never called you a... No, get away from me! Get your hands off me! Jazelle's screams echoed in the entrance hall, rattling my eardrums. She frantically smacked my arms aside, and then I came back to my senses. She was standing a little ways away, breathing heavily, arms wrapped tight around her body, glowering at me, showing her opposition to my touching her. Enlightening. No. You startled me, that's all. Some servant you are, telling your master not to touch you. Oh, right, I have, I'm, allergic to people. It's a very unique condition, I hear. I mean, can you believe that? See, you know how some people get all red and itchy when they touch a dog or cat? It's that, except for people, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I beg your forgiveness. Oh no, Sans! This is a song that plays after the night terror. Oh no. Why don't you speak your mind? What? This is what's going through your mind right now. I have nothing to apologize for. No, that's not... I can somewhat sympathize with your plight. Whoops. Being made to apologize even though you're hurting. I raised my hand against you first, after all. And you forgive me? Sympathy does not equate to forgiveness. Now you take care of the package. I'm heading back to my chambers. What is it? You're not going to make me leave after what I just did? No, I am not. Or it would seem like I could make you leave on your own whenever I so please. Besides, I had yet to learn what she had done. It would be exceedingly difficult to get the story from her own mouth, which left me with one option, to write a letter to my mother, as much as the very thought revolted me. Okay. So... I do believe we are truly in the chapter that I saw a specific trigger warning for. It definitely seems to be pointing that for her past. Man, my last words would be womp womp. Oh, the last thing I saw was a song that plays after a night terror. The womp womp didn't even go through. Several days had passed since the package arrived. The end of my 3rd week living in the mansion was drawing near. Michelle wasn't getting friendlier either. He continued to either snub or bluntly dismiss me whenever we crossed paths. I didn't understand why he acted that way around me. But there was little point in asking when he seemed to think that there was little point in talking to me at all. Although at first, I had been sure that there was some way to get him to warm up to me. The more I spent in the mansion, the more my willpower began to feel like it was at its breaking point. I could tell myself to stay positive until I was blue in the face, but it would only work for so long. The one pretty place in the whole house. I'm glad he hasn't covered it back up. Blue moonlight shone quietly through the stained glass window, vainly illuminating some of the room. I hadn't noticed until now, but the room with the stained glass window appeared to be modeled after a chapel. Rows of pews faced the window, below which sat what used to be a pulpit. Pulpit? Right? I don't know. Did the mean maid die? She did, thankfully. Hello, nobody. How are you doing? Oh gosh! I am wide in the face. So yeah, we're going through the 4th door a second time, which is showing like the origin of the mansion. You're well, that's good, and thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Oh gosh, I feel that in the shoulders so much. Ah! Majima!
There's little left of it, though, and an awkward length of silver was mounted on the pulpit's front face. Oh man. You know when, like, your neck wants to pop, but it's just like, if I stretch it more, it's gonna hurt. Time to do. I'm ready. What was, I assumed, formerly a cross. Upon further reflection, rather than facing the windows, the pews seemed to be pointed at the pulpit, or perhaps the cross hanging on it. I wasn't sure why there would be a chapel in the mansion, but I had no one to talk to about it. For a house of this size, a statue of Christ or the Virgin Mary seemed more appropriate. Kicks me out again, I will make a shrine about you in Minecraft. Darn. Not today. It's a very well-made chapel, at any rate. I doubted Michel had it built for himself. Oh man, we got so close. GG, nobody. There would be no reason for him to cover the window if that were the case. Nor had I ever seen him come to pray. He doesn't seem like one to believe in God. God. I'm not even sure if God really existed, then surely the world would be a much more pleasant, peaceful place. Oh no! Nobody, you got so close to danger! No unfair disparities in money or power, no senseless misfortune. I certainly wouldn't have found myself here either. But God was evidently quite fond of giving mankind trials, so he would probably tell me with a straight face that this was one too. Or perhaps we simply had a false impression of him. He didn't actually give us anything. He merely sat back and watched from somewhere far, far away. It wasn't his job to bring peace to the world or ensure our laws were fair. That was all mankind's responsibility. What is God? What are angels? I have no idea. Maybe the Bible has answers. Why should I pray to someone so far away? How do I know my prayer is even getting there? But still, it's not like I have any other options. I wasn't really, like, expecting as much, like, God mention that's been happening in here.
Don't you worry. It'll all work out. Promise. I already know where I'm going to work. It's a really prominent noble house, way out of reach of some small-time merchants like us. You never know. This could be my big break. Oh, I'm just kidding. Don't look so worried. I'll be just fine, honestly.
Remembering my last duel, how me and how Psych went Super Saiyan and I went full cannon fight with 1 HP. My goodness. Yeah, some of the Kirby fights are wild. It's like I glanced at the end there and it's like we were just literally one hit away from each other.
I'll make enough money for us to get back onto our feet. Oh, for goodness sake, I can handle it. Leave everything to me. You just wait. I'll make our family into something you can be proud of. I'll be fine. Yeah. Say bye to Mom for me. I probably won't be home for a while. What? You're afraid I'm gonna make some careless mistake? I'm not that airheaded. I can be a refined and elegant young lady. Those nobles won't even know what to believe anymore. If you don't believe me, how about I give you a little taste? How are you doing on this fine morning, master? Your morning beverage is ready, prepared with the utmost of care. See? How about that? Not bad, huh? What? You really think it sounded forced? I was the daughter of a merchant who ran a shop on the capital's main street. My father had passed away in a plague, so it was just me, my mother, and my older sister. It would be a lie to say business was doing well. We struggled to squeak by day to day after taxes, but we couldn't just abandon the shop and leave the capital either. So we tried to make the best of what we were able to take in between the three of us. Then, my sister fell in love with a moderately well-off aristocrat. Both my mom and I were supportive of her and her desire to marry, but their union almost fell apart because she was not suitable for him. Merchants were hardly the lowest class. What we lacked instead was wealth. We needed another source of money, beyond what the shop took in. If only we had money, my sister could get married. If only we had money, my mom wouldn't have to work so hard.
If only we had money. It was then that someone from the distinguished Bollinger estate approached me. He said that they were in need of Abigails and would love to have me. He said that if I agreed to work for them, the Bollinger estate would take care of my family. Genuinely speaking, noble houses took Abigails from other lower-ranked noble houses. It was unthinkable for someone of my status to receive such an offer. So I took it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance and accepted the offer.
I was just giving Baja all my life to my friends. Nice! I could go for a Baja, but also I went to Taco Bell very recently. There being a Taco Bell, like, really close to my house has been very dangerous.
I just pray nothing bad happens to my sister, and that Mom is getting enough money to live comfortably. That's all I can do. They're nobility. They have plenty of money. Enough to spare some. The light shining through the stained glass window began to grow murky and faded into blackness. It felt like a message from on high, that, no, my prayers would not be answered. The bluish-white illumination shining down upon me disappeared as clouds blocked the moon. Oh, come on! You don't even want to look at a sullied woman like me? Oh, for heaven's sake. I never asked to end up like this.
Which, like, I've been wanting to, like, get back into doing an exercise. I want to do, like, little dance maps on VR chat. There's, like, I think it's, like, just Dance VR, but, like, it's, like, a dance hall. And there are things from Just Dance, but there's also just, like, different dancing videos that are mirrored that you can learn. And I feel like that would be fun.
They're nobility. They have plenty of money. Enough to spare some.
Oh no, he's getting the wrong idea.
Oh, come on. You don't even want to look at a sullied woman like me. Oh, for heaven's sake. I never asked to end up like this. Giselle was sitting at one of the pews in the room with the stained glass window. Just looking at her, you might have thought she was offering a prayer, but the words coming from her mouth were anything but prayerful. They were filled with resentment. You have plenty of money. A sullied woman. And then I never asked to end up like this. So that is what's beneath the facade. Most likely, money's what she's after. All I need to do now is to confirm my suspicion with them. Just what awful secrets will I uncover? I gave Jesiel, sitting in the pew with her head drooped, a cursory glance before leaving the chapel. I had somewhere else to be. Okay, I'm glad that he didn't, like, confront her about the misunderstanding. There's still a misunderstanding, but I don't do exercise. I don't do exercise after squats. My legs stopped being sore like yesterday. Oh gosh. I would want to do squats, but I feel like I don't do them quite right. I had, what was it? Ring Fit at one point, and then I sprained my foot, like the base of my, like the middle of the foot. I don't know how to say it, like between the actual toe and the heel, I sprained that area. And I was like, oh no, and I like waited for it to like feel better, and I was like, okay, I think I can get back into it, and then immediately sprained it again. And so I was like, okay, I guess I'm not playing this. But I want to do something, you know? The bitterly cold outside air felt like dozens of needles flowing into my lungs. It had been so long since I had stepped beyond the mansion's walls. A thick mist canopied the night sky, blocking out the moonlight. Naturally, the heavens did not rejoice at my leaving the house. It had been 10 years since I had seen the mansion from the outside, and it hadn't changed one bit. A gloomy scar upon the earth, shrouded in darkness. Hardly the kind of place someone would enthusiastically approach. Did them like 2 weeks ago. Oh no. Hopefully at one point we can get into a rhythm. Nevertheless, it was better than that house. Yes? Who is it? Michelle. What? Michelle Bollinger? Just one moment. Oh, he passed out? Well, technically, you missed the conclusion of the fake
Michelle and Jezziel story. We're in the true story now. I'll be right there. Come in. It's a humble abode, but make yourself at home. Because, yeah, we had found out by accident that there were some secrets in the little history log. And so, yeah. So everything has been flipped, turned upside down. Wow, I must say this is rather unexpected. Just one word and I would have been up there in a heartbeat. And how was I supposed to do that? I am regrettably out of fresh carrier pigeons. Right, yes, my apologies. This man, living in a small cottage not far from the mansion, had been hired by the Bollinger family. His job, to watch over me. That said, we never actually interacted. He was tasked with keeping track of whether I was still alive and whether I remained in the mansion. The monthly package from my family was delivered to him, which he then passed on to me. It was insipidly convoluted, but it was indicative of how much they wanted to avoid anyone learning about me. Well then, what can I do for you? The manservant was visibly rattled, afraid too, but not because of the difference in our social ranks. I had a pretty good idea what he had been told about me. He was afraid of me, or more specifically, my curse. People fear that which they cannot comprehend. Not just children, adults as well. They fear demons, witches, curses, anything impure and not of this world. But I had long since gotten used to being viewed as such. It didn't sadden me, it didn't disappoint me, it didn't pain me. Some things were too foolish to consider myself over, though it certainly doesn't make me feel good either. I was, on some level, annoyed. That woman's appearance at the mansion had created ripples in my once tranquil life. So before I got into the real reason for my visit, I decided to take out a bit of my frustration. Raise your head. There's no need to be afraid. I don't know what you've been told, but I promise I don't bite. How rude of me. You're right. My sincerest apologies. Your job is to keep watch over me. If a mere sight of me has you trembling, what would you do if I try to run? I would have little trouble escaping. That would be quite unfortunate. What would I ever tell your mother? I'm not sure that would end well at all. You could lose everything you've been paid so far. In fact, you might be lucky to get out with your life. Surely your mother would not. You are aware of who you're dealing with, right? Michelle, the cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family, who made a pact with the devil. I don't need a blade to take your life.
No way! I can't believe this!
You wouldn't even make it back to report anything. Have mercy, Lord Michelle. Please don't leave the mansion. Please spare me. Only joking. What? I don't have the power to kill by any way of curse. The man fell silent, but the look on his face said, You are cursed though, aren't you? Once everyone's got an idea planted in their head, it's nigh impossible to get rid of it. I'm so cursed that anyone can see it. That I need to be locked away in a dark mansion. I'm here because I have a question for you, not to warn you that I plan to run away. A question? For me? Yes. Approximately 3 weeks ago, a black-haired woman came to the mansion. Tell me what you know about her. I was told there would be an Abigail coming, but that's all. I don't know anything else about her. I swear, that's all I know. I haven't been told anything else. I believe you. Never thought that they would tell you anything. Right. He had been hired to observe me, but that's all he was, a hired hand. He wouldn't be privy to the Bollinger family's internal affairs. Take this. A letter? I need you to deliver it to my mother. You could have just left it in the box from this month's package, and I would have collected it when I dropped off the next one. I am in urgent need of information. Will you do this for me? Yes. Oh, why, yes, absolutely. I'll fetch a delivery boy tomorrow morning. Much appreciated. Good night. You too. Do take care. Lord Michelle. Yes? Is it true you don't have... Would you like me to sew your mouth shut so you can never open it again?
Not at all. My sincerest apologies, Lord Michelle. That was horribly disrespectful. Good night. Cursed, I most certainly am. My mother's response arrived just 10 years later. 10 years later, a simple 10 years. 10 days later, the delivery boy must have pushed his horse quite hard. It was almost exactly a month after Giselle had moved in. I'm like looking at the... Okay, I was like looking at the text boxes like, don't end just yet. And shortly thereafter, on a bone-chilling night, everything came crashing down. The rift between us grew deeper, and the wall between us impossibly high, when I laid bare the scars in her chest, and mercilessly plunged my knife into them.
I'll go a little extra as a treat. I'm gonna tell my elf. Cause like, it just changed characters. But it didn't do a transition. So we'll keep going here. How did we get to this point? I hate everything. My spirits were getting darker and darker, like they were slowly sinking into the deep morass. I had been in the mansion for a month, and every day since felt twice as long as it should have. I had been optimistic at first. I had even had a little hope that me and Michelle could get along together, but it hadn't taken long for that hope to be shattered, and the cheer locked away inside me. We lived in the same house, but we never spoke anymore. On the few occasions we did cross paths, he just gave me a cold glare and nothing more, scorn and suspicion in his eyes. Whenever he looked at me like that, it felt as though my throat was being constricted, like I was deep underwater and running out of air, like my very presence in the world was a crime. I never could have imagined just how agonizing the constant rejection was. I started despising others, despising myself, despising the world. I'm convinced there was no one who could set me free. I considered running away from everything rather than live like this another day. But I would have done so long ago if that were only an option. If they found out I had fled, that I had acted outside their wishes, my mom and sister would pay. I had succeeded in allowing my sister to get married and my mom to live comfortably. I had given them happiness. I couldn't take that away from them again. Not after what I had to go through to do it. No, cut that out. Getting way too depressing, Giselle. Why did I forget how to pronounce her name? Pull yourself together. That's not who you are. Be positive. The negativity didn't only come from my interactions with Michelle either. No. There seemed to be some kind of terrible presence within the mansion that twisted people's hearts. The mansion was, in fact, a bit of a local legend, which I had been informed about before being sent here. People claimed it was cursed, that an evil witch had lived in it for many, many years. Michelle joked that he was the witch, but I didn't believe him. I'm not usually one to believe in magic or curses at all, but being here so long, I can't help but wonder. Anyway, things can't go on like this. If I was to remain in this house, the situation needed to improve a lot. I was going to lose my mind if things kept up as they were. I was ready to give up once, but I'm going to try closing the distance between us again. If I could get him to open up even the tiniest bit, then maybe that would make living here a little easier. I wasn't going to try to make us best friends or anything, just prepare our relationship enough that being around each other wasn't torturous. I've got my work cut out for me. How do I even begin that conversation? Heck, what is that conversation even going to be about? Maybe I should hold off, do it another day. No, I've made up my mind to do this, so I should do it quickly.
The longer I wait, the worse things are going to get. And eventually, there won't be any fixing anything. We need to talk. We need to be in the same room for more than 10 seconds. We need to get to know each other. He needs to know that he's not the reason I have something to hide. Okay, let's do this. I made my way to Michelle's chambers, which he had told me to stay away from. My stride was slow and ponderous, but at the very least, I did my best to keep some semblance of a smile on my face. This is one time I would really like to have someone to give me a little nudge. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay. Pardon, Master. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Master? I guess he's not here. The door wasn't locked. As was the rest of the house, his room was shrouded in darkness. The only light came from the candle in my hand. Master? Are you there, Master? I guess I missed him. It's probably best if I didn't stick around for long. He's already got a less than stellar impression of me. I don't want to imagine what'll happen if he thinks I've been snooping through his room. Yeah, I should get out of here. I spun around on my heels, taking a step towards the door, when I caught sight of an object draped in a black sheet. I knew I had to get out of there quickly as possible, but I was intrigued by that object. Something he kept hidden in a room I was forbidden to enter. Maybe it was a clue to discovering Michelle's secrets. Reached my hand down towards the object, knowing good and well I shouldn't. Was it because I wanted to learn more about him? Was it because I wanted to tear down the veil he hid behind? Or was it the whisper of the witch? What do we have here? I pulled off the sheet, revealing a framed painting of what appeared to be a noblewoman with porcelain white skin. What stood out about her, though, was that the woman's hair was as pale as her skin. And then... What? I noticed something else. Wide gashes ravaged the canvas, damaging her face beyond repair. I wonder if this is the same one that was in the third door. What the... I imagined it had been once a painting of a beautiful woman, but there was hardly a trace of that left. The only feeling it inspired anymore was a deep chill. This damage was not accidental, it was deliberate, angry, and the contempt emanating from within the frame was stifling. Thick, suffocating blackness seeped into me. Why would anyone... She was surely a most beautiful woman. Angelic, even. A storm of questions assaulted me. Right? We finally get to see the painting. Who was she? Why had her face been carved up? Why had the painting been covered? What had happened? Who could have... There's only one person who could have done this. Michelle. Why on earth? You saw it, didn't you? You saw the painting, didn't you? You entered my room without permission, and you saw the painting, didn't you? Angelic, you say? There's nothing angelic about that damned woman. I scrambled to make some excuse, but nothing would come out of my mouth. All I could do was tremble. Oh! Why did you enter my chambers? What were you looking for? Answer me. My mouth wouldn't move properly. I couldn't make my voice come out. It was like I wasn't even in my own body anymore. The wisps of air were drawn into my lungs, were expelled as hoarse gasps. You're pointing at me. My goodness. My breaths were shallow and rapid. I was inhaling, but I wasn't getting any air. I was terrified. Terrified. Of his eyes, of his voice, of his feelings, of the knife he was holding up to me. Of the terrible past I was chained to. The man's voice, the man's very flesh, terrified me. What were you trying to find? And what were you planning to do with it? No fingers in this. Answer me.
another thing you refuse to tell me then. No, I'm trying. Nothing's coming out of my mouth, though. Everything's so bright, and I can't catch my breath. I can't breathe. It's fine, though. You don't have to tell me. I have a pretty good idea. An idea? What do you mean? Money's what brought you to the Bullinger estate. And it's what brought you to me, too. There are countless people who would love to see the house fall. The noble family fears nothing more than disrepute. You were, I assume, approached by someone scheming the Bullinger's downfall.
No.
And as it just so happens, the Bullingers have a very unfortunate secret, one they are quite desperate to keep under wraps. Me. Someone suspected I might still be alive, so they sent you to dig up information about me. My very existence threatens to tear down that house. The cursed youngest son of the Bullinger family. Michelle, who made a pact with the devil, who is supposed to be dead but is very much alive. You sweet-talked your way into that house and information about me and my present situation. And you meant to trade that information for money. I bet whoever it was put a quite handsome price on it, too. Or maybe the one plotting to ruin the Bullinger family was you.
No, that's not true.
Then enlighten me.
Please, hear me out. I didn't know anything about you. I wasn't sniffing around or trying to bring you harm in any way.
Then tell me, if that's not the reason you wormed your way into the Bullinger estate, and that's not what you're doing here, then tell me what is. Tell me why you came to this mansion.
You want me to tell you about that? No way. That's asking too much.
Tell me.
I swear I haven't done anything wrong to you. I simply wanted to make our life together a little more comfortable, to bring some warmth to this frigid relationship we have.
Playing with his hair even still.
Right, just nice pretty braids. That's the only reason I wanted to find out more about you.
I must assume I'm right then, Giselle. Or Giselle. Why am I messing up her name?
I must tell him he's wrong. I must tell him I mean him no harm. But I can't say anything.
The merchant's daughter became an abigail at a noble house? Could you come up with an even more obvious lie?
Your father's the one who... Wait, how does he know that I'm from a merchant family?
You look perplexed. I may be imprisoned in this house, not free to move about as I please, but I have my ways. At the store again, found a shiny on Pokemon Go. Nice! I know everything.
Everything. And he knows about that too.
Oh yes, I do know.
Please. Don't.
In your quest for money,
Don't say it.
you slept with my father. In that moment, Shell plunged his knife deep into my heart. Carved through my chest with those words, causing me to completely lose control of myself. In a panicked frenzy, and probably screaming all the way, I knocked the man aside, and ran and ran and ran. I could hear the clap of thunder in the distance. Oh, how I wished a bolt of lightning would come crashing down upon me. Maybe if God burned my tainted flesh with a divine thunderbolt, it would get rid of some of the filth, but the jagged streaks of light cascading across the dark clouds did not strike me, only creating restless grumbles in the sky. Why? I knew that if I had fled that mansion, I would likely be causing trouble for my mom and sister, but I was helpless to stop myself. All I could do was run from all that threatened me with no regard for the consequences. Before long, small droplets of rain began falling, which soon grew heavy enough to penetrate the forest canopy and reach the ground where I stood. The downpour drowned all my tears and my cries.
because I had rushed from the mansion without even putting on a cloak. Each cold winter droplet stung bitterly against my flesh, but the bite of the rain was like a warm embrace compared to what I had been through before. Michelle had spoke the truth. As much as I wanted to deny it, to avert my eyes, reality was forever engraved in this body. No, I don't want to think about that. But I had no say in the matter. Get out of my head!
Oh, I didn't expect it to actually have a flashback. Okay, I'm gonna say this is probably where the trigger warning shows up. Just as a heads up. I don't want to say the word, but, there's, not a good thing gonna happen. It said it wasn't gonna go into too much detail, but I just want to give the heads up anyway.
Come over here, Giselle. Okay. May I ask why you asked me here so late at night, Master?
Oh, I just wanted to have a little chat. Care for some wine? Come closer and I'll pour you a glass. I had this wine imported from up north. They use very hard water like it rather tart, so it leaves quite the lasting impression on your tongue. And yet it goes down so easily, you just can't seem to stop. What do you say? Have a sip. Or does your expertise as a trader allow you to evaluate a wine's quality without tasting it?
No, but,
Please, Giselle, don't trample all over my good graces.
Very well then. I will have a sip, Master, but no more.
Okay. Have you ever considered growing out your hair?
Having long hair made it difficult to do my job.
You're not a merchant anymore, though. You deserve to look like the woman you truly are. I have no doubt longer hair would accentuate your natural beauty. It's a gorgeous shade of black, so deep a man could get lost in it for years. It would contrast the color of your skin fabulously. Highlight your eyes, your cheekbones, your nape, your shoulders, and your chest.
I should get going.
Yeah, we can already kind of tell where this is going. Oh, but we are not done talking yet.
I would not want a lack of sleep to interfere with my ability to work tomorrow. Thank you very much for the wine. It was delicious.
No need to be so cold-hearted now. From the moment I first laid eyes on you.
Master, that's enough fooling around for one night.
Now, don't be afraid. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I simply want to express my love.
Let go of me! I only came here to work, nothing more.
First time I saw you, I thought it would be a tragic waste to leave you to wither away working at some little street-side shop.
Stop!
You can't tell me you didn't know a merchant girl had no place in a house like this, even as a servant. There's only one reason you would be allowed here.
No, I swear it never even crossed my mind.
It would seem you're even more innocent than you look, but you figured it all out by now, haven't you?
No, let go of me! Stop this!
Keep your voice down. Do not shout, Jaziel. If anyone were to find out about this, you would be the one shouldering the consequences, not me.
But
you're a maid, and I'm the master of the house. Whose word do you think holds more weight? Absolutely, kick him repeatedly. You know the song Mixed Messages? Have that happen. The second half of Mixed Messages by Tom Cardy. Instead of the dad, have it be... I guess this guy is also still a dad, so just that. Don't worry, I won't do anything to hurt you. I promise your family will be exceptionally well taken care of. Your mother will have the comfortable life you wanted for her. But you know what will happen if you raise a fuss and make a fool of yourself. Not only will your family not get any of our money, and not only will your sister not get to marry, You'll all spend the rest of your lives in the streets. How could you be so cruel? This is blackmail. Blackmail? For a merchant's daughter, you don't know much about trade, do you? Then let me tell you a little, or give you a little lesson on market value. The goods you're after, Giselle, are not cheap. Understand? Now, let me see that beautiful body. He was an older man, so I hadn't expected him to be very strong. But I couldn't break free of his grasp and found myself entirely at his mercy. Beneath the gaudy outfits lay a hungry beast, and I was seeing the creature's true colors for the first time that day. The aging man ran his disgusting, slobbery tongue across my exposed skin. Everything he placed his hands upon withered away. Every piece of flesh he pressed his lips against petrified. Rotted, decayed, rankled. I trembled in revulsion, at which the man laughed, seemingly interpreting it as something else. I wonder what kind of place hell was. If hell's wardens only flayed and carved their prisoners, I would have preferred that instead. I would have rather been sliced into tiny chunks and cast into the hellfire. I would have chosen eternal torment over being torched by this man another second. But I didn't get to choose my hell. Eventually, the man forced the gates I had been holding fast and spread his festering death inside me. Oh. I guess there's not a better way of phrasing that. Listen to me, Giselle. It's in both of our best interests to keep this between the two of us. If you can do that, I'll continue to do good by you and your family. Oh, don't look at me like that, please. I'm thrilled to have you here in this house, Giselle. She has long since lost her mind, after all. It's torture just being in the same room, and my sons, they hardly ever come home. But you, Giselle, you give color to my dull life. You make it exciting once again. Now, go on back to your room. I'll be waiting here at the same time next week. I couldn't escape from that man's grasp. Not when he used my family against me. Some weeks I could just not go back to his chambers, my one feeble means of resistance, or I would not go. But when I did that, he would send another Abigail to come find me the next day. I couldn't ignore his summons when he got other people involved. And then, when the two of us were alone, the mask would come off, and he would discipline me for not showing up before taking care of his usual business. On good days, he would leave bruises in inconspicuous places, my abdomen, my inner thighs, but he went as far as carving a word into my skin with a knife. Harlot. That's why I was afraid of knives. That was why I was afraid of men shouting. I wasn't even sure what to regret anymore. I was in far too deep. There was no turning back the clock. I even considered taking my own life on more than one occasion. But every time the thought crossed my mind, happy memories came with it. Back when it was just the three of us girls in the shop. Life may not have been easy, but it was never dull either. I didn't want to end my life at its absolute lowest point. I wanted, if just temporary, to go back to the way things were back then. The objective was the only thing that allowed me to keep going. When I was in his presence, I tried to convince myself I was merely an object. I had no emotions, so he couldn't hurt me. I was merely a vessel, a construct of flesh and bones. His hands couldn't reach my heart, for it was not connected to my body. Doing that made it a little easier to bear. But the reality was, it was impossible to completely sever my heart from my body. Who is Liddy? Who is Lady? You're Giselle, aren't you? One day the mistress of the estate stopped me in the halls. She had supposedly once been quite beautiful, but now she was only haggard and bony. Her skin dry, her eyes sunken, and her hair faded and stripped of its luster. Her head down, her cracked lips barely moving as she spoke. Age didn't appear to be the only thing working its merciless magic on her either. There seemed to be something eating away at her from the inside, too. Something that could burst at the lightest touch. Yes, I'm Giselle. Is there something I could do for you? The mistress rarely ever left her chambers.
I had been told that it had been years since she attended family supper. So what would bring her to come looking for someone like me? Nchu. What? I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. You're having relations with my husband, aren't you? You are, aren't you? Madam. You wretched creature. No. She was telling the truth. One of my trusty maids caught a glimpse of you through the crack in the door. She saw you with him, you filthy rat. You seduced my husband. You devil. You conniving witch. You don't get it, do you? You don't realize how grievous your sin is, do you? Someone, anyone, restrain this girl. She's a demon, a devil. Tie her up and hand her over to the clergy. No, that won't be enough. A witch. You have to burn her bones, scatter the ashes, or she'll just come back to life. Yes, execute her. Kill this woman. Burn the witch. Seize the piece she's stolen from me. Oh my gosh. Cursed. It's cursed. This house is cursed. Not only has it taken away my daughter, but now it's trying to take away my husband. Oh God, please shine thy cleansing light upon this house. I knew it'd be a waste of breath trying to talk to her. She was not of sound mind. Oh, absolutely. Look, he needs to have more than just those privileges take away. Mans needs to have his life privileges taken away. She was not of sound mind. There was madness in her eyes. I didn't even have to make a fuss about it. It happened all on its own. If there was no way around it, then I should have done it myself after the first time. I didn't have the energy to argue with her, or to talk, or to shout. Before long, a crowd began to form around me and the sobbing mistress, and in it stood him. I assumed he would just stand back and watch, but much to my surprise, he stepped in with an embarrassed look on his face to try and settle his wife down and convince her not to have me executed. Maybe he did have a heart after all, or maybe he just wanted to save face. Probably that. Regardless, instead of being burned at the stake, it was decided that I would be sent away to some remote forest. One of the previous Bollinger family heads had purchased a mansion there long ago, but it had been abandoned because of the stories people told about it. They said a cursed witch dwelled in the house. She had returned to life after being executed, and now skulked about in darkness. It was the perfect place to banish a sinner, and so, accused of adultery, I was in a carriage on my way out of the capital the next day. I hope my mom and sister are all right. The two of them will believe in me, even if no one else does. The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. Just a silent coachman and his single sullied passenger. Looking out through the window, I could see the city walls slowly fading into the distance behind us. I doubted I would ever set foot on this land again. Ever cross the Grand Pont again. It was a saddening reality, but at the same time, I felt a surge of relief. I had finally escaped from that house. I had finally escaped from that man. The sense of freedom slightly lessened the weight of everything else I was feeling. When green all I have is dragon tail. Oh no, find something else! Order from Taco Bell! A good while after we left the capital, the coachman handed me a letter. On the sheet of parchment was a rather startling revelation. There was someone else already living in the house where I was to reside, the Bollinger's youngest child, but the letter didn't say why he had been sent to the cursed mansion, only that he was there. Beyond that, the letter only made a single request, that I look after him and not ask any questions. So I'm not just being sent off to the middle of nowhere. I still have work to do. If I look after whoever's at that mansion, they'll do the same for my family? I don't have much say in the matter either way, I suppose. The carriage rattled and shook as it traversed the stony path and bounced around out inside it. Dragon breast meat. There's nothing there! Where? You're gonna starve either way! I resolved to take back my life. The peace I had once known, the cheerfulness I had lost, and to do so, I would forget. Lock away my memories, bury every terrible thing that had happened to me, cast aside those memories and find my smile once more. I have no idea what I'm going to find there, but they couldn't possibly do anything worse to me. I'll greet them with a smile and do my best to build up a decent relationship with them. I figured, since the both of us had been banished at the same cursed mansion, they would probably be other things we had in common. And so, I would forget it all and get my life back, get my smile back. And that was everything that led up to me arriving at the mansion. All the wounds I never wanted to open again. I didn't want to think about that. I've been trying so hard to forget about it. I wanted to forget all about it. So why? Why did you have to make me remember? All I did was believe that we could make things work. Why? How could you? God, I can't take it anymore! Once the memories had broken free, they all flowed back into perfect clarity, flowed back with perfect clarity. Exactly how he ran his hands across me. Exactly where he hit me, where he cut me. Like I was going through it again, this very moment. The rain was cooling me on the outside, but so much nauseating heat had built up in my gut. I vomited all over the ground. I threw up and threw up and threw up until there was nothing left but bile. And when I had nothing left to expel, the strength evacuated from my knees and I collapsed. I didn't know if everything was blurry because of the rain or because my eyes had decided that they were done looking at anything. The whole world twisted before me. Michelle's no different. My attempts to get close to him, to always keep a smile on, it was all a waste. The look in his eyes was terrifying, like he didn't believe in anything at all. So he probably wouldn't have had believed me if I had told him the truth. If he's convinced I have an ulterior motive, there's probably no changing his mind. Such a cold rain. If I lie down here and go to sleep, I wonder if all the warmth will eventually drain from my body, and then I'll decompose and become part of the earth. You know, that might actually be nice. I'd like that. I always thought I didn't want to die, that I wanted to go back to the way things were, but who cares anymore? I did my best, after all, and that still got me nowhere. Cheerful Giselle. It's all just a farce. And when I'm dead, all my worry for my mom and sister will fade away with me. God, I doubt you have a place for me on high. I am, after all, an unclean woman, and I've given up on living altogether. But even if I can't get into heaven, that's okay. I just won't release. The rain pitter-pattered down through the leaves overhead, chilling my skin. The cold spread through my flesh and into my bones, my heart and lungs and stomach, freezing me like a block of ice. My consciousness drifted away from me, and the world slipped through my fingers. More than fear, I felt relief. Utter black, and that, I was sure, was the end of me. Oh. Oh, we're in the present now. Okay. We went a little bit over, because, like, I knew bad stuff was gonna happen, so I was like, I don't want to start with bad stuff next time. I'm very glad that the details weren't very detailed, thankfully. But I can imagine. I'm glad that I hopefully me saying the little trigger warning helped keep people
from it, hopefully. Let's find somebody to raid. We're gonna have more of this next week, because tomorrow is an arts team day. So that's gonna be hopefully cozy. Wow, there was very little people streaming yesterday, and now there's like a bunch of people streaming today, but they're all people that I don't raid. Appreciate it, and seeing the bed gave a hint further, yeah. Because I didn't want to say exactly what it was, but like, I wanted to give the heads up of like, hey, this is gonna happen. Reincarnation of Mother Christ. Oh gosh, that was just like, not quite Beato, but Jiguma Jiguna Kokonosuda Kaizuro Sugoi Sugoi Matsu Urai Matsu Funa Matsu Kuna Tokono Nisumo Tokoro Yabarukuji Borukuji Pipe 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 no Shooting Gun Good in Day and Pokina Pokina Chokomen no Chosuke. So yeah, this is a problem for future Zeph. We got past the bulk of it. I think there was like another warning for like chapter 7, but hopefully it's not as bad as this one was. Let me see. There. Okay, I was like, why are there 2 people playing Final Fantasy? And it's like, wait, that makes sense. I think one of them is playing the older Final Fantasy. Oh, my knees hurt. Oh no. Oh yeah, this person's playing the classic Final Fantasy 7. Man, I have no idea who to raid today. You know what? We'll go. Let's go for some art. And have some nice cozy time. Only one person can ever play a game at a time. Well, no. It was just 2 people that were playing the same game right next to each other, and I was like, I don't know what to have as the raid message. Worried. We'll have this, but as always, if you have a better suggestion, we can go with that. Thank you, everybody, for joining me today. Thank you for the resubs and the gifted subs today. Tomorrow we are going to do some art. We are gonna do some art. I don't know exactly what I want to do. I was thinking of making a post that's like, hey, if you want to have a drawing, put yourself here, and I may or may not draw it, but like, I don't know. I don't know. Cause I don't know. I want to draw others. I feel like I've kind of like stagnated with ideas. So I kind of want to mix it up a little bit. Because yesterday I was working on merch, or not yesterday, last week I was working on merch, and then I was like, I'm just gonna draw myself. And it's like, And through another door this time for a while, yeah. But hopefully everybody has a good day. And hopefully the end of this story, when we get to it, like probably next week, hopefully is happy. Because these characters have gone through enough. But I will see you all tomorrow for art. Bye-bye! Bye-bye!